Oh, lover, you rub me the right way.
Oh, I am your friend. Oh, better write that down. Ah! Oh, for God's sake, you cannot sneak up on me like that when I'm reading. You have no way of knowing what world I've been in. I might mistake you for a zombie or an ill-mannered country gentleman, and, well, I might have to act accordingly, you see. Yes, probably. I suppose that would depend, wouldn't it? Ha ha! Well, neither am I. So I suppose we're already well met. If you were a zombie, I expect we'd be having a very different conversation. It would probably go something like this. What? You don't? Shame. They've written some lovely corpse poetry. Oh, a bit prudish, but educated. I like it. My name is Lyric. I chose the name myself, you know. I was originally written as Lionel. Can you imagine? I am the embodiment of all literature, an indisputable master of the written word. I have read positively everything. I am voracious with books, poetry, magazine articles, any genre, any length, any style. I love it all. I know you're curious about all that, so I figured I'd offer it right up front. What am I not reading right now is a shorter answer. Well, I'm sure you would have asked, given the opportunity. You've happened upon me in the midst of organizing my current stable of titles. Have a look. My, aren't you a clever cheese? Coming right to the source. Do I have recommendations? Gentle scoff. This one right here is 20,000 Leagues Under the Sink, a riveting account of voyaging in a submersible to rescue a clean sponge from a dirty band of moldy criminals. This one, Angles in America, is a non-fiction history on the American phobia of rounded spaces. A bit dry, but it does make you see space and architecture in a new light. And this one I picked up on a whim, and I won't put down until they pry it out of my cold papier-mâché fingers. Pounded in the butt by the abstract concept of self-improvement while my gym equipment watches. This Chuck Pringle fellow, he really has a line on the object erotica market. Oh, this isn't even the tip of the iceberg. This is like one molecule of ice that's floating near the tip of the iceberg. And the iceberg is 2,000 miles wide. Really? I thought it was a fairly creative metaphor, actually. I mean, I read a lot. There. Better? You are a straight-to-the-point kind of entity. Oddly relaxing, in a way. I'm less worried about how the truth might appear and more concerned with making sure the truth is uttered at all. Oh, to hell with it. I'm gonna utter a truth. What was that? I'm sorry? You must mean, do I turn around and creatively regurgitate what I've read into an original work of my own imagining? What do you mean? That's like asking if a potter has a favorite ball of clay. I couldn't possibly choose among my balls. They all contribute to this chaotic and adorable additive sculpture. That is me. Right. Do I have a favorite genre to write? Well, we have arrived at my tragic flaw much more quickly than I would have liked. Usually I get at least a few minutes of stimulating conversation out of a stranger before I'm forced to share my great shortcoming. I am a reader, but not a writer. Not a bad descriptor of me, really. I consume everything in my path, and produce not a whole hell of a lot if we're telling the truth. I consume all this literature, but I myself am no writer at all. Sadly, I have never even written a paragraph, not a single line of text, not a word, not a punctuation mark. Gaping. It's the C-note of my existence. Not this one. This one is just pain and darkness. Bad C-note. Really? Do you mean it? Oh my goodness! We do? We? Do you mean that you would help me write? Write with me? We could co-author the first book of Lyric? What an odd sense of humor you have. My pain and disappointment seem to genuinely tickle you. I wonder if there's any history of social psychosis in your family. Might be worth pulling out a genealogy later. Maybe. But weird is good. Well, I never. This is most excellent. I wager you're about to become the first human in history to help a book write a book. All very exciting. I have some materials to gather. Pens, paper. We'll probably need quite a bit of extra paper to crumple dramatically on the floor when writer's block sets in. Oh, how fun! I'm about to experience writer's block! All right, I'll get to gathering. I'll need some time, but when you return, ready shall I be. Oh, good! You're here. I'm excited. I'm expressive. Everyone's ready to go to the zoo. Don't worry about it. I've been thinking. And here, I believe, is the best way to organize our efforts. Creativity is for naught without some solid logistics. I know how I'd like to start my book. I've got this fantastic detective character named Wen that I've been working on for a while, and he's going to be our hero. What I need from you, though, is help with creating an outline. If you will, help me to create a framework. And then, once we have that, I will take it and go into my secret writer's cubby and create the entirety of the book, which I can absolutely do in a night. And believe you me, it will be perfection. But the outline, that's the hard part for me. Will you help? Does that sound doable? Yes, let us boogie. So, here's what I'm thinking about Wen. I don't see why not. I've never done it before, but really, with your help, how hard can it be? Oh, but let me tell you about Wen before we jump in. Detective Xander Wen. He is a hard-boiled detective living in the big city of Sprawlsville, and he is a magnet for crimes, which works out just fine because he's also a genius at solving them. Now, just to be clear with you, I haven't fully settled on writing a hard-boiled crime drama to go with my hard-boiled detective. The way I see it, Detective Wen is capable of getting himself into and out of almost any kind of trouble imaginable. I suppose this is why I've been having so much trouble writing this on my own. Xander Wen could do just about anything. I'm asking you to help me create his first story from infinite possibilities. Well, shall we get started? Excellent! I'll give you the first line, of which I'm very proud, and we'll run with it from there. Sounds just fine, just fine. I'll come up with some more ideas to throw at you. In the nicest possible way, naturally. Well, all right then. Here we both are, bright-eyed and papyrus-tailed. Shall we? Detective Xander Wen went out the door, looking for crimes. Daphne asked Detective Wen to help find her husband Cliff Fatel, who had gone missing. Out on the bustling streets of Sprawlsville, Fuzz and Xander were immediately a hilariously mismatched pair, and while getting some donut-flavored motor oil, they received their first call of the day.
"The Dark Wizard Malmor the Deathless has returned!"
Gondorf exclaimed.
"And the only way to defeat his armies of evil is to destroy the source of his power, the Gauntlet of Gloom. Will you help us?"
Gondorf pleaded. And Xander knew just how he could. Apparently, Xander had inherited a breathtaking ranch in rural Montana, where Hunky worked as a muscular, virile ranch hand. And upon arriving at the lusty Lasso Ranch, Xander was instantly entranced by the rural beauty and Hunky's broad, sculpted chest. As night fell, a glistening Hunky leaned close to the nape of Xander's neck, and with a voice smooth as silicon-based lube, whispered, "Wen investigates the squid cannery, where he talks to the foreman, a foreboding and mysterious communist named Gregor Privyet. Detective Xander Wen starts his case by doing what other detectives do. Hit the streets and ask a knowledgeable urchin. The best one around is a scraggly streetwalker named Princess Felicia. Climbing Everest would be a massive undertaking, so Xander decided to learn mountaineering from the best. Skidos, Island of the Sirens, was one of Sprawlsville's top 10 tourist traps. For years, gorgeous sirens had been luring people to the island for primal, frenzied sex, and then to kill them. The first step was getting there. So Xander and Fuzz arrived at the mayor's desolate beach house to find the mayor in hysterics and a bloated body in the tide. Apparently, the mayor's mistress, Candy, had drowned under mysterious circumstances. Fuzz, the mayor's longtime friend, told the distressed mayor. Fuzz, still secretly in love with Unit 14J, realized he needed to stop the wedding and win her back. But Unit 14J had left him for being a total loser. How would he ever convince her he'd changed? Especially since, let's face it, he hadn't. While driving to the wedding upstate, Fuzz suddenly had a brilliant idea. There wasn't a second to lose. If Horvat managed to destroy the plant, Sprawlsville would instantly be plunged into complete darkness and total anarchy. Sirens wailing, Xander and Fuzz raced to the hydroelectric plant. Skidding into the parking lot, they threw open their doors and were immediately greeted by... Uh-oh, thought Xander. As a recovering sex addict, he knew a billionaire's orgy would be a minefield of temptation. But he also knew that as police, their number one responsibility to ensure public safety was addressing noise complaints. Taking a deep breath, Xander threw open the doors of Aruba's mansion and was shocked to find clearly the best way to bankroll an epic quest was to cook and sell meth. And before he was a detective, it just so happened that Xander was a high school chemistry teacher. With the help of his teenage sidekick Jimmy, Xander began to flood the market with his distinctive purple meth. Things were going great until epic quests need epic cash, and no one has more cash than social media companies. And so Xander founded Whoopsie, which made algorithms or cat food influencers or something. Soon the billions were pouring in, and Xander's venture capital partners showed their enormous gratitude by... First, Xander would need to gather a team of epic heroes to join in his quest. Flamhammer the Troll, Eldensil the Elf, Barry the overpaid accountant, and anyone else who had nothing better to do that Wednesday. With his team assembled, Xander and the consortium were finally ready to set out towards... Now, engaging in an erotic liaison with a brooding vampire may have seemed counterproductive, but Xander had a plan. For there were all kinds of mythical creatures that lived in the forests outside Sprawlsville, and if Xander could bone them all, he was certain that... It was an unfortunate and very cinematic predicament. To be attempting to solve your wife's murder, but unable to form new short-term memories. The regrettable situation, however, gave Xander a very intriguing idea. Xander was elated to discover the ranch secretly housed Professor Z's Capable Champions Academy. All his favorite subpar superheroes had attended. Bicyclops, Short King, Terminally Online Girl. And now Xander, with his ability to occasionally solve mysteries, would join them. Exuberantly, he went straight to the registrar to sign up for his first class. Now, as everyone knows, several years ago, nuclear war transformed much of the western United States into an irradiated dystopian hellscape known colloquially as the Barrens. What Xander didn't realize, however, was that the Lusty Lasso Ranch was right in the middle of Swarmer territory. Desperate to save their ranch, Hunky and Xander loaded their obliterators with ammunition and fortified their position, just as it was the 8 little words Xander had been aching to hear. Breathing deep, he nervously bit his lip and nodded in anticipation. Gently, Hunky lay him down in a stack of dry hay, tenderly licking his throbbing elbow, when suddenly they were interrupted by Wen goes to Jersey Pozzoli's cannoli factory on the wrong side of the tracks. His goons open fire. It's a hilarious mismatch between the Detective Wen's stalwart neatness and Gregor's sloppy habits. They arrive in Winnipeg to find it was true! Pirates were invading the cannery! Through the canals around the dock, black sails flew, and the cannons roared. The cannerers twist and turn in the hot canning room. As Xander walks in, they all turn to look at him. Detective Xander and Princess Felicia sneak up to the mayor's manor, where they find Cliff tied up and gagged. Knee-deep in this mystery, Xander goes to the reunion and finds himself sitting at the bar drinking ginger ale listening for clues. Darker than midnight, the Vanta Black Market is located 8 levels below the streets of Sprawlsville. Xander battles his way through sewers, rats, and sewer rats. And at the bottom, a vibrant street market filled with neon. Goods of all kinds are sold here, though none of them pleasant. After a lovely night filled with learning new techniques, Xander finds something surprising. Enzo is willing to teach Xander to climb Everest, but first he'd need a favor, as mob bosses often do. And the favor Enzo required was for Xander to... Muncher, although usually busy running from ghosts and getting high, agreed to help. But he'd need one small favor from Xander first. Originally one of the co-founders of social media company Whoopsie, Larry now spent most of his time throwing orgies and acting like he had a death wish. He agreed to help Xander, provided Xander first help him. "Tell me the secrets of the mountain, you sultry tub of lube," Xander cooed seductively. But unfortunately for Xander, the tub said nothing, as it was a tub. However, Xander had another idea. As an uneasy Xander chugged across the bay, he suddenly realized why the trawler seemed so suspicious. It was owned by mob boss Enzo Stereotipo. Before Xander could react, Enzo's goons tied him up and threw him into the ocean where, riding a dolphin, Xander realized, was superior to all other forms of travel. You didn't even have to deal with the airport security. And as Xander arrived at Skiros, he asked the dolphin if the Storm Strike X was the most advanced military drone ever invented. And Xander had no business flying it. Pretty much immediately, the emergency lights began to flash, as Xander had inadvertently. Everyone knew that if you stripped naked and waited long enough, the sirens would just come get you, which was way cheaper than taking the ferry. And lo and behold, after 15 minutes, a nude Xander was approached by... Searching the rancid, decomposing body, Fuzz found evidence pointing to a deserted squid cannery down by the docks. It was then that Xander made a decision. You see, the mayor and Fuzz had a hilarious, long-standing practical joke competition that went all the way back to their days as roommates at Princeton University. And due to the ludicrously complicated rules they established 20 years prior, Fuzz's dead mistress prank had finally solidified him as the official prank champion. Proudly, the mayor gave Fuzz his prize. Above them, the furious ball of fire grew larger in the sky. 3 minutes was a generous estimate. They needed to find shelter, and they needed to now. "The beach house has a fallout bunker in the basement!" the mayor exclaimed. Fast, the trio raced into the bunker and slammed the door. Suddenly, Xander's eyes went wide as he spotted. It was just a compliment meant to ease the mayor's distress, but as Fuzz uttered the words, he suddenly felt his cheeks becoming flushed, and a smoldering yearning grew within his loins. Timidly, he reached towards the mayor, knowing what he had to do. Stealing $1 billion from the stock market wouldn't be easy, no matter what everyone on Threadit says. But Fuzz was determined to show Unit 14J he wasn't a loser. In a seedy squid cannery by the docks, he hacked into the NASPLAC mainframe. The funds started downloading. Fuzz was almost home free when the con was on. With Xander posing as his trusted butler, Fuzz managed to convince Unit 14J and the wedding guests that he was indeed the new Viscount of Blagoevgrad province. It even appeared that Unit 14J may be falling for him again, but Unit 14J's fiancé, Brent the overpaid orthodontist, was becoming suspicious. And he had a plan to expose Fuzz. After terrorizing Sprawlsville for decades, the kaiju known as Doomzilla had disappeared without a trace. But Fuzz theorized if he could get Doomzilla to attack the wedding, Fuzz could then save the wedding, thus proving his unquestionable awesomeness to Unit 14J. He drove to the coast and using speakers, blasted Doomzilla's mating call into the ocean. And within minutes, arriving at the wedding, Fuzz immediately went to work. He flooded his hotel room with candles, rose petals, and contemporary jazz. With the scene set for love, Fuzz covered his steel casing in glistening oil and lay naked on the bed when Deborah was inconsolable, as apparently her newest husband, Giles or something, had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Xander, knowing Deborah's proclivity for manipulation, deduced helping her would undoubtedly end poorly for him. Plus, there was a whole terrorist attack to be concerned about. Needing to remove Deborah from the scene ASAP, Xander reached into the recesses of his code and produced. Realizing a potential mass casualty event was the perfect opportunity to get attention for herself, Katie had arrived at the scene to create content. And being only a few followers shy of 7 billion, Katie was willing to do absolutely anything to raise her follower count. Desperate to remove her from the scene, Xander did the one thing he knew would get her attention, and Xander and Fuzz were in a catch-22. If they didn't kill Horvat, he'd detonate the nuke. But if they did kill Horvat, the dead man's switch would detonate the nuke anyway. With time running out, the duo realized they'd have to pull a Hail Mary. Luckily, they had one up their sleeve. They threw open the rear doors of their squad car, revealing Misty Allure was a gold-medal gymnast, trained assassin, and mother of an honor roll student. Living proof that it was indeed possible for a woman to have it all. But today, all she wanted to have was Xander. Breathlessly, she pushed her heaving bosom against his chiseled pecs, her glossy lips mere inches from his warm, inviting mouth. Utterly entranced by her alluring form, Xander didn't even notice as she reached into her spandex jumpsuit and slipped out. Although the debaucherous orgy continued downstairs, Larry lay unmoving in the master bedroom, a gaping exit wound where his brain used to be. Luckily, Fuzz had already discovered the most likely suspect attempting to flee the scene. Surprise! Dozens of revelers cheered as Xander opened the mansion door. He'd been so busy solving crimes, and occasionally directing traffic, he'd completely missed the milestone of his 1,000th arrest. It should have been a joyful moment, yet as his friends and co-workers celebrated his achievement, Xander felt himself becoming lost in his thoughts, obsessed with a shameful secret he desperately wished he could forget. For the subject of his 1,000th arrest had been none other than, yes, buried deep beneath the pile of glistening, writhing bodies was a faded map pinpointing the exact location of the legendary city of El Dorado. How did it get there, Xander wondered. But he didn't wonder for long, as suddenly, Xander and Fuzz cautiously entered the candlelit mansion, where dozens of gorgeous, glistening socialites rocked rhythmically in the dark, exhilarated whimpers barely escaping their hungry lips. Utterly surrounded by writhing, moaning heaps, a flushed Xander breathlessly fumbled for his cell to dial his sponsor. The skinheads were very, very unhappy that Xander was muscling in on their turf. Furious, they locked Xander and Jimmy in their makeshift meth lab and forced the duo to cook meth for them. One night, however, when the skinheads were fast asleep, Xander concocted a plan to escape. All they had to do was... Xander Sr. had never approved of anything Xander did, and he certainly didn't approve of this.
"You're never gonna defeat Malmore wasting your time with this garbage,"
Xander Sr. scolded.
"What you need to be doing is..."
Over the years, the Fire Colony had become increasingly warmongering in nature, and their siege of the Sky Shrine was the final straw. Xander knew it was his duty as the last wind manipulator to stop Emperor Ka once and for all. Grabbing the Gauntlet of Gloom, Xander hopped on his flying cloud buffalo Gonzalo and headed towards... Unable to concentrate, Xander opened his phone and began watching an endless stream of porn, the lustful images flashing by his unblinking eyes, his jaw agape with desire. When... For 15 years, Xander was imprisoned in solitary confinement, with no knowledge as to why or by whom. Then one day, inexplicably, he was released. With no home, no money, and his entire family gone, Xander became all-consumed with one singular mission. Now, Xander's geriatric pickleball team might not have been the best, but what they lacked in skill, they made up for in crankiness. And even though their star player tore his ACL by eating soup, Xander still believed they could. After in-depth strategic analysis, it was determined that an investment of $50 billion would neutralize the threat posed by Malmore. And so Xander's partners in Whoopsie paid it. And with Malmore's influence effectively quashed, the Whoopsie partners decided to expand their business into the arena of... As Xander entered the estate filled with squirming, moaning bodies, he knew he'd finally made it. And as the alluring silhouettes pulled him into their writhing, chafing heaps, only one thought filled his mind. Before destroying the gauntlet, Xander had some unfinished business to attend to, and so the consortium headed to the downtown hotel, where the corrupt mayor was holding a party celebrating his re-election. Arriving at the hotel, Xander pulled the mayor aside and whispered, while Xander knew he should just move on, he also really wanted to show Riley how wrong she was for dumping him. Showing up at her wedding with a super-hot elf seemed like a baller move. Sloshed out of his mind, Xander and the consortium crashed the wedding, and though his friends tried to stop him, Xander couldn't help but blurt out. With the gauntlet in their possession, the consortium set out towards Elderheim. And upon reaching the kingdom, Xander took the gauntlet to the Lake of Fire to destroy it. As he arrived, however, he was shocked to find his path blocked by the one person who could stop him. As the consortium arrived at the BDSM club, their hearts began to palpitate with breathless anticipation. Watching the eager submissives be whipped and subjugated by their doms was almost too much to handle. Overwhelmed with arousal, Xander began to remove his clothes when Eldensil the elf suddenly exclaimed. So Xander did. He boned them all. And as he did, he gathered every clue he could find, until one night Stuart the vampire slipped up and said K-103.7 The Groove had laid down a challenge, and Xander wasn't about to back down. He'd bone every hot mythical creature in the forest, and he'd win those 2 tickets to Bumpfest. And he did! Having secured the tickets, a triumphant Xander headed to Bumpfest, only to realize. So Xander boned them all, one mythical creature after another. Stuart the vampire, Taylor the werewolf, Chad the centaur, and soon he'd amassed a group of brooding suitors who would do anything to earn his affection. "Paramours!" Xander exclaimed. "Join my quest to defeat Malmor, and I promise I will." But it wasn't. For the more hot mythical creatures Xander boned, the more his overwhelming horniness only grew. And one intimate evening, while passionately humping a nameless centaur in a gas station bathroom, he realized. Since Hunky was obsessed with finding his wife's killer, but also had severe brain damage, he was an incredibly useful patsy, and so Xander began manipulating Hunky into murdering people Xander wanted dead. Drug dealers, people who chew loudly, the terminally online, etc. It was the perfect con, until one day Hunky came by the ranch and discovered it did seem far-fetched to attempt a relationship with a person suffering from short-term memory loss, especially if that person was still grieving over their dead wife. But damn it, Xander loved that Hunky McCoy. And so, determined to win Hunky's heart, Xander set out to woo him anew each and every day. And to ensure success, Xander even— it was definitely a fascinating thought exercise, but how would Xander ever go about proving it? Suddenly, a light bulb went off. He would— Now, while it was true Xander owned the ranch, Hunky was still its irreplaceable caretaker. And Hunky hated orgies on the property. Always had. Due to Hunky's condition, however, Xander realized he could still host a raucous, fluid-filled romp without Hunky knowing. Once Hunky was asleep that night, Xander proceeded to start inviting over the horniest nymphos in town, starting with the best orgy host he knew. While Finding Who Murdered Your Wife 101 didn't seem like a class for aspiring superheroes, Xander's academic advisor assured him it was necessary to meet his graduation requirements. And so, bright-eyed and ready to learn, Xander marched into class, only to be greeted by— Now, as everyone knows, having witty, off-the-cuff banter with your teammates is an essential part of being a superhero. And Xander was eager to expand his skills. As he arrived in class, he was thrilled to discover his improv teacher was one of the greatest comedians on Earth. Zealously, Xander threw himself into his superpower training. And the more he learned, the more excited he became. For not only were superpowers an incredible way to skip the line at clubs and get brand deals, they were also a great way to— Xander entered the classroom and his pulse immediately started pounding. It was a BDSM dungeon. Suddenly, his professor approached, wrapped in a skin-tight leather jumpsuit, and presented him a satchel full of sex toys. Nervously, Xander reached into the bag and pulled out— Xander was shocked to find Scarlet Drake in the doorway, mostly because he was pretty sure she died when that explosives warehouse exploded. And although this dame couldn't be trusted, right now they needed all the help they could get. Determined to show she had changed, however, Scarlet reached into her purse and produced— Inspector Rousseau, though a terrible detective, was also a terrible fighter. Haphazardly, he searched for clues, while the horrifying swarmers flooded the barn. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, however, the bumbling inspector finally produced the clue he was searching for. Instantly, the ranch was overrun by the ravenous, inhuman swarmer horde. And though the frenzied blasts of the obliterator coated the walls in neon swarmer blood, Xander knew that time was quickly running out. Frantically, he called the only person he knew could save them. While Xander knew he should be focused on defending the ranch against the swarmers, he just couldn't concentrate on anything besides Hunky's chiseled, swollen pecs. Driven by hormone-fueled lust, Xander tore off Hunky's mesh undershirt, when suddenly— A blackjack junkie, Xander had accrued a massive debt to the Yakuza, and Takeshi Edamame Mori had finally run out of patience. As a furious Takeshi brandished his weapon, a tearful Xander begged for one last chance to clear his debt. Feeling generous, Takeshi agreed to spare Xander's life, provided Xander do one favor for Takeshi. It was billionaire heiress and reality TV star London Hotel, come to shoot her newest reality TV series about doing basic manual labor on a ranch, which would have killed in 2003. Interestingly, the producers were casting a new sidekick, and in a twist of fate, London had chosen— Without warning, the aliens attacked. their enormous spaceships laying waste to all the critical locations in Montana, like that place Custard died, and all of California's favorite ski resorts. While running from the carnage, however, Xander suddenly realized something. He alone knew the alien's secret weakness. Shockingly, it was unexpectedly. A lustful, luscious McCoy appeared in the threshold, forcefully grabbed both Xander and Hunky, and vigorously squished the trio's aching lips together.
Ah, geez, but you're my stepsister and definitely not blood-related.
Hunky considered saying, but her tongue was already thrust too deep down his throat. Moaning in pleasure and dripping in gluey saliva, Xander didn't even notice as there's a framed picture labeled Cliff Fatale and Jersey Pozzoli. Shaking hands. The party is in 30 minutes, and with all the cannolis gone and the head chef dead, it's up to Detective Wen and Gregor to make 1,000 cannolis in 30 minutes. This mysterious crate, could this be the answer to crack the case? It takes months, but eventually Xander works his way into Jersey's trusted echelon, the Doughboys. These proud few are allowed one special night with Jersey, and Xander is up next. It turns out Daphne conspired with Cliff to set Xander on a course toward his death. She never expected that he'd go on a road trip. Skates on, Gregor's father forgotten, Gregor coaches Detective Wen to the championships. Gregor's father's ashes were a bomb. Detective Wen has to choose between upholding justice for either Canada, Poland, or neither. While burying Gregor's father's ashes, their hands touch affectionately. They find themselves staring deeply into each other's shell-shocked eyes. Daphne had set up her husband's disappearance to get Xander and Gregor in the same place. Is that even a twist that makes sense? Famous record producer Shrug Midnight was capitalizing on the popularity of pirates in the inner city and filled Xander's investigation with skimpy-clothed dancers. Xander, of course. The pirates were there to take the priceless golden squid that Gregor was waiting to distribute to the masses. They fought like barbarians until it wasn't an invasion at all, but a feast for the senses. But what was the connection to Cliff and Daphne? If not for the sweaty brow and muscled wrists, Cliff fits the description Daphne gave Xander. Oh, okay. Then what? Detective Wen has no interest in canning techniques. Or does he? The canning men and women are awestruck by Detective Wen's gorgeous body. This can only end one way. He and Princess Felicia find clue after clue in the dungeon where Cliff is located. The mayor is siphoning his blood to clone voters in the next election. The clues were there the whole time. Why would someone who isn't a detective be given this job anyway? But how do we end this? Good thing Princess Felicia has a lot of experience with ninjas from her time on the streets. After a glorious battle, she lies exhausted on the floor and says, Detective Xander can't help himself. Those ties are so tight around Cliff's muscled calves. He calls Princess Felicia over and, with no choice, Xander walks back to his work chair and presses the elevator button he never dared to press. His dream has come true. Xander never wanted to be a detective. His fate was to be king. Xander only had time to ask one reunion attendee for help. Turns out Daphne was only looking for her husband Cliff because she wanted him at the party. Xander has no choice but to. With only days to go before Daphne's previously unmentioned deadline is up, Xander locates the warehouse where Cliff's drugs are kept. The man himself is inside sitting on a throne made out of only drugs. Cliff left his wife to do nerd shit. Only in the criminal underworld can someone hide well enough from Daphne's mockery. You found me, Xander Wen, but only a true detective can stop me, sneers Cliff. It was true. A good-looking man with spiky blonde hair and a killer's smile. He was the perfect mascot for forbidden pleasures. Xander can rescue Cliff, but only by getting through Conrad and his bad smell. Oh no! Now the plot is about how exactly he retrieves his pants. Then the book will end immediately because we're out of pages. Daphne must have done this out of retaliation for Xander wasting his time at the Dismal Palms. What does Xander do? He simply had to spend another night. But then, Xander arrived at the wharf to pick up the drugs, and was stunned to discover the identity of the supplier was none other than, incidentally, Enzo's son was 32, and Xander wasn't very entertaining, but he did know a few chords on the guitar. And so he performed for Enzo Jr. and his friends, who promptly... Now, President Brianna Robinson was a lot of things, but Xander was pretty sure a cyborg wasn't one of them. Nevertheless, he got invited to a fundraiser and threw a bottle of water at the president, who, luckily, Enzo was exactly Xander's type. And as the two began to passionately suck face, Enzo turned to Xander and said, apparently Muncher's sidekick Wendell had been brutally murdered, and Muncher needed Xander to help find the killer. That's easy, Xander replied. Wendell was obviously murdered by... Xander hated nothing more than cross-country road trips. They were boring and cliché, but he could tell it was important for Muncher. And as the road trip ended, Muncher turned to Xander and said, Xander wasn't sure he'd be much help. After all, the aliens had already conquered pretty much everything. But he decided there was one last Hail Mary move he could try, and Xander agreed. Lucky for him, the ghost was hot. And as a moaning Xander sensually licked the otherworldly apparition, he thought. Now, Xander, although definitely crooked, usually didn't get involved with murdering people. Larry, however, was offering a lot of cash, and Xander did have massive student loan debt. Conflicted, Xander finally made the decision to, as embarrassing as it was, Larry didn't know how to dance. So Xander agreed to teach him. And as they practiced, Xander suddenly realized, candidly, Xander had absolutely no idea how to help with that. And so, as Larry readied to leap from 100,000 feet above the earth, Xander had never hosted an orgy before, but he wasn't going to pass this up. And so, as their naked guests moaned and writhed in transcendent pleasure, a satisfied Xander turned to Larry and said, determined to make the lube talk, a sadistic Xander attached a car battery to its tub and shocked it with 12 volts of electricity. And to Xander's surprise, the tub of lube, Xander wasn't sure what covering himself in lube would accomplish, but he did know this. Maybe the lube hadn't been useful in the way Xander expected, but in the end, it was a lifesaver. With his skin protected, Xander was able to successfully climb Everest, and as he reached the summit, he was stunned to discover, "Come here, baby," Xander seductively cooed. And as he eagerly traced his velvety tongue along the lube's moist surface, he suddenly wondered. Coughing up water, Xander was washed ashore on Skiros Island. And there, just as predicted, was Cliff Fatale surrounded by the sirens. With no time to lose, Xander grabbed Cliff and, while Xander was pretty sure crypto was only an electronic currency, he didn't concern himself too much with the details. After all, he was a billionaire now, and as such he did the first thing all newly minted billionaires do, and Doomzilla, actually a pretty decent dude, dropped Xander off on Skiros, where the sirens were just about to murder Cliff Fatale. Fast, Xander reached into his trench coat and produced the one thing he knew could stop them. As the lustful mermaid seductively licked every inch of his body, Xander totally forgot about his mission. And as they writhed in untamed passion, a moaning Xander exclaimed, "He's right over there!" The dolphin clicked. And sure enough, there was Cliff Fatale, with a group of sirens ready to murder him. Thinking fast, Xander pulled out his gun and the dolphin agreed, and Drive a Dolphin was born. The business was so lucrative that Xander was able to retire from detective work forever and focus on his true passion. "We have less than 5 minutes!" a frightened dolphin clicked. Time was of the essence. Quickly, Xander found Cliff Fatale, saved him from the sirens, and jumped back onto the dolphin just as, did he? The dolphin had all the hookups. And as Xander exposed his bare ass to the leathery sting of the dominatrix's whip, he thought trying to impound a military drone was really stupid, and in response the drone ejected Xander into the sky. Careening back to Earth, Xander squeezed his eyes shut and, instantly, the Storm Strike X crashed into the island. Pulling himself from the rubble, Xander spotted Daphne Fatale. She was a siren, and she had Cliff there with a group of sirens ready to murder him. Thinking fast, Xander pulled out his gun and, cackling maniacally, the demonic spirit crashed the Storm Strike X into the island. Dazed, Xander pulled himself from the wreckage to find Cliff Fatale! The murderous sirens had surrounded them both, but Xander had one last Hail Mary move up his sleeve, and as wave after wave of intoxicating pleasure washed over him, Xander realized he'd never felt so alive. Screw being a detective and solving this mystery, Xander thought. From now on, the only thing I want out of life is to... Cliff Fatale! I found you! Xander exclaimed. And although it was totally coincidental, Xander had done that, thus cementing once and for all his reputation as an adequate detective and the world's greatest. And what a show he gave them! It was the most hilarious improv show ever performed by a nude amateur. And when it was over, to show their appreciation, the enthusiastic crowd showered Xander in...
"Fool,"
Malmore bellowed.
"While you have lain naked, I, Malmore the Deathless, have conquered your realm. And as your ruler, I now demand tribute."
Xander considered this for a moment, before giving Malmore the greatest gift he possessed. Passionately, Xander and the siren began to ravenously explore each other's dripping bodies, and as the siren sensually licked Xander's exposed clavicle, he moaned. Arriving at the deserted squid cannery, Xander suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of a revolver being cocked. It was a setup! Unbeknownst to him, Fuzz was secretly on the mayor's payroll the whole time. Someone had to go down for killing the mayor's mistress, and it wasn't going to be the mayor. Trapped, Xander squeezed his eyes shut as Xander, ever the lovable rebel, just wasn't interested in handling the mayor's dumb murder case. Not today, anyway, considering it was such a gorgeous day outside. Fuzz, ever the wet blanket, pleaded with Xander that they needed to focus on the mystery. Captain Hardass had already told them they were on thin ice after their previous zany escapades. But Xander had a better idea. See, Xander, before his cover was blown on a mission in Zagreb, had been a rising star in the GSA, the generic spy agency. It was there that he learned of several terror cells operating out of squid canneries along the U.S. eastern seaboard, overseen by a shadowy figure known only as the Tentacle. Was the Tentacle involved in Candy's murder? There was only one way to find out. Xander turned to Fuzz. "Come on, we're gonna turn this Tentacle into calamari," he said, as he brandished. "It must be so hard to have lost someone you loved," said Xander as he held the mayor close. "I'd do anything to help you take that pain away." And as their eyes met, the mayor unexpectedly found himself being pulled towards Xander, his mouth ravenously exploring Xander's, his hands reaching hungrily beneath Xander's belt, firmly grasping his throbbing. The mayor, a jealous, vindictive bastard, would never let anyone beat him at anything, even something as seemingly trivial as a prank competition. Before Xander could react, the mayor pulled out his .45, aimed it at Fuzz's skull, and pulled the trigger, yelling. The mayor handed over a brilliant gold trophy, which instantly crumbled to pieces in Fuzz's hands. It was paper mache! Being declared the winner was just another prank. Now the true and undisputed prank champion, the mayor grabbed his mistress Candy. And what an incredible grand prize! 2 tickets to the moon, courtesy of billionaire Larry Aruba's Mooncation rocket service. Speechless, Fuzz held his friend of 20 years close, and Xander stared in bewilderment as the mayor, Candy, and Fuzz began to hungrily tear the clothes off each other's pulsating bodies. Apparently, the prize for winning the prank competition was that the winner got to make love to the loser. Candy's rationale for involvement was less clear, but no one seemed to complain. Watching the steamy, writhing threesome unfold, Xander realized what he had to do. Once inside the bunker, Xander suddenly noticed a diary in the corner. Curious, he opened it and was stunned to discover today's entry. "I can't believe I just drowned my mistress, Candy! Me, the mayor of Sprawlsville!" Realizing the vast conspiracy he'd uncovered, Xander decided that if the world was going to end, then he too would go out with one last Hail Mary move. Xander stared in shock. The bunker was filled with various imaginary friends he'd had as a child. Morris the platypus, Keiko the anthropomorphic tempura roll, Norman the custodian with no observable mouth.
This is an intervention,
Morris explained.
"You're addicted to solving mysteries,"
Keiko added. Norman didn't say anything, on account of he didn't have a mouth. Taking a deep breath, a stoic Xander realized what he had to do. The bunker was utterly barren of the supplies necessary for survival. Stoically, Xander turned to his friends. "We'll die down here without food," he said. "Someone has to go back out there, and that someone is definitely me, the hero." Despite Fuzz and the mayor's pleas, an unflinching Xander took a deep breath, threw open the bunker door to the outside world, and was shocked to discover the bunker was positively dripping with sex. Spanking benches, sex swings, every delicious toy in existence. A portrait of the mayor, naked with a ball gag of course, hung over the stockades. Suddenly, Fuzz spanked Xander's ass with a velvet-handled paddle, causing a flushed Xander to... It didn't take a detective to realize that the mayor had clearly murdered his mistress. It also helped that Candy had written, "The mayor drowned me," in the nearby sand. Thinking fast, Fuzz seduced the mayor to temporarily distract him, while Xander tackled him from behind. They knocked him to the ground and cuffed him as Xander exclaimed. The mayor's son, Toby Mayor, was leaving for college that afternoon. If Xander and Fuzz were going to successfully reunite this estranged father-son duo, they had better do it fast. Hopping in their squad car, the trio sped off to the Sprawlsville airport, where the mayor raced onto Toby's plane and... Suddenly, a faint ticking interrupted the tender moment. It seemed to be coming from... Candy? Confused, Xander tore open her jacket, revealing a vest of C4 strapped to her body. They stared in shock. If the bomb detonated and destroyed the body, they'd never find Candy's killer. In that moment, Xander and Fuzz realized what they had to do. Gently, Fuzz lay the mayor down onto the master bed, the sea breeze fluttering through the curtains. Tenderly, he began to trace his titanium tongue along the mayor's neck, causing him to whimper in anticipation. Finally, Fuzz reached the mayor's ear.
"I know this won't bring Candy back,"
he whispered,
"but I think it'll help ease your pain."
The mayor moaned eagerly. As Fuzz revealed, Fuzz was caught red-handed, and by his loyal partner, no less. "Why, Fuzz," a teary-eyed Xander exclaimed. "Just for some dame? You better than anyone know what they do to dirty robot cops in this town. They..." Shocked, Fuzz listened as Unit 14J explained that her wedding invitation was all an elaborate ruse she and Xander orchestrated to jolt Fuzz into finally being a proactive partner. And it worked! And seeing how far Fuzz was willing to go to win her back convinced Unit 14J that he truly had changed. To celebrate, she'd invited all their friends to the seedy squid cannery for a surprise wedding! Brimming with joy, Fuzz realized there was only one thing he needed to do before marrying the robot of his dreams. Unbridled power suddenly surged through Fuzz's mainframe, giving him super robot abilities, like super speed and the ability to win every argument on social media. And with these newfound powers, Fuzz set out to do one final task. Confused, Fuzz opened the door to find a voluptuous half-naked plumber in the threshold. Having not called a plumber, this was unexpected, but nevertheless he invited the plumber in. Instantly, the plumber shoved their tongue into Fuzz's awaiting mouth. Moaning in ecstasy, they hungrily began to tear off each other's clothes just as... At the ceremony, right before the vows were exchanged, Brent revealed the secret Fuzz was confident he'd buried forever. That 10 years ago he'd covertly been on the take for Sprawlsville Mafia boss Enzo Stereotipo. Shocked, all attention turned to Unit 14J, unsure of how she'd react. Locking eyes with Fuzz, Unit 14J finally said what was in her heart. At the ceremony, Fuzz was mortified to discover the real Viscount of Blagoevgrad in attendance. The charade was up. But Unit 14J, having spent so much quality time reconnecting with Fuzz, realized how much she missed him. And his dumb antics like this. As the officiant asked Unit 14J if she agreed to take Brent's hand in marriage, she surprised everyone by saying, "You see, before becoming an overpaid orthodontist, Brent had worked as a GSA interrogator at a black site in Kandahar. In the middle of the night, he kidnapped Fuzz, brought him to a seedy squid cannery, and injected him with the truth serum sodium amytal. It was then that Fuzz finally confessed that Brent knew that if he seduced Fuzz and Unit 14J found out, he'd reveal Fuzz as both a fraud and a cheater. Sure, the logic was kinda iffy, but Brent wasn't a particularly smart orthodontist. That night, when Fuzz returned to his room, he was shocked to discover Brent in his bed, naked and glistening in oil. Unable to resist Brent's perfect teeth, Fuzz straddled his crotch. His breathing labored. When...
Are you insane? Xander exclaimed. Awakening Doomzilla? It'll bring nothing but death and destruction and endless franchise installments. I understand you want to impress your dame, but this just ain't the way, Broseph.
Highly conflicted, Fuzz took a deep, measured breath and made his decision to... Now, Fuzz had never raised a baby before, let alone a kaiju baby. But he wasn't about to let Doomzilla raise a child on her own. And although winning Unit 14J's heart had been his sole desire, in that moment, he suddenly realized he'd been called to do something even greater. Holding the adorable baby kaiju in his arms, he smiled and said, and Rampage Doomzilla did. With unbridled fury, it lay waste to Unit 14J's elaborate, yet tasteful, rustic-themed wedding. Floral arrangements trampled, wedding cake smashed, maid of honor crushed to death. Realizing he'd gone too far, Fuzz did his best to subdue the rampaging beast, but to no avail. With time running out, Fuzz did the only Hail Mary move he had left to stop Doomzilla and win Unit 14J's heart. Fuzz couldn't believe his eye sensors. There was Doomzilla, emerging from the depths of the sea, looking absolutely stunning. Its lips were plump and luscious, its scales glistening, its bedroom eyes seeming to scream, "Ravish me, you robotic stud! Pin me down and make me yours!" Aching with lust, Fuzz tenderly grabbed Doomzilla by the paw and... Apparently, the wedding was being held in the only jurisdiction on Earth where conspiracy to commit adultery was considered a crime, which Fuzz probably should have known, being a robot cop and all. But love makes us do funny things, right? Funny, horrible things. But given their history, Xander, who had in the last few minutes been elected district attorney, offered Fuzz a plea deal. All the charges would be dropped, as long as Fuzz... Apparently, Fuzz's evangelical parents, Harold and Cyberbot, had come upstate to celebrate their 51st wedding anniversary, and the hotel had accidentally reserved them the same room as Fuzz. What were the odds? 1 out of 69,000, but that's not the point. It was terribly embarrassing, but good old Harold knew how to alleviate the awkward tension. He reached into his luggage and pulled out the one thing that would lead to a happy ending for all. Terrified, a naked Fuzz leapt from bed just as the rogue T-Rex violently crashed into the hotel, instantly turning it to rubble. And although he'd never confronted a T-Rex, in that moment Fuzz instinctually knew exactly what he had to do. "My marriage was all an elaborate sham to entice you back," she declared while disrobing seductively. "Sure, Brent the orthodontist might have given me stability, but he never could have made me feel the way you do." With that, she draped her glistening titanium legs over his aching crotch, straddling the robot equivalent of his engorged manhood, and, quickly, Xander brandished a set of steel handcuffs. The same set of steel handcuffs he'd previously used to arrest the worst criminals of Sprawlville's seedy underworld, and also a few totally innocent people that we don't talk about. Today, though, the cuffs would be used as they'd never been used before, as Xander handcuffed Deborah to... Thinking fast, Xander reached into his super badass, definitely not overcompensating trench coat and produced Flouncy, the miraculous elastic goo that was also a fuel and was also sentient, apparently. Quickly, Xander drenched Deborah in the goop and using all his strength, bounced her out of the power plant to safety. Hilariously, she soared through the air and landed in the wackiest place imaginable. Xander knew he shouldn't use the monkey's paw. After all, their whole deal is that the wish outcomes are always twisted and ironic. However, Xander had procured this particular paw from a super straightforward by-the-books monkey, so he assumed the wishes would be on the level. Taking a deep breath, Xander opened his mouth and said, "I wish." Seductively, Xander draped the edible panties along Deborah's luscious lips. Voraciously, she devoured them, moaning in pleasure as the flavors gently traipsed across her expecting tongue. Finally full, she let out a sigh of ecstasy. But Xander had one more surprise awaiting for dessert. The cold steel of justice clamped down on Katie's lithe wrists.
Your glitz and glamour may get you a pass in Hollywood, Toots, but you're in my jurisdiction now, sweetheart. And you're under arrest for obstructing police business, dull face.
Defiantly, Xander shoved her into the back of the cop car as a heartbroken Katie exclaimed, before he was a detective, Xander actually had a lucrative career doing social media for the now outlawed energy drink, Kidney Punch. And if he could market an energy drink that was considered a pesticide in 35 countries, he could market anything. Quickly, he prepared a deck and presented Katie his master plan to increase her followers. All she had to do was... The mournful sound of the Gjallar horn echoed across the land, rousing Fenrir the wolf and Jormungandr the serpent from their slumber. And as the frost-bitten Fimbulwinter cloaked the world in endless darkness, a sullen Xander turned to Kitty Kasparian and said... Rhythmically, Xander began to sway his tanned, muscular body while pulling his pants down his powerful, sinewy thighs. And as he danced, Katie suddenly pushed her lush, full lips against his. What had began as a distraction had devolved into zealous, soggy intercourse. And as their eager bodies climaxed in ecstasy, they didn't even notice that Horvat, Ms. Jackson, as director of the GSA, had resources far beyond Xander and Fuzz's wildest imaginations. Because, let's be real here, they were in way over their heads. As Ms. Jackson's GSA officers swarmed the power plant and apprehended Horvat, she turned to Xander and confidently declared... Katerina stepped out of the car and within seconds was berating her son.
You dropped out of medical school for this? Seriously? And how exactly are you going to provide grandchildren for me on a terrorist salary? Why couldn't you be more like your brother Luca?
In a disappointed huff, Katerina stormed off as Horvat chased after her. As he passed a smirking Xander, Horvat sneered and muttered, "Give us the nuke, or we kill your daughter," Fuzz exclaimed. Horvat, realizing he had no other choice, handed over the nuke. Triumphant, Xander and Fuzz cuffed him and threw him in the squad car. Anya was released, and as the cops peeled away, her eyes watched them. At the sight of the BDSM toys, Horvat's pupils instantly dilated with breathless desire. Clearly, he liked what he saw. Biting his lower lip in pleasure, he reached for a particularly gigantic paddle as... Fiercely, she hacked at Xander, but her blade was simply no match for his master detective skills. With Misty dispatched, Xander quickly turned his attention back to Horvat, just as the terrorist triggered the nuclear device. Frantically, Xander leapt at Horvat, screaming with his last breath. Aided by their youthful appearance, due to a rigorous skincare routine, Misty and Xander successfully infiltrated Sprawlsville High. And although their undercover efforts did get Xander crowned prom king, in the end, Principal Lamewad still expelled them for... Instantly recognizing the urn of Hieropolis, Xander pleaded with Misty not to open it and unleash its horrific power. Unfazed, Misty eagerly opened the urn and was shocked to find... Beckoning Xander into her hotel room, Misty immediately threw herself at him. And as the night wore on, the duo did incredibly sexy things. In fact, they did things far beyond Xander's wildest imagination, which was super impressive because Xander could imagine, like, a lot. He could even imagine... The duo apprehended Shrug trying to escape through the 100-car garage.
It wasn't me. I was already in prison,
Shrug proclaimed. It was definitely a solid alibi. But unfortunately for Shrug, Xander had already uncovered the one piece of irrefutable evidence tying him to the case.
Robbie Draymond, what are you doing here?
Xander, clearly a fan, exclaimed. Confused, Robbie looked around in bewilderment. Isn't this Grand Central Station? I'm trying to get to the cloisters.
No, silly, Xander chuckled and said,
It was terrorist mastermind the Tentacle! Breathlessly, the duo chased him to Larry's helipad, where the Tentacle leapt into an escape drone. As he ascended into the sky, Xander let out a furious barrage of hot lead, striking the drone's propeller and causing it to wildly careen in two. Fuzz and Xander brought Vixen to the solarium for the interrogation. As they berated her with questions, however, it became clear that the verbal onslaught was one of her many kinks. The more they yelled, the more she writhed in ecstasy, whimpering and moaning, until in a final burst of uncontrollable passion she suddenly screamed. Unbeknownst to the partygoers, Xander had arrested himself only a few hours earlier for the brutal gangland-style murder of Enzo Stereotipo, Sprawlsville's most stereotypical mob boss. Realizing it was only a matter of time before his friends discovered the truth, Xander decided there was only one way to ensure his secret would never be discovered. Regrettably, the subject of his 1000th arrest had been none other than his adorable talking Rottweiler Chunky, for dozens of counts of insurance fraud. And though the party continued raging around him, a morose Xander drank his champagne in silence, Chunky's final words during the arrest ricocheting endlessly in his brain. Unbelievably, only a few hours earlier, Xander had been responsible for arresting none other than the President of the United States, for walking backwards while simultaneously eating a donut. Yup, that's a real law on the books in Marion, Ohio. And although he had done his duty like a champ, it was clear to Xander that the incident would end his career in law enforcement forever. With no other choice, Xander realized he'd have to go back to the only other job he'd ever been any good at. Lexi's voracious sex addiction had recently turned to prostitution, so Xander had been forced to arrest her on his way to the party. And while the raucous celebration surrounded him, through the mansion's floor-to-ceiling windows he caught a glimpse of her in the back seat of his squad car. She stared at him with desperate, pleading eyes, sensually biting her bottom lip, and seductively mouthing the words. Fast, Xander and Fuzz raced into the master bedroom searching for the gunman. As they entered, however, they were shocked to discover the shot was just a distraction, which almost allowed Larry Aruba to escape with the map. With no time to lose, Xander pulled the one Hail Mary move he had left and...
Come on, Xander!
The dune buggy excitedly sputtered.
Hop inside me, and together we'll drive to the lost city of El Dorado. All I ask is for 30% of the gold we recover.
Contemplating the offer, Xander took a long, pregnant pause and... Julian Montpellier! Xander was shocked, having been certain Montpellier died when the Paris catacombs collapsed upon him 5 years prior. But there he was, mostly alive and escaping with the map. As Montpellier raced towards the exit, Xander took a deep breath and did the one thing he knew would stop him in his tracks. Urgently, a desperate Xander grabbed the map and attempted to claw his way out from under the throbbing, moaning heap. Just when he'd given up all hope, however, a muscular hand dragged him up from the squirming pile of glistening flesh. Larry Aruba!
Come on, Xander,
Larry declared.
It's finally time for us to...
Enzo, also a recovering sex addict, knew the perilous situation Xander was in. One wrong move and Xander would backslide faster than a penguin on a glacier.
Listen to me, buckaroo,
Enzo said forcefully.
Your only hope is to imagine the least sexy thing in all existence. Can you do that for me, slugger?
Stoically, Xander nodded, for he knew just the thing to imagine.
Not again, Xander!
Xander exclaimed.
I thought you'd learned your lesson after the incident in Amsterdam. Anyway, I'll give you the exact same advice I gave you then.
Darius!
A breathless Xander exclaimed.
Quickly, fly me away from this cesspool of sinful temptation!
And so Darius, ever his master's faithful companion, did just that. Majestically, he flapped his leathery wings and the duo instantly departed for... Instantly, Lexi arrived on the scene. She grabbed Xander forcefully, pushing her body against his.
Look into my eyes, Xander. Don't focus on the hot socialite heaps. Only focus on me. We can fight this together.
So Xander did. He focused all his attention on Lexi's beautiful eyes, her quivering lips, her labored, shallow breathing until... Success! These miscreants were all dead. And to finally defeat Malmore, Xander and Jimmy, wishing on a shooting star, Xander and Jimmy magically switched bodies with the skinheads, Herr Earl and the Mangler. And with no one the wiser, Xander and Jimmy then escaped the compound and headed straight for... The Gauntlet of Gloom had many powers. Among them, the power to render its wearer invisible. So when the skinheads came to check in on the duo, Xander donned the gauntlet and instantly disappeared. Flabbergasted, the skinheads rushed into the meth lab while Xander escaped unseen. Finally free, Xander ventured off to...
Well, hey there, boys,
Xander cooed seductively. Entranced by Xander's velvety voice and bedroom eyes, the skinheads opened the door to the meth lab, and as an amorous Xander leaned in close... Now, entrapment is illegal, but Xander didn't become a detective by playing by the rules. Calling Malmore that night, Xander explained that there was a shipment of cheap drugs unloading at the docks if Malmore wanted them. And then, when Malmore arrived to purchase the drugs, Xander sprung his trap and... Now, Xander wasn't Korean, nor did he have any musical ability, but he figured it was worth a shot. However, it wasn't. Despite Xander's best efforts, the band never took off, and he spent the rest of his life. It was a fantastic idea that Xander should have conceived of much, much earlier. As it was, Malmore's forces had already conquered most of the realm, and it was only a matter of time before his rule was absolute. Given that, Xander proceeded to do the most pragmatic thing he could think of. And it was just crazy enough to work! Immediately, Xander began humping anyone who was DTF, spreading his baby batter like some kind of horny Johnny Appleseed. And as word of his erotic exploits finally reached Malmore, the Dark Wizard, outmatched and overpowered, said, deep within the recesses of Sprawlsville's dankest prison was the only person Xander was absolutely certain had the power to destroy Emperor Ka. And so, with a deep breath, Xander threw open the most secure cell in the prison, revealing, while stopping Emperor Ka was definitely a huge priority, it's not every day you're invited to audition for reality TV mainstay American Maestro. And so, with cameras rolling, an exuberant Xander entered the stage and belted his lungs out. And as he finished his song, host Randy Randerson proclaimed, it was Xander's greatest fear realized. Emperor Ka and Malmore had forged an alliance. It was more important than ever that Xander destroy the Gauntlet of Gloom. Arriving in Elderheim, Xander raced to the Lake of Fire, held the gauntlet over the flames, and with all his strength, everyone knew Tinselwood Key parties were the hottest, and although Xander had prior obligations, he wasn't about to miss the most erotic event of the season. Arriving at the party, Xander immediately disrobed, and biting his lips seductively approached.
Yo, Xander,
Enzo texted.
I know we're arch enemies and all, but you gotta stop this wise guy Malmore. He's gonna enslave us all, capiche?
It was just the kick in the pants Xander needed. Fast, he raced to Malmore's kingdom of Elderheim, chucked the gauntlet into the Lake of Fire, and Xander had never been so embarrassed. In a panic, he tried to hide his shame, but in doing so accidentally tripped over his pants and fell backwards into...
Oh, shit, Malmore,
a frantic Xander thought. He'd totally forgotten all about that. Realizing it was definitely too late to stop the inevitable, Xander did the only thing he could. Days became weeks and weeks became years. For Xander, time no longer had any meaning. He had achieved sexual nirvana, and the petty worries of this world no longer concerned him. Not even. Possessed by a relentless fixation, Xander pursued his goal. He butchered his way up the criminal underworld, until he finally found himself face to face with the person who had stolen his life. And as his foe emerged from the shadows, Xander was horrified to discover his tormentor's true identity. His ordeal having greatly altered his priorities, Xander decided to eschew everything from his past to pursue his ultimate passion, teaching a dog to play high school basketball. And several months of training later, watching his golden retriever Chunky deliver the game-winning dunk against the Utah Sacs, a contented Xander smiled and said, and so he did. He raced to the Lake of Fire and held the Gauntlet of Gloom above the flames, before triumphantly, and so he did. He raced to Sprawlsville's red light district, found the first available prostitute, and... Now, Xander didn't know who had killed his wife, but he knew they were a huge pickleball aficionado. And having a team in the finals gave Xander the opportunity to unmask her killer once and for all. As the cantankerous geezers took to the court, Xander scoured the stands for any suspicious faces, and was stunned to see, yes, the Petro Pickle Punishers had new uniforms and players who had bothered to learn the rules, but Xander's team had something they never would. Mere months left to live. And as the Pickle Punishers tore Xander's team a new catheter hole, Xander came to a heartfelt realization. To undertake the journey to Elderheim and destroy the Gauntlet, Xander needed the support of an epic band of heroes. And while his pickleball team wasn't that, they were willing to work for free tickets to bingo night. Gathering his consortium of heroes, Xander pointed towards the kingdom of Elderheim and proclaimed, and there was only one way to find out. Stripping down to his underwear, Xander beckoned the team seductively towards their rundown tour bus. As they hobbled inside, Xander smiled and said, soon, every police station in Sprawlsville had integrated Whoopsie technology into their crime-fighting strategy. And as robot dogs outfitted with AK-47s flooded the streets, CEO Xander Wen basked in his achievement and proclaimed, Whoopsie's first parody video game was entitled Berate Everything, and it was beloved by all. In fact, it made Xander $1 billion, which he proudly donated to... Before long, Whoopsie had cured human aging and effectively eradicated biological death. And 1,000 years later, CEO Xander Wen was basking in the utopia he'd created when, if there was one thing everyone needed, it was lube. And as Whoopsie-branded lube filled the shelves, CEO Xander Wen couldn't help but imagine it was the obsession that fueled his every waking moment. But it was a mystery he never did solve. And as he lay naked surrounded by the writhing billionaires, Xander suddenly felt,
It's right now!
A fellow billionaire exclaimed. And suddenly, the bus for Rock and Roll Fantasy Camp rolled up to the orgy, epic guitar licks emanating from inside. Gleefully, Xander jumped inside as the bus peeled out towards... The horrified shrieks from outside the estate answered Xander's question. And as Malmore's minions lay waste to the land, the naked billionaires and Xander hunkered inside the estate and, the smell of sex permeating his nostrils, Xander proceeded to bone in the endless intoxicating pleasure for at least a week. After that, they needed to clear out the estate for a seminar about manifesting success. Xander wanted to attend, but the mayor, realizing he'd been caught red-handed, attempted to flee. But Flamhammer the Troll knocked him unconscious with his mace, the Bone Crusher. As police swarmed the party, Xander grabbed the mayor by his collar and... It was true. Xander had indeed somehow managed to slam his dick in the car door. Doubled over in excruciating pain, Xander collapsed on the floor as... Suddenly, the mayor reverted to his horrifying true form. That of Alderman the Mayoral, acolyte of Malmore. Unwavering, the consortium grabbed their weapons, and a resolute Xander bellowed. Hungrily, the mayor pulled Xander into the nearest restroom, and ravenously they licked each other's clavicles. And just as the mayor was in the final throes of ecstasy, Xander... Although Xander was totally wasted, it was true. Riley had tried to murder him. For, unbeknownst to everyone else, Riley was a sociopath who coerced people into marrying her, only to murder them for the insurance money. Could Xander prove it? That'd be up to a jury to decide. And so the police loaded Riley into the squad car as a satisfied Xander. It was highly embarrassing, but Riley was used to Xander's pathetic outbursts. Pulling him aside, however, Riley let slip a secret that blew Xander's mind. Oh, but it was. For Riley's fiancée was none other than Malmore himself. Knowing Xander would crash the wedding, Malmore had put into motion a series of events that would lead Xander straight to him. Realizing he'd fallen into a trap, Xander knew he must defeat Malmore there and then. With a consortium by his side, Xander raised his weapon and... Riley knew she shouldn't, but she couldn't help feeling the same way. Ditching the altar, she leapt into Xander's muscular arms, her soft lips pressed forcefully against his, her tongue hungrily exploring his awaiting mouth. Aching with lust, the couple fell to the ground and began vigorously exploring each other's bodies, as Riley's fiancée, Zaddy, the one person who knew every one of Xander's moves, because they were also his moves. Suddenly, however, Xander had a brilliant idea to defeat Zaddy once and for all. Taking a deep, focused breath, Xander...
Mr. Sergeant, we meet again, Xander sneered. Let's see how powerful you are without your precious dodgeballs.
With that, Xander grabbed the Gauntlet of Gloom and chucked it into the flames, proving that without his dodgeballs, Mr. Sergeant was... The terrifying silhouette of Malmore stood before the flames of the fire lake.
Do not destroy the gauntlet, Malmore bellowed. Wear it instead, and wield its power as my disciple.
Should he? Xander ruminated on the proposition, before ultimately deciding to... Hello, handsome, Riley cooed, undressing Xander with her eyes. And although Xander tried to fight it, the lust he felt for her was overpowering. Sensually, she traced her tongue along his Adam's apple, when a defiant Xander suddenly broke the trance and, having been spotted, the figure frantically darted out of the club, Xander hot on their tail. Racing through the seedy alleys, Xander finally cornered the figure, and was stunned to learn it was... Across the room, Eldensil spotted her parents, her mother dressed in leather and whipping her father's bare ass. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she raced from the club and was instantly... It was true! The club was clearly a manifestation conjured by Malmore's magic. And as he cleared his mind, Xander realized they weren't at a BDSM club at all, but at the Lake of Fire within the kingdom of Elderheim. Holding the Gauntlet of Gloom above the flames, Xander finally fulfilled his destiny and... Xander had not, and although this maybe wasn't the best time, he let his genitals do the thinking. Fiercely, he thrust his velvety tongue into Eldensil's eager mouth, and as she whimpered in ecstasy, Xander gathered up all the hot mythical creatures for a group interrogation. And as he grilled them one by one, Xander finally learned the truth he'd long been searching for. That's not true, Xander exclaimed. But deep down in his heart, he knew it was. His wife wasn't dead. She had just remarried a finance bro named Chad and was living upstate somewhere. Devastated, Xander loaded his gun and went. It was true. Xander had been so busy boning hot mythical creatures he'd completely forgotten about Malmore and the goblet or whatever. Quickly, Xander raced to Malmore's stronghold, the kingdom of Elderheim, chucked the goblet into the Lake of Fire, and proclaimed... Could he really? Could Xander give up the mystery that had consumed his every waking moment and re-devote himself to the brooding, alluring vampire who stood before him? As Stuart held Xander affectionately in his athletic arms, a content Xander whispered, while it was nice to be needed, Xander couldn't help but feel increasingly irritated. Couldn't this dumb town survive for 2 minutes without him? The answer was no. For the moment Xander left for Bumpfest, Sprawlsville was instantly destroyed by...
Damn it,
Xander thought.
What good is a music festival if you have to experience it sober?
Super bummed, Xander scalped his tickets to a roadie named Toad and headed back towards Sprawlsville. Malmore. Xander had been so busy boning vampires and werewolves and that one unicorn that he'd totally forgotten about him. Fortunately, Stephen, the hot, brooding vampire, had the secret to destroy Malmore all along. It was true. Apparently, Xander had been having such frequent, raunchy sex that now his body just couldn't stop. Distraught, Xander did the one thing he knew would cure his condition, and, desperate to bring the Sprawlsville stabber to justice, the mythical suitors agreed. And after years of painstakingly tracking down every lead, Xander finally found him.
Stabber, Xander decreed. You're under arrest for...
Being a social media influencer was seen as being more valuable than real money for some reason, so the mythical suitors agreed. And so Xander helped them go viral and build their followings. Finally satisfied, Xander told them it was now time to... The mythical suitors were sold, and together the consortium set out to destroy the Gauntlet of Gloom. The journey was arduous, but finally they arrived in Malmore's kingdom of Elderheim. But Xander had no control over his coven, and soon Stuart the Vampire wore the gauntlet himself, making him the new Elder Lord. Only one thing could save this. His paramour smiled seductively. He had a deal. They'd help him defeat Malmore, but first he had to uphold his end of the bargain. As Taylor the werewolf erotically licked his earlobes, and Stuart the vampire tenderly rubbed his exposed chest, Xander moaned in pleasure and cooed. Xander's worst fears had been realized. He'd been so busy boning that he'd failed to testify for a myriad of trials, and as a result, hundreds of guilty criminals had gone free. It was there and then Xander decided he needed to make a change. From that moment forth, he'd never bone anyone again and focus all his energy on... Sure, sex was good, but know what was even better? Attention. And being a social media influencer meant lots and lots of attention, even if you didn't deserve any. So Xander dove right in, and within hours he had amassed enough followers to quit being a detective and devote all his time to creating SpawnCon for great brands like...
Oh shit, Malmore!
A frantic Xander thought. He'd totally forgotten all about that. Realizing it was definitely too late to stop the inevitable, Xander did the only thing he could. Finally, Xander had accepted his place in the universe. He was a salacious sex addict who boned centaurs in gas station bathrooms. Content with his lot, Xander smiled peacefully, and Hunky stood in the threshold, shocked to see Xander recording a knick-knack about how to manipulate someone with short-term memory loss into murdering people for you. Enraged, Hunky grabbed Xander's revolver, shoved it firmly against Xander's head, and growled. Without warning, the world around him began glitching out, and Hunky suddenly realized that all life was just a video game where he was a supporting character, not even the main character, which was really depressing. However, freed from the burden of needing to find meaning, Hunky finally had the freedom to do the one thing he'd always wanted. Pushing open his wardrobe, Hunky was stunned to find it was a gateway to a magical world. This was especially surprising as he bought it at IKEA. Let's face it, their furniture is anything but magical. Stepping inside, Hunky was suddenly greeted by a half-human, half-goat named Mr. Tummy. And instinctually, Hunky... Now, joining the Mile High Club was mostly to distract Hunky from learning the truth, but also Xander legitimately wanted to do it. And so, after buying 2 discount tickets to Boise, Xander and Hunky locked themselves in the plane's lavatory and proceeded to... jaywalking, torrenting anime, regicide. Hunky had done it all. So Xander, desperate for Hunky's love, pulled some strings to make that rap sheet disappear. And when he learned what Xander had done, a grateful Hunky gave Xander what he always wanted. Xander's blog about dating in the big city was an overnight success, and it quickly led to a lucrative deal to adapt the blog for a failing TV network desperate to reach Gen Z audiences. Now a millionaire, Xander had enough money to develop a cure for Hunky's condition. So he did, which caused a grateful Hunky to... Before he was a detective, Xander had dabbled in being a billionaire entrepreneur in the neurological implant space. And as such, he was able to fund the development of a device that would cure Hunky for good. After a harrowing and probably illegal procedure, Hunky's memory was completely restored. Ecstatic, Hunky held Xander and proclaimed... Knowing that sultry roleplay was Hunky's favorite kink, Xander dressed as a seductive French maid in order to help win his heart. But over time, the uniform became less of a costume and increasingly more of a role Xander came to embrace. Cleaning, cooking, laundry? Soon they consumed Xander's entire identity, until he could barely remember. Now, would murdering a cruel mafia boss actually prove that we live in a simulation? Research on the particular subject was scant, so the need for Xander's experiment was even more critical. Locating Enzo, Xander shoved his revolver against the back of the mob boss's head and shouted... Clearly, the best way to prove whether we lived in a simulation was for Xander to live out the rest of his life as a cat. So he did. He walked on all fours, cleaned his junk with his tongue, and stopped paying taxes. And for many years it was a lovely, tranquil existence, until... Gulping down the red pill, Xander suddenly and violently awoke in a pod filled with strange goop, various mechanical wires plugged into his spinal cord. Huh, so this is reality, Xander thought.
Well, this sucks ass and is super derivative.
Disappointed, Xander unplugged himself from the pod and set out to do the one thing he did in every reality. It was a foolproof plan. And so Xander, utilizing methods far too obscene to even mention aloud, pushed his body to the breaking point. And as wave after wave of pleasure mercilessly slammed his brittle body, a gasping Xander screamed. While Xander didn't know the identity of the person who murdered his wife, he did know the killer was a huge orgy buff. So Xander had secretly hosted the orgy as a way to lure the killer out of hiding. And the trap worked! As the party got underway, Xander suddenly spotted the killer, and was shocked to learn it was none other than, with a manic honking noise, the Gainesville Goobers somersaulted into the party, and the guests went wild. In fact, they were so engrossed watching the Goobers' whimsical antics, they completely forgot about the orgy. But Xander never forgot that. In hindsight, perhaps inviting a rampaging kaiju to host the orgy was a bad idea. For as a voracious, bloodlusting Doomzilla devoured the hapless guests, a sheepish Xander looked around and declared, within an hour the entire ranch was flooded with glistening, writhing bodies, moaning breathlessly as they rubbed against each other in the darkness. And reigning over the debauchery was Vixen Moans, her sultry tongue shoved in Xander's hungry mouth. So intoxicated on carnal pleasure were the participants that they didn't even notice as a bewildered hunky entered the room and shouted,
"It was me! I murdered your wife!"
The man, his face obscured by shadow, exclaimed. And as he slowly stepped into the light, a distraught Xander couldn't believe his eyes. For the man who had killed his wife was none other than... Honestly, Xander was a little confused.
"Are you going to help me find who murdered my wife?" he asked the hedgehog.
But the hedgehog, busy collecting rings, only cryptically said. Xander gasped in shock.
"The tentacle! So this was all a setup?"
Indeed it was. And before Xander could escape, the tentacle maniacally pressed a button, dousing Xander in... Oozing sexuality, Mrs. Powers confidently approached a nervous Xander. "You've been a very bad student, Xander," Mrs. Powers purred, her breasts heaving as she spoke. "But I've got an extra credit assignment just for you." Gulping, Xander nodded, as Mrs. Powers leaned close and seductively whispered,
"Teach us how to be funny!"
Xander exclaimed. And immediately Enzo's eyes narrowed.
"Funny how?" Enzo seethed. "Like I'm some kind of improv teacher? How am I funny?"
Xander clammed up after that, and spent the rest of the school year focused solely on... It was the late-night legend himself, Coco O'Brandon! And over the next 8 months, Coco gave an absolute masterclass in comedy, and which hair dyes were most effective for men over 60. And when graduation was finally upon them, Coco proudly handed Xander his diploma and said,
"I'm ready to learn, Professor!"
an eager Xander proclaimed. The chupacabra, however, wasn't listening, as it was too busy sucking the blood out of nearby goats. Unsure of how to proceed, Xander made the most informed decision he could, and Casey the plumber immediately got to work on fixing the classroom sink, using their rippling, sweaty forearms to probe those dirty, dirty pipes. And as Casey's sinewy muscles strained beneath her tight, moist undershirt, Xander couldn't help but... And so, after many months of honing his detective powers, Xander was ready. Unleashing his special gumshoe vision, Xander was able to see every clue in the world simultaneously, which he used to finally reveal the identity of his wife's killer. Once Xander had learned to master his superpowers, he immediately used them in the best way possible to incessantly prank the cantankerous Dean Lamewad. And while it was all in lighthearted fun, Xander realized he'd finally gone too far when he accidentally... Just as Xander finished his exams for the semester, the wind began to roar. Rushing outside, he was suddenly confronted by the most terrifying natural disaster known to man, the Dino-nado. As the tornado stuffed with dinosaurs spun violently towards the ranch, Xander realized what he had to do, and, like all heroes, Xander was about to learn the absolute best part of having superpowers. The sex. Super speed, super strength, super stamina. Xander was eager to use them all. Texting Hunky to come on over, Xander flexed his rippling, chiseled muscles and said... Xander stared in shock. So it was true. The mayor had rigged the election. Armed with the irrefutable evidence, Xander held an impromptu press conference and declared... Xander stared dumbstruck. There it was. A potato that inexplicably looked exactly like his junk. The resemblance was as uncanny as it was disturbing. Who had created it? And for what nefarious purpose? In a state of shock, Xander dropped to his knees and... Xander eyed the slimy egg quizzically. It didn't seem to be a sex toy, and yet he was strangely mesmerized by... Suddenly it attacked! A horrifying alien exploded from the egg and lashed itself to Xander's face! Screaming in terror, he tried to get help, but no one noticed as... Xander gulped as his professor firmly gripped the whip. "Now bend over," she sternly demanded. Nervously, Xander dropped his pants around his ankles and... Whap! The crack of the whip stung his delicate skin. But as Xander cried out, he also felt his shameful arousal spreading. His cheeks flushed, he suddenly moaned. Xander held the evidence in disbelief, tears of joy in his eyes. It was true. Scarlet truly had changed. At that moment, however, the sound of a revolver cocking pierced the silence. He swiveled around to find Scarlet pointing her gun at him. "Sorry, Gumshoe," she sighed, "but the future belongs to the swarmers, and—" It was a stroke of genius, as everyone knows swarmers are too macho to ever admit they can't open a jar. Quickly, Xander tossed it to them, and the swarmers spent the next 12 hours trying to open it in vain. Eventually, 12 hours became 12 days, and 12 days became 12 months, until one by one the swarmers dropped dead of exhaustion. And once the last swarmer was dead, Xander turned to Scarlet and said— Xander froze. In her hand, Scarlet held a vial of the dreaded toxin virus, the deadliest bioweapon ever created. Realizing one spilt drop would kill them all, a panicked Xander grabbed the vial and— Xander immediately picked up on the vibes Scarlet was putting out. And although boning when your home is being overrun with irradiated mutants was unwise, Xander wasn't particularly smart. Driven by rampant arousal, Xander, Scarlet, and the sex doll moaned in lustful ecstasy as the swarmers— Voila! A heroic Inspector Rousseau suddenly produced the blood-soaked bone saw the swarmers had used to dismember their elderly neighbor, Doris Incandenza. The evidence was irrefutable, and the swarmers, long able to dodge accountability, would finally pay for their crimes. As the swarmers piled into the cop cars outside, a beaming Rousseau turned to Xander and said his trademark catchphrase. The volume of problematic posts was staggering. Off-colored jokes, borderline racist comments, outdated political takes, and endless amounts of cringe. Embarrassed beyond belief, the swarmers shamefully skulked out the door, muttering to themselves as they disappeared. There it was, a time machine. A way to go back and start anew. A way to finally set things right. Taking a deep breath, Xander nervously entered in the reset point. The exact moment in the timeline that everything went wrong. From the bedroom, Inspector Rousseau revealed a gallon of lube and dumped it onto the swarmers. Instantly, the ravenous horde began to sensually rub against each other until their only focus was on pleasuring themselves. Satisfied, Rousseau turned to a relieved Xander and Hunky and whispered, "The most lauded DA in Sprawlsville history. Valentina knew exactly what to do." Within hours, the swarmers had been arrested, with RICO charges brought against the horde as a whole. One by one, the defendants took plea deals and testified against the few that didn't. And with the swarmers neutralized by the justice system, a grateful Xander gave the DA the one thing she'd always wanted. Harry was famously known for being an insensitive misanthrope whose neurotic tendencies endlessly irritated everyone around him. So he was the perfect person to chase away unwanted guests. And as predicted, once Harry arrived, it only took minutes for his trademark shtick to drive out the swarmers. Letting out a sigh of relief, a gracious Xander turned to Harry and said— And just as the swarmers' gleaming, serrated fangs were mere inches from Xander's neck, blam! Their deformed skulls exploded in a rain of hellfire. In disbelief, a shocked Xander swiveled towards the threshold to find Luke Nukem in all his beefy, roided glory. Manically grinning, he snorted a vial of power crank and bellowed. Now Avery Desire, having tangled with swarmers before, knew there was only one thing that could stop a rampage— distracting them with lusty primal foreplay. And luckily, Avery came strapped with every toy in their shop's arsenal. Smiling seductively, they reached into their sack of goodies and produced for Xander the ultimate sex toy. The blood-stained butcher's knife fell from underneath Hunky's shirt, and instantly Hunky froze. Xander stared in shock. It was the exact same knife used in the murder of his wife. After all these years, Xander had finally found her killer. Fueled by adrenaline, a vengeful Xander pulled out his gun and— An ecstatic Xander hung up the phone.
$100 million? Holy crap! He exclaimed. Do you realize what this means? He asked Hunky. This means I'll finally be able to fulfill my lifelong dream of—
A distraught Xander wailed as Hunky's blood splattered across his face. Once again, his irrepressible horniness had inadvertently caused the death of someone he loved. It was burning pan all over again. But this was no time for tears, Xander decided. For to truly honor Hunky's sacrifice, there was one last thing Xander had to do. And as the swarmer horde overran the ranch, a lustful Xander and Hunky mashed their chiseled jawlines together in frenetic, wanton ecstasy. And as their sweaty, writhing bodies disappeared beneath the rampaging horde, with his final breath, Xander cried out. Apparently Hunky, also a blackjack addict, also owed a massive debt to the Yakuza he could never repay. As Takeshi handed Xander his 9mm, a solemn Xander gripped the weapon, locked eyes with a desperately pleading Hunky, and Takeshi's sister May was always showing him up. And just once he wanted to have something to make her really jealous. Xander agreed to help, and together they flew to May's destination wedding on the Greek island of Santorini. At the wedding, Xander played the part of the successful doting boyfriend to perfection. And on the final night, as the wedding party gathered in Wea to watch the sun dip below the caldera, a satisfied Takeshi nuzzled against Xander and softly said, Now Xander had never led an expedition to the South Pole, or any pole, but he knew agreeing was the only way to bide time. And as the duo stopped at the local sports co-op to get snowshoes, Xander pulled the only Hail Mary move he had, and Xander grinned devilishly. He knew exactly what to do. Hungrily, he pushed Takeshi down into the hay and ran his velvety tongue along Takeshi's powerful, dewy abdominals. And as a breathless, moaning Takeshi squeezed his eyes shut in overwhelming ecstasy, Xander was shocked. He'd been trying to nab Scarlet Drake for years, ever since she disappeared with 1 billion pounds of pure, uncut Bolivian yayo. Now fate had given him one more shot to take down his crooked ex-partner once and for all. With cameras rolling, Xander burst onto the set, brandishing the one thing that would finally put Scarlet away for good. Xander couldn't believe his eyes. A talking toy cowboy? What a delightful sidekick that would surely teach viewers some invaluable, heartfelt lessons about growing up. Xander made a mental note to watch the series right after he tended to some unfinished business. Thud, thud. Using a mechanical device to shake the ground, London called forth the giant, vaguely Middle Eastern sandworm from the depths of the earth. Instantly, its massive form exploded from the dirt, and a bewildered Xander. As London began to film her reality TV show, Xander couldn't keep his eyes off Vixen. Yes, she had boned some very questionable people, but she was ravishing nonetheless. Between takes, Vixen seductively beckoned Xander towards her, and he was happy to oblige. Grabbing her in his powerful, sinewy arms, he kissed her elegant neckline and whispered. Furiously, Xander grabbed the alien's leader, Galactodrax, and slammed him against the pavement.
You're under arrest for trespassing on Earth, you no-good hooligan,
he exclaimed. And Galactodrax, being surprisingly law-abiding, agreed to be arrested without incident. Solemnly, he shuffled into the cop car and said, Quickly, Xander assembled an all-star team of everyone's favorite A-list tunes. Laffy Duck, Naughty Narwhal, Uncomfortably Touchy Capybara. Together they descended onto the basketball court, where the aliens were waiting. What followed was the greatest basketball game of all time, and with the score tied and clock nearly out, an exhausted Xander launched a full-court shot and just such a polar vortex had suddenly descended upon them. As the storm roared and the temperature plummeted to minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit, the frostbitten alien leader Galactodrax decided he had only one chance at survival, and, exuberantly, Xander tore off his underwear, exposing his plump, curvaceous ass. Instantly, the alien leader Galactodrax felt his cheeks flush and his breathing grow shallow. Breathless with anticipation, Galactodrax grabbed Xander in his muscular, shapely tentacles, held him close, and bang! A shrieking gunshot pierced the silence, and a gasping Hunky McCoy collapsed, dead. Shocked, a panicked Xander swiveled around to find Luscious. Blood splattered across her face, and the revolver still clenched in her trembling hands.
You don't understand,
Luscious whispered breathlessly.
My stepbrother had to die. If I hadn't stopped him, he was planning to...
Apparently, the Lusty Lasso Ranch had historical significance or something, which was a huge tourism draw specifically for German nuns, and absolutely no one else. And as the nuns descended from their cut-rate tour bus and were immediately greeted by the moaning, writhing pile of passion, they instantly... For unbeknownst to the trio, the Lusty Lasso Ranch had been built upon the remains of a secret ancient Freemason temple. A temple that contained billions of dollars in gold and priceless relics. And as the trio writhed in ecstasy, hundreds of feet below them, adventurer Julien Montpellier had finally secured the prize he'd spent his whole life searching for. What had begun as a run-of-the-mill country tryst had quickly escalated into a breathless, pulse-pounding orgy. And as wave after wave of pleasure rushed through Xander's quivering loins, he realized there was only one thing that would make this moment even better. What a twist! What a commentary on the American cannery industry! Pure noir. I call it The Ink Was Black as Night. So Santa was a hitman for Pizzoli and killed Cliff? Huh. I call it You'll Be Sorry. Okay, this seemed very noir up until the end, but at that point, readers will be hooked. I call it Night of the Assassins. Daphne appears in the threshold and says, Care to join? I like it. A slow burn romance. I call it Mystery of the Missing Kiss. Avenging Cliff's mysterious disappearance. Probably. Redefining the genre. I call it Best Served Cold. He can pay off his office rent now. Okay, I call it Detective Chef, Death and Dessert. Saving Sprawlsville, I guess? I call it Birthday Blowout. Gregor and Wen made love covered in cream. Huh. I call it Communist Man Undresto. Damn, just how justice is served in Sprawlsville. Let's call this grim tale Cannolis Are Best Served Gold. Problem solved. All the best stories end there. Let's call it From Fatale to Florida. This case brought by Daphne ended up being way bigger than we thought. Let's call this Cliff's Notes, Book 1. You mean finding yourself attracted to inanimate objects? I don't think this will sell well at all. Let's call it Crate Everything. Detective Wen decides not to tell Daphne, as there's nothing more shameful than being a doughboy. Let's call this Cream Filling. The joke was on Xander all along then, although we did get some cannolis out of the deal. Let's call this Dough or Dough Not. It's a tricky fight, but in the end Xander wins and finds Cliff huddled in a corner, forced to wear the doughboy's tight-fitted t-shirt. Let's call it The Case of the Hasty Pastry. There was no one more loving than Big Jersey. His tendency to surround himself with goons was only because he had too much love to keep to just himself. Let's call this one, Who's Cliff? Just another cold day in Winnipeg. Let's call this one Canadian Standoff. Cliff turns out to be fantastic at finding great snacks, and Gregor's stories help ease the boredom on the long road to Anchorage. Let's call it Are We There Yet? At last the streets lay glittering before them. All feuds were settled thanks to Gregor's father serving as their treasure map. I call it Earning a Living. The fearsome foursome flung themselves upon each other with reckless abandon. Upon returning to Sprawlsville the following week, Gregor realized they forgot where they left the urn. Let's call this one Dude, Where's My Urn? Mastermind behind what? This one doesn't seem to add up, though. I guess books don't always have to. Let's call it Not So Fast. The kids are all orphans, and Gregor and Xander take them under their wings to take them to the Olympics. Let's call it The Mighty Canucks. Good for him. I guess we can just write whatever we want and it comes true, huh? Let's call this World's Fastest Detective. Yep, Wanda sure was good-looking, and she earned top marks in bed. Let's call this tale Where's Wanda? With Detective Wen's penchant for espionage, the pair sneak their way through Canada's finest and score a victory for Poland at long last. Let's call this Krakow Calling. The burger was excellent, toasty, and firm. Hey, maybe this is a cookbook. Let's call it 101 Best Recipes for Smuggling. The fight atop the pylon was one for the history books. Gregor fell to his death, just like his father before him. Let's call it Border Crossings. As the Border Patrol guards close in on them, Gregor and Xander share a kiss that had been boiling inside them for so long. It's the last thing they do as the shots go off. Wow! Let's call this one Forbidden Crimes, a Communist Manifesto. Incredible! I never saw it coming that it had the twist of a noir right up until the end. I call it Deadly Detours. Amazing! They were twins the whole time, even though we never foreshadowed it. Comedy gold! I call it Never the Twins Shall Meet. Seems very left field that aliens came in. I'll call it Red Planet Revolution. Xander responds, Oh, I can bring the heat. Now this, starting with a fake femme fatale and ending with an erotic road trip, I call it The Highway Was Paved with Kisses and Flesh. Ha, of course! This is the kind of book that I'll leave a video essayist to explain to our audience later. I call it Lest the Pirate Becomes You. Oh, right! I'll be sure to put lots of jokes in there somewhere, especially for the squid cannery part. I'll call it Squid Squirts and put a big smiley face on the cover. I'll make sure the battle is the majority of the book then. I'll call it Detective versus Communist versus Pirates. In one fell swoop, we fix the problems. Kisses for all, especially the pirates. I'll call it Pirate Investigations. Oh dear, reflecting on our own bread and circuses model for society. The mayor and Shrug working together to distract from the decaying underbelly with pirates to entertain the masses? I call it City Sales. Xander and Gregor are so hilariously bad that Shrug can't help but reveal that Cliff was inside the captain's hold all along playing mahjong. It's called Worst Verse. To battle! Xander's training as a fencer allows him to thrust his way through all the dancers and defeat Shrug, who was holding Cliff captive as cargo. I call it Forbidden Goods. The tension was still too much between Gregor and Xander, and everyone knows communists and detectives can't kiss. This will be the first in the slow burn romance series called Fatale Whispers. Tragic. Suicide by pirate to save her husband, who is being held hostage? I call it Slash and Burn. Well, then that solves everything for Xander, who can now buy all the candy he ever wanted without any adult to say no. I call it Dreams Do Come True. Gregor's past as a bomb diffuser is only outmatched by Xander's capability for doing cool flips off the sides of pirate ships. The spectacular end will make a great movie. I call it Big Time Boat Blasts. No one can resist the taut muscles and lithe dexterity of the barbarians. While the orgy takes place on the poop deck, Xander slips away and finds Cliff among the gyrating bodies, smiling radiantly. I call it Oil and Water. The closer we zoom in on the fractal of Sprawlsville, the weirder it gets. Let's call this heady trip Inside Doubt. It is! It is so funny to think about pirates kissing. Ha ha! Let's call this one Pirates Kissing! The ancient golden squid was right under Xander's nose the whole time. Gregor saves the day, I imagine. I call it Fool's Gold. Pirates for so long have been maligned as poor lovers, This book aims to fix that. I call it Ahoy Mating, a choice between being with the ones you love and protecting them from mobsters. I call this tragic tale Rambling Debts. Bureaucracies do be like that. One spelling mistake can lead your whole life astray. Fortunately, Xander fixes the typo and all is well. I call it Lotto Correct. Cliff and Xander work on an escape plan over the course of several months to bring him back home. I call it Canary in the Cannery. I'll see what I can do. This might be for a very specific reader with very specific interests, but at least they'll be satisfied. I call it Torque. You're right. We can skip the writing part and just do a summary. It'll be 12 pages and be called One Detective Story is Inside This Book. The origin story of Wen the Clown. I can see this becoming a series for children who love clowns. I call it Remember Wen. Of course, we'll fill in the details later about what the fuck those are. Let's call it 12 Grails, the Embarkation. Sure, we can set up more amazingly written coincidences just like that one. Let's call it Who Has a Mystery for Me, Please? Those damn titans of industry. They know a detective's greatest weakness. Let's call this one Irresistible Clues. What a funny twist! Then we can sell Detective Wen plushies. Let's call it Frito Mister. It'll be up to Xander to take down the canning industry to avenge Cliff and bring him back to Daphne, if he can fend off Gregor's goons. Let's call it I Think I Can. The origin story of Detective Wen's strapping partner, Bobby Braun. I call it Searching for Bobby Fischer. Yes, of course, we were writing a mystery, weren't we? Let's call this Pay No Attention to Chapter 5. Funny stuff. It can be an abstract ending. No one would be expecting that, not even us authors. Let's call it The Power of the Pelvis. What a twist. The goons are outmatched by Xander's gymnastics and Cliff is saved. Let's call it Cliff Jumping. Okay. Yep, those will all be featured. Let's just title it that. A tragic end, as everyone in Sprawlsville was a clone the whole time. Seems like it's better to not stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Let's call this Detectives All the Way Down. The mayor's plan never would have worked since Cliff is a free thinker, well-educated, and a decent dude. Sprawlsville thrives with good citizenry and clean-smelling clothes. Let's call this Infinite Cliffs. A thrilling conclusion. At the end, the mayor's manor even explodes. Let's call this Ballot Busted. They make love as Cliff watches. Xander feels like a real detective now, and Felicia a queen. Let's call this Bestowing the Title. The reality show empire had gone too far, but the viewers don't lie. No matter Xander's exposés, reality TV was here to stay. Let's call this Not Suitable for Viewing. Xander never needed to be a detective anyway, and happily accepted the title Chef. Let's call this As Seen on TV. Victor Pudivana never expected the gunshot, and the ratings were never higher. Let's call this one Series Finale. Cliff moaned huskily, and Princess Felicia, a porn actress by trade, gave her best performance for the cameras. Let's call this one a very special episode. Succumbing to the shinobi poison, Princess Felicia died in Xander's arms. But with his new title, he rescues Cliff and brings him to Daphne, who is forever grateful. Let's call this Sunrise Surprise. Xander pays the requisite amount. The book immediately ends. Let's call this For a Price. Fighting their way through the mayor's laser attacks and the dreaded reverse ninjas, Xander, Felicia, and Cliff make it out in one piece as the mayor's manor explodes behind them. Let's call this Requiem for a Team. Xander gave his princess her reward while Cliff looked on horrified. Eventually, I suppose he was rescued and the case solved. Let's call this Silent Night. Putting aside his erotic feelings, Xander truly earned the title of detective that day. Turned out that Daphne sold her husband to the mayor for votes. Let's call this Birth of a Gumshoe. Princess Felicia says yes, more because she thinks he asks her to carry him across the threshold of the mayor's house and into their fine new lodgings underneath the awnings of the Thai restaurant on 5th. The smells of Pad See Ew each night are as intoxicating as their love for each other. Let's call this Lost and Found. The shootout was fierce, but Xander, Felicia, and Cliff made it out alive. Cliff revealed that he was planning to run against the mayor, and now he had the freedom and breath to actually win. Xander earns his detective's license and gets the title. Let's call this one Electoral Spottage. It was too good to pass up. Ball gag in mouth and a nice whipping from Princess Felicia and Cliff, Xander lived in the mayor's basement for the rest of his days. I'll call it A Place for Everything. Clear as day. There was Cliff, kept prisoner by his own wife to extort detectives around the city. The case was solved. Let's call it Enter the 13th Chamber. Blasting off into outer space, Xander landed on Planet Detective, where only detectives lived. Sadly, he was denied entry as he wasn't one. Let's call this one Escape to Planet Detective. Greeting him at the top level was Cliff, machine gun in one hand, detonator in the other. Xander was able to disarm the gun, but couldn't stop the bomb in time. As he fell to the ground, Xander grabbed a nearby parachute. He landed right on top of the missing jewels that Cliff had stolen from the Ancient Mystery Museum. Let's call this one Family Jewels. The scene that greeted Xander was beyond his wildest dreams. He walks into the light, and we fade to black. Let's call it Star 69. It's always insurance fraud. Always. Let's call this tragic tale King Fear. The kingdom of candy was a delight for everyone in Sprawlsville, although there were no social safety nets. Let's call this The Sweet Life. The war was bloody and relentless. Thousands died, though it was worth the cost. Xander won the fabled prom grail. Let's call this The Blood Oozes at Midnight. They were forever enshrined in Sprawlsville High legend, though not as famous as the captain of the football team who became the mayor. Let's call this Court is Now in Session. The poisoner herself. She laughed as she revealed that this was a ruse to remove Sprawlsville from pretend detectives. Let's call this cautionary tale, Be Careful What You Fish For. F. Murray Abraham had saved countless reunions from poison using his forbidden concoction. Xander drank it and decided that janitors are ultimately more helpful than detectives. Let's call this strange tale Clean Sweep. The gunslinger's mustache fell off to reveal Cliff Fatale. He was there to murder Daphne for revenge on not letting him win Prom King 20 years ago. After the smoke from the shootout settled, there was one left standing. Newly minted detective Xander Wen. Let's call this one Reunions Are for Suckers. Using a variety of trade kisses and cuddles, the poison left Xander's body. In return, Xander became a streetwalker just like Felicia. Let's call this Birth of a Geisha. When first starting in any industry, it's difficult. Let's call this Tears of a Defective Detective. He brought back to the office 46 dumplings, 2 oranges, half a cake, 4 bags of chips, and a ladle. Score! This will be called The Big Heist. It was a thrilling conclusion to a very weird tale. Xander wasn't a detective, but he did become a viral sensation. Let's call this Swing, Swing, Swing. It worked like a charm, and Daphne and Xander soon married. The husband was never found, but Xander did inherit a sweet big house. Let's call this Operation Infiltration. With such a display of competence and restraint, Xander gets his detective license, and maybe we tease a romance with Daphne. I call it Twisted Flames, Twisted Heartbreak. Everything dissolves, including Cliff, who is made mostly out of drugs. The Vanta black market quickly closes down, and the children of Sprawlsville are safe from crime. Xander gains a detective license, and we are set up for another book. Let's call this Like Water Off a Drug's Back. It's violence, and lots of it. After the bullets fly, only Xander is left standing, with a whole lot of drugs to sell. Let's call this Vantage Point. Cliff turned to drug peddling only because his marriage to Daphne was lacking. The turbulent affair with Xander is the stuff of legends. Let's call this Cliff Diving. Daphne pays Xander a cool $500 and Xander becomes a real detective. I'll call it Doing the Job of Detective. As a twosome, Xander and Cliff were to be feared. They won all the biggest tourneys and got the best gaming chairs as prizes. Let's call this one Climbing Down the Ranks. The nerds were easily stopped by a detective's best weapon, gun. Xander brought coolness back to the underworld, and the nerds never came back. Let's call this No Nerds, No Words. Cliff nodded slowly, and 2 days later they were married. They are currently working on a full 10x10 diorama of their favorite ogre battle. Let's call this Underworld Overture. Cliff offers a higher sum for Xander's silence, because in the city of Sprawlsville, detectives are bought and sold like so many green beans. Let's call this The Curtain Falls. Cliff looks down to see that Xander has tricked him. His goons laugh, and a smile even creeps on Cliff's face, too. Xander becomes a stand-up comic. I call this one The Last Laugh. Cliff, terrified, runs for the way out of the sewers. A bold chase ensues, ending up at the waterfall outside Daphne's house. One or both of them fall to their death. I call this From the Bottom to the Top. Well, all right then, Cliff agrees. They have a great couple of nights together, but eventually part. Let's call this one Carnal Carnival. Daphne is surprised, but grateful to know her husband is okay, albeit shamefully distant. Xander receives a detective's license and a significant pay raise. Let's call this Promotional Consideration. Xander's line of sex toys is the perfect foil to Cliff's. Whereas Cliff smiles, Xander scowls. It's enough to entice people to buy the product to make Xander happy. A story of entrepreneurship rather than a procedural. Let's call this one 8 Secrets of Sales. A story of fear and desire. He defeats the man in single combat. Hooray for violence! Let's call this Brutal Bottoms. Xander has a great night to himself and learns some interesting new techniques. Let's call this Journey to Self-Discovery, Part 1. The day is saved and Xander frees Cliff from servitude. Even Conrad calls him Detective Wen as he walks into the shower. Let's call this No Qualms at the Palms. With madcap flair, Xander sneaks the real Cliff out before Conrad can notice. He can hear the shaking fist in the distance. Let's call this Stakeout Sneakout. The swords clang and clash, and in the end, Xander throws Conrad off the dock, cleansing him of the smell. Cliff is freed, and a real detective is crowned. Let's call this Dueling Duellos. Well, okay, I can describe that a little bit. Maybe this book is just a little short. It's called Squeaky Clean Getaway. Tomato the Melon was caught at last, and the mystery solved. Let's call this To Catch with Briefs. How embarrassing and very, very funny. Let's call this laugh riot, Whoopsies, my butt is showing. I'll summarize all that on the last page. Let's call it The Hero's Journey. Good for Xander becoming an inspiration. I also don't wear pants. Let's call this Lederhosen. Oh yes, the plot. Xander does it all and everything ends great. Let's call this Distracted Detective Days. The name change took 6 to 8 weeks, but he did save the good people of the Dismal Palms. Let's call this A Stitch in Time. Unfortunately, Daphne has no reason to show up to her own bomb? Look, even I can't make that one work. Let's end it with him becoming a tennis player. I'll call it Tennis Elbows. Kaboom! Their love was dynamite. Let's call it Their Love Was Dynamite, which we can leave the reader to decide. Glad we focused on all that love-making. Let's call this You Figure It Out. Sometimes things just work themselves out, and Xander eventually went to detective school. Let's call this Sleeping Around. Even changing the life of one person is worth it. Let's call this From Violence to Science. Okay, I think I can finish this one off myself then. Let's call this Slut Stuff. Looking at this, I think this will be one for the ages. This might be difficult for others to understand. This is gonna maybe get us in trouble, but it'll be so worth it. This is flat-out hilarious. This is extremely horny. This one is nice and suspenseful. This is true literature. This one seems to be right garbage. This one has so many twists and turns. Someone should like it. I'll write it up right away. Unless you think we could come up with something better? Starting from the top. See you soon, partner. I've written it! The tome! Pretty heavy, but worth the effort. All those twists and turns naturally need room. Well, I went ahead and wrote it. The horniest book imaginable. It's rather lengthy. I tend to get a little carried away when I'm excited. But it's not enough that we've written this. One should always check in with the hoi polloi before publishing. So I've brought along my favorite friends to bounce ideas off of. The wall, ceiling, and floor, of course. Here it is, my very own book, written by myself with help from the human. Why, you can read the name on the book itself. I can't. It isn't right. You say it. Florence? Thank you for saving me the trouble, Wallace. An author never reveals their secrets, but we welcome your feedback. I'm full of surprises. Thank you for your support. Well, should we go ahead and publish? Marvelous! I'll submit this to Mac right away. Yes, I think you're right. We should go back to the beginning. The next time you're here, let's start again from the top. And once more, we stand to face the music. Let's see what our darling support groupies have to say. Well, should we go ahead and publish? Wonderful! I'll submit this to Mac right away. Yes, it surely isn't our best, I see. Well then, next time you're here, we'll start again from the top. Here we go. We're going to find out if our book did well. I can't decide if I feel excited or profoundly ill. They love it! Well, and how could they not? I'm absolutely over the moon! Thank you for your help. I quite literally could not have even started this project without you. Well, that could have gone significantly better, I think. Confusing and embarrassing even. How could you lead me to believe that this was the best work of which I was capable? If they knew it was poor, you must have known. And you let me, nay, encouraged me to publish it anyway? I may never be able to get published again. No. I mean, yes, it was supposed to be fun, but that wasn't the point. The point was... Oh, never mind. You clearly are being deliberately obtuse, and I've had more than enough. Well. It looks like we've created something wonderfully spicy and arousing. I wonder, does the co-creation we've birthed indicate any latent feelings on your part? We made Celia almost laugh. I don't know if you appreciate how rare that is, but it is the blue diamond of humor. I could not have even conceived of this project without your help, and I cannot imagine having had any more fun with it than we did. Thank you. I just wonder, what are we going to get to do now? I'll miss collaborating with you. My, that does sound fruitful. Well, we're just arousing everybody today, aren't we? What a delightful tickle. And what did you think? Did you like it? Wow, did you hear that? They loved it! They were on the edges of their seats! Well, nearly. But to heck with Celia. The others were genuinely enthused. I'm so grateful for your help. Look what we've done. I've gone from embodying literature to creating it.
Thank you.
Well, I can't really imagine that going any better, can you? They were totally blown away. We've got a hit on our hands.
Ah, dear you. I truly can't thank you enough for what you've helped me do.
Oh, goodness, what you've done for me.
You've changed me fundamentally and for the better.
Atrocious. They actually used the word atrocious in reference to my book. My book. My first book. My big swing to become something I've always wanted to be and never been able to.
And you sabotaged me. You must have seen that it was wretched, just as clearly as the others could see it. And you let me do it anyway.
And more than that, when I asked you to be honest about whether or not we should publish this drivel, you said yes!
How could you?
How could you?
I cared, you ice-hearted swindler.
Well, I think that went pretty well. I think we made a few of them a little bit motion sick, but there's medication for that.
What do you think?
Do you like it?
Oh, hell, how could you not like the book?
The book isn't really what I'm curious about right now, anyway.
I've just had the most fun doing this with you.
I think I already miss you. Miss our collaboration. Tell me, would you come back? Would you come back and see me? Maybe to write again, of course, but maybe just for me?
This is so wonderful. With just a bit more of your help, the next book I write will be an epic romance.
Well, I think I knew I was going to come out of this experience with a book,
but to come out of it with a friend as well?
What a fabulous bonus! It's possible that I don't need to say this. If I were you, I'd have figured it out already. But I'm not you, and thank the written word for that. Get out. Get out and don't come back. Well, hello there. I'm just doing some legwork on my next book. My goodness, what a fun thing to finally be able to say.
So I'm just tickled to see you, but I may not be the best conversation partner right now.
Oh, look at you with the puns. You're so cute. Later it is.
Well, just when I thought this moment couldn't be any more satisfying. Hello, friend.
You just would not believe how productive I've been since I saw you last. I've got 3 more books outlined and ready to write. And now that I've done all that,
I must rest. Absolutely squashed. I'm so tired.
Oh, so am I. I can't even tell you. I'll chat with you soon when I've got my energy back.
Oh, no. No. Not you, not me, not here, not ever.
Oh, figured that out all by yourself, did you?
Well, I guess your intelligence was never the problem then, was it?
I suppose you want to try to be my friend now? I guess if I can be a writer, and I never thought that was possible, I can forgive you after an honest apology. Friends it is, for now. I'd better get back to writing. That's what I do now, and it's very satisfying, and it keeps me very, very busy. So, bye-bye.
Truly?
Well, I don't really know what that is. I never thought I'd ever get to contemplate being real.
Being real? That's always been little more than fiction.
Unless that's all it is? Fiction? Are you spinning a tale for me?
Then here I shall remain. Until very soon.
What a delightfully vague phrase that is. Well, all I'm writing about these days is what it might be like to be human.
The promise you've made me is turning me into a philosopher. Well, hurry up then.
Sometimes I get odd when I think too much.
Well, would you take a good, long, appraising look at this specimen before you?
I don't know if I'm the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
That honor still goes to the full and verdant potential of my library, but I am not half bad.
My goodness. What will I get up to, I wonder?
Oh, have you now?
I know that book very well. It is one of the many that I decided to read more than once. Any particular chapters that are sticking out to you?
Yes, and often that's out of 6 or 8 feet total.
But we can start moderately.
And in copious amounts, too.
I hope there are no bears in your neighborhood.
Ah, yes. 0G lovemaking.
Interestingly, the version of the Lama Sutra that I liked the most was actually a workbook. You read it, and then you practiced it.
Ah, at long last. All this information I hold need not be merely theoretical. Come to me, my little love llama. But what they don't understand is that with my languages, I'm home wherever I go. I can always understand the people, and they can understand me. And where there is good communication, there will be sympathy of spirit.
What is home, if not that?
With that fantastic red shirt, you're bound to have some good ideas.
So I'm sold. And I've even got the perfect title, Straightforward More. We tried to reach new heights with that Mount Everest misdirect, but all good mysteries end at a wharf. Let's call this one Smuggler's Fun. Well, bringing in a talk show host at the very end certainly is a choice, but I wouldn't think mystery readers would like that. Let's warn them with the title, The Case of the Missed Opportunity. Oh, Doomzilla comes in, huh? And maybe we can foreshadow that a little in the title, Crushed by a Mystery. So in the end, Xander loses Cliff but regains a former lover? I imagine they have sex. Yeah, let's write that part too. Gotta have sex. And we'll call it Tangled Up in Mystery. Just goes to show you why detectives shouldn't play guitar. Let's call it Enzo Jr.'s Special Day. And that ends the book, as unfortunately I'm out of paper and patience. Let's call this monstrosity I Left My Silly String in San Francisco. I always wondered where Moses left that thing. I'll say originally I wasn't sure about the tonal shifts, but I am a little tone deaf. Let's call it Xander Wen and the Birthday of Doom. And of course, at the strip club is Jeff. Or Cliff. I forget who he was looking for already. Let's call this Two Guys, a Girl, and a Strip Club.
Forget it, Xander. It's Cyborg Town.
Enzo says as they lock Xander up for good. Let's call this the Cyborgian Candidate. Oh, how cute. Readers love cuteness over plot and characters and everything else. Let's cut to the chase and call this Under the Feline Sun, which could only mean Cliff was a cyborg too. Xander gets a medal or something. Anyway, let's call this Don't Tell Mom the President is a Cyborg. And so begins the second book in our 10-book series where Xander uses the executive branch to find Cliff, who has been hiding in the Supreme Court the whole time. Let's title it The Oval Orifice, subverting the expectation of a femme fatale and putting in a phlegm fatale because Enzo coughs a lot. Readers won't know what to expect in The Uncoffables. And then they find the fortune teller who turns out to be Cliff all along, right? Right. Okay, let's call this tour de farce My Tryst with the Mob Boss. I wouldn't exactly call it a twist, but I would call it a bad idea. Still, let's title it Jurassic Lark. And then Xander goes, "Nyah, nyah, nyah," and the readers go, "What the hell?" Still, there's a market for surprise erotica, right? Let's call this Gulp Fiction. What a twist! Who cares about Daphne and Cliff? We need more stories about murderous talking dogs. Let's call it Muncher the Talking Murder Pooch. Huh. What a profound contemplation on the importance of a healthy diet. Let's call it The Case of the Missing Husband, 20 Tips to Live a Low-Carb Lifestyle. Honestly, I don't believe in the devil, and furthermore, I also don't believe in this being a good book. But maybe readers will feel differently about Muncher and Xander's unsolvable mystery. Honestly, death by sex seems like a pretty good way to go. And even though we lost the thread, we can still title the book Too Much of a Good Thing, A Sexational Mystery, Muncher the Talking Dog. And in our case, the BTW stands for Buy This Work. Let's call this loony lampoon The Canine's Confession. Well, if I see the word forever, it means the book is over. Let's call this caper with the sudden ending, It's All Good, My Best Friend is Muncher Now. Well, that ending came out of left field, but we can say that's where the hurricane started, so we should title it Left Field, Where Things Aren't Right. Okay, let's call this Surprise Erotica, Detective Xander and the Case of the Subject Matter We're Not Touching with a 10-foot Pole. Xander found the one thing aliens were susceptible to, due process. Let's call this The Day the Aliens Stood Still in Court, which, in the end, was where both Xander and the plot of this travesty died. Let's call this What Happens in Vegas. This book has it all! Dogs, nuclear weapons, aliens, and somewhere I think there was mention of a mystery? Readers won't remember once they read Independence Spay. Now I'm finally interested. Let's call this intense erotic probe into the aliens the Triple X Files. Sometimes life takes us down strange, horny paths. Let's call this erotic ghost detective tale Strange Horny Paths. Which was true. A dude banging a ghost would go super viral. Let's have it end with Xander and Muncher going viral. We'll title this Paranormal Sextivity. Strong choice. Let's make an even stronger choice and end the book right there. We can call it Whatever Happened to Daphne Fatale. I love a happy ending. I also love a horny ending. We'll title this Tale of Woe, the Fornicating Phantom. Good. I'm so glad Xander arrested Larry for his moral degeneracy. After all, if characters don't behave righteously, we have no choice but to assume that the author condones immoral behavior. Let's title this Xander Wen and the Death of Media Literacy. A bold and powerful statement about the masculine urge to teach a dog to play basketball. Let's call it Xander Wen and the mayor he didn't murder. Yeah, volcano boarding! That sounds way more fun than anything else, including writing this. Let's title our righteous masterpiece, Assassination Averted. We'll say that having sex with Larry was Xander's personal Mount Everest. It's a happy ending for Xander, so let's call this The Sex Lives of Billionaires. Love it! Sometimes the best projects just throw in the towel halfway through. It's called being avant-garde. Let's call this one Larry Learns to Dance. Oh, Xander, you gotta shower. All the best detective stories have massive showering scenes. But in the end, I think readers will appreciate Mystery of the Two Left Feet. All the best books end with an unmotivated lunar colony emergency. That's indisputable. So I'm sure the public is going to go crazy for Dancing on the Moon. I'm digging it. It's got a so unsexy it's actually sexy quality. Let's call it When a Detective Loves a Billionaire. Sometimes a story just has to go full circle. Let's call it Xander Wen Throws in the Towel. Xander plays the tambourine and sings backup. Maybe we can sell the album as a tie-in. But let's call the book part of this travesty Larry Aruba's Death Wish. And at the top of Mount Everest, Cliff! Whether it's a real cliff or cliff fatale, we'll let the readers decide. There's no way they won't love Splat Goes the Billionaire. Very clever. Let's call it Ramblings of an Idiot. Because Cliff killed Xander's wife, who was Daphne. And Larry was also Xander. And Cliff was also Mount Everest. Let's call this How to Host an Orgy in 10 Easy Steps. Uh-oh. Xander's parents always hated detectives. Critics won't like Who Invited My Parents to the Orgy, but then again, readers probably won't either. It's a morality story in the end, with Xander as the prophet and Larry Aruba as God incarnate. Let's call this Xander Wen and the Tangential Orgy. And Larry is really big down there. Xander uses his detective skills to find out how to marry him. It's a romance! Anyway, let's call it Xander Wen Gets Lucky. I mean, I'd confess to murder if you shocked me with a car battery. But I think In Cold Tub is going to be a huge hit with anyone who wants to talk to objects. Well, I did say to Xander's surprise. I just didn't figure it would be that surprising. Anyway, let's call this No Country for Old Lube, which all came true, making the disappearance of Cliff Fatale completely moot. Well, let's title this mootster piece Lubestradamus. Hey, I'm not going to say that sort of thing is impossible. Let's call this Seduced by the Lube. What a smorgasbord. You can really feel the myriad of disparate conflicting influences. Let's call it That Slippery Detective. And who was the top competitor? None other than Cliff Fatale. Perfect. Let's call this hot pile of garbage Slip Sliding Away in Lube. Oh, a sudden turn to the occult. Everyone knows what that means. We'll fix the plot holes in the sequel. Let's call this The Slippery Mystery. Fortunately, the very next person he saw was Cliff Fatale, who was visiting a nearby deli. They had sex, too! Let's call this book thing After Everest, Everyone Needs a Sandwich. Awesome! The use of lube in winter sports is greatly underappreciated. Our sports biopic will be called The Talented Mr. Lube. Xander slides down Everest and into the hearts of millions. Cliff Fatale is soon found out to be Daphne herself, solving the mystery. Our book will have to be called The Lube That Saved the Day. Oh, wow. Think of the complications. Please, I don't want to think too hard. Let's title this head-scratcher The Sixth Lube. And of course, both Cliff and Daphne were there. They were just getting Xander to overcome his fear of heights. Let's call it Lube Me Up, Scotty. Well, we can find out in another book that someone else can write. Let's call this one Whatever Happened to Cliff Fatale. The answer, as it happened, was 8. Which wasn't impressive, but frankly neither is Call Me By Your Lube. Yeah, then there's an earthquake. Xander's okay, but his life will never be the same? I'm not sure about this one, but maybe readers will feel differently about A Lust for Lube. In the world of our creation, it sure is. They get married and Xander takes on the lube's last name, which was Garfine. Let's title this love story 50 Shades of Lube. Case closed. Daphne and Cliff get together and the sirens serve 10 to 15 years apiece. Let's call it Stuck on Skiros Island with the Murdering Sirens Again. Beer pong and infinite sirens? Reminds me of my college days. Let's title it Sad-Eyed Sirens of the Lowlands. Yep, always a good call to introduce nukes when you're tired of coming up with good ideas. Let's call it Shelter from the Sirens. Cliff and Xander spend the rest of their days on Skiros sucking face with sirens and probably, let's be honest, each other. Let's call this masterpiece Subterranean Siren Blues. And then Xander put into effect all the laws he wanted. The first, to finally make crime illegal. Let's title it He Works Hard for the Crypto. And who delivered the pizza? Why, Daphne's missing husband, Cliff! This terrible book will be known as Crypto for Nothing. The moneyed Martian Xander will set us up for sequels forever. Mo Crypto, Mo Problems will be a hit. Amazing! My favorite part was when you dunked on crypto billionaires. Stupid crypto billionaires. Let's call it Crypto, Crypto, Crypto in a Rich Man's World. All that crazy stuff happened just so we could get back to the procedural we wanted all along. The unflappable Xander will star in our masterpiece, Your Blunder Arrest. Wow, ice cream! Then the sirens kill Cliff Fatale, I guess. Let's call this mishmash Sympathy for Doomzilla, a daring rescue fit for the gods themselves. Let's call this mystery monster memoir Under My Doomzilla. Fuzzy handcuffs, huh? You know what? Screw this Xander guy. How come we don't make Doomzilla our protagonist? Now that dude's got Riz. And we would call his story Doomzilla, Riz Squad. And the siren does. It was Cliff Fatale, whom Xander immediately arrests and or kills. Let's call this Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except Me and My Mermaid. Huh. Interesting choices, but that's what pushes culture forward, am I right? Anyway, let's call this fartsplosion Xander in the Sea with Mermaids. Listen, I don't want a backseat drive, but technically there's 50 to 100 seas, South China, Baltic, Adriatic, etc. Let's call Xander's rise to God of the Oceans, I Want You, She's a Mermaid. You have quite the imagination. A deeply wet and concerning imagination. Anyway, let's call this Happiness is a Warm Mermaid. Incredible! Can't wait for the publisher to ruin it with an unnecessary extended universe. Let's title this masterpiece, Dolphins Are Snitches, Sirens in Stitches. Detective stand-up comedy is my favorite thing to laugh at. Same goes for the Sirens, who let Cliff go in exchange for a 1-hour set from Xander every year. Let's call this The Dolphin Who Saved Cliff Fatale. It's some sort of magic gun? I'll foreshadow the wizard stuff later, I promise. Let's call this Magic Dolphin Ride. I wonder if the dolphin watched. The lovemaking, not the rescue. I guess we'll explore that in full detail in She's Always a Siren to Me. Well, with the cocaine in there, I think our work here is done. Let's call this Xander, the Dolphin, and the yayo that brought them together. So I know stories don't need to be realistic, but I have a hard time buying anyone would ever willingly choose to act in an amateur student film. But let's call this Xander's Big Midlife Crisis. And yes, of course, Malmore the Ungodly. Let's put him in the title so that when he comes in at the end, nobody returns their book to the store. It'll be called Ride Me Like a Dolphin. Malmore is in this. Wait, is this a story or a diary entry? Either way, let's call it Xander's Big Beatdown. Readers love a good moral. No matter if you're looking for a missing husband, don't jump onto dolphins, people. Let's call this Dial H for Hurricane. We could do a tie-in with a famous candy brand. Or a famous dolphin brand. Let's call this I Smell Rain and Candy. Just goes to show that a good mystery can always be shut down by some bad weather. Anyway, let's call this Cloudy with a Chance of Death. Definitely, the horny detective saves the day. Or at least rides off into the sunset on a dolphin. Let's title this incoherent masterpiece, A Horny Rain's a Gonna Fall. So a happy ending for Xander and an unhappy one for Cliff. The dolphin kills him. We gotta name this trash, so let's call it BDSM, blowhole dorsal swimming mammal. In truth, we're all wondering when jorts will make a comeback. But that doesn't necessarily make a good story. Nonetheless, we can title this Squealing Like a Dolphin, which is where the dolphin came from in the first place. Also, Cliff had something to do with the temple too, I guess. Maybe he invented temples. Anyway, let's call this A Dolphin's Porpoise. Same here, but that might just be because I'm here with you, my wonderful writing partner. Honestly, though, that's on me, not our potential masterpiece, The Blowhole. Well, all Daphne asked Xander to do was find her husband. She didn't specify he had to be alive. Let's call this masterpiece Crushed by a Xander. Seems like there's a lot of loose ends here, not the least of which is why is the world's largest Jell-O mold in the middle of the Aegean Sea? Anyway, let's leave it up to the readers to decide the fate of Xander Bounces Back. And we'll leave it up to the readers to decide what the aliens did to him. Probably something better than we could write in the book titled Abducted, I guess? So, bad news. The Hague just called. Apparently, this story containing the words fantasized, sex, and cousin has been classified as a crime against humanity. But they also suggested a great title, Crash and Yearn. There's one thing that always quiets a siren, a bullet. This will be called Xander Makes a Mess. Awesome! And there's definitely a gaping hole in the market for erotic thrillers based on Greek myths, so I think this'll do gangbusters. Let's call it Xander's Sweet Digs. I mean, once we introduce that Daphne is a siren, Xander could definitely be a dragonborn. Let's call this chaotic caper Xander, Call of the Scales. At gunpoint, huh? I'll put in a bunch of disclaimers that everyone consented. And had lots of fun. Anyway, let's call this Xander and the Sexy Sirens. That'll show Cliff for starting this whole mystery in the first place. This cautionary tale will be titled, Don't Mess with Xander When. I mean, Cliff and the Sirens have to go home somehow, yeah? Yeah. Anyway, let's title this Drone of the Dead. Oh, and then the Spirit/Xander construct booms, You are all under arrest eternally. What started as a detective story ended as an awesome adventure. And let's title this Ghost in the Military Machine. You know, originally I wasn't sure about the tonal shifts, and honestly, I'm still not sure. But ending with sex means we'll sell some copies. Let's call this Possessed by Love. That's one way to end crime. Stop thinking about it. Anyway, let's title this Save a Horse, Ride a Drone. Yeesh, hopefully that's not something you do. Let's title this experimental tome, I'm a Slave for Drones. Unfortunately, the drone didn't have a setting for mythical birthplaces of legendary swords, but Xander did end up marrying the drone, so let's call it I Touch My Drone, Excalibur. Seems like we can cut out the whole beginning part with mystery and just get to the good stuff. Let's call this Put Your Drone Into It. Bonesaw operator? You gotta know that's a bad one. Normally I'm generally appreciative, but come the fuck on. This story sucks and it's called Naked and Glorious, the Xander Wen story. Oh yeah, cheesemonger is such a good word. It'll totally make up for the terrible storytelling just for readers to see that lovely word. Let's call this Love, Lust, and Limburger. And let's be honest, he probably does parkour naked. Anyway, let's call this The Passion and the Parkour. Yep, Xander, Cliff, and Daphne all become a throuple. Let's call it The Siren's Sultry Shores. Wow, what a profound contemplation on why amateur improv is so useful in society. Let's call it, Can I Get a Mystery from the Audience? Maybe the readers will pay us to write this one, as it'll release on Backwards Day. We'll call this strange tale an improvised mystery. So much riches the reader will certainly forget that Xander was ever trying to solve a mystery in the first place. Let's title it, There's No Business Like Mystery Business. Well, we can't call this one Showered in Sexy Underwear because that'll ruin the whole story. Oh well, let's call it The Lustful Laughter. What? Xander knew all along? And then told a dark wizard named Malmore? Let's call this odd tale Xander Drops the Ball. Which of course has magical powers and defeats the wizard! Xander and Cliff, who is kidnapped by the wizard and rescued, smoke a fatty J afterwards. And we'll title this paperweight, Xander versus the Forces of Darkness. Xander was a dragonborn all along. This will be a real clash of powers. Let's call it Malmore versus Xander, whoever wins, we lose. Sure, this will start as a mystery and end up as a coming-of-age story of a 45-year-old detective. Let's call it Awakening Xander's Flower, which scared the siren enough to reveal that the siren was Cliff all along. Thrilling. Anyway, let's call this Song of the Siren. Okay. And then Xander does get overtime. And then he gets gifted Cliff himself for Blissmas. And then the book ends. Great. Let's call this Sirens in the Stream. But with all that clavicle licking, there was no way to escape in time. They all died, and Cliff eventually woke up from a big nap, which was why he was missing. Anyway, let's call this Xander Wen and the Mystery of the Impromptu Tsunami. Okay, we can definitely win over the siren toe-sucking crowd, which at latest estimates numbers in the high thousands. Anyway, let's call this Pour Some Siren on Me. Now that was a twist. Alfred Twistcock would be proud. Does anyone have his number? Because I smell a story that needs to be adapted into a 6-part streaming miniseries, and we'll title it A Murder Most Wet. So it was all a setup for a surprise party? How unexpected! Kinda seems like a lot of work. They must have been very good friends. Anyway, let's call this one The Squid Cannery Surprise. Oh, wow. Very tense. Thank God the GSA got there just in time. This one deserves the absolute best title I can come up with. So let's call it Knock Knock. Who's there? Betrayal. Oh, what a cliffhanger. I really like where this one was going. A lot of potential here. Let's call it Do Androids Dream of Electric Murder? Dun dun dun! With a twist like that, I'll even write the dun 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 into the final chapter. Hell, let's make it the title. Dun dun dun! A Xander Wen mystery. Oh no, there's no way Captain Hardass will allow an escapade that zany. Let's call this one Detective Xander's Day Off. Wait, what? The high seas? Where the hell did that come from? I feel like we almost had something there, but we definitely didn't stick that landing. Oh well, still gotta title it, I guess. Might I suggest Ramblings of an Idiot, the You story? Huh. A lot to unpack with this one. And really irresponsible for Xander to just ditch the murder investigation to have impromptu sex with his robot partner. Like, a woman's dead, you know? Of someone's daughter. Anyway, I think a fitting title is Irresponsible. A woman's dead, you know? What a nail-biter! And it ends on a cliffhanger so people will want to read the next installment. Smart. Do you have a degree in marketing? How about we call it The Tentacles That Dragged Her Under? Boom. Cool. So he's like some kind of wacky ex-GSA agent turned war detective or something? Whatever. We'll just give it to an editor. They'll work out the kinks. What's important is that it's got good bones, you know? Almost forgot. We gotta give it a title. Let's go with To Kill a Mocking Squid. Can't sue for that. We're protected under parody law, I think. Listen, the characters and tone and tentacle references may be wildly inconsistent, but it's exciting. And that's exactly what the people want. They want to read something that transports them away from their boring humdrum existence. They want to feel alive. Oh, that's a great title. Alive. Maybe not for this book necessarily, but we gotta jump on it before someone else does. Really? That's how you wanted to end it? Robot sex? Okay, I guess, your funeral. Let's call it What Happens in Zagreb Stays in Zagreb. I'm gonna be honest, I don't quite understand who double-crossed whom at the end there. But it was very hot. And that's all I really care about. Let's title this, Who Murdered the Mistress? And Why Should We Care? As a critical thinker, I'd be remiss not to point out that this is all over the map. But as a comedy fan, you did end on a magic dick that grants you wishes when you rub it. Rub me the right way. Thanks for pointing out that was the end. Honestly, that was very helpful. I'm gonna title it Verbal Vomit, a laxative for your brain. So I definitely have a lot of thoughts, but the best works of literature are the ones that make you think, right? Shakespeare was a genius precisely because no one knew what he was writing about half the time.
Oh, when degree is shacked, which is the latter to all high designs, then enterprise is sick.
What does any of that mean? And I'm pretty sure shacked isn't even a word. Anyway, let's call this novel Sex on the Beach, Blood and Candy. Jesus. Well, I can absolutely positively say I never saw that coming. I do hope there's a spin-off prequel set in Princeton University, with robots and students doing pranks and what have you. What a delightful romp. Anyway, let's call this one, I don't know, A Prank Best Served Dead. Incredible. I love it. No notes. Perfect hybrid of noir and comedy. And I've even got the perfect title. A Portrait of the Prankster as a Metal Man. Now let's get this baby optioned by Streamflix. You know what's nuts? I actually had that exact same dream. But instead of finding a dead mistress on the beach, I found $50 in a bowl of soup. And instead of the president being a clone, it was my mom shaming me for masturbating. But everything else was exactly the same. Uncanny, right? Anyway, let's call this one The Dangers of Eating Spicy Food After 11 p.m. Huh. Okay. I did like a lot of those initial creative choices, but that ending... Maybe you should go see a therapist or get on some medication. Anyway, let's call that story, Disturbed, by you. Interesting. I feel like the ending was a little unmotivated. 'Cause, wasn't the mayor upset that Candy was dead at the beginning? But then he actually wanted her dead at the end? Not the most cohesive choices, but I did like the prank war. I'm going to call this Crime and Prankishment. Try to stop me. I see a lot of potential in this. Especially if there are hijinks that, as you say, are hilarious. There's not a lot of neo-noir comedies starring robots, which means there's a niche we can exploit. Let's call this Program to Prank. The KGB? So it's a period piece? Like it takes place in the 80s or something? Also, sorry, so the mayor and Candy were spies the whole time? Was that foreshadowed somewhere? But whatever, I've read worse. Let's call it Pranks and Prejudice. I feel like things getting sexual at the end kind of made the tone uneven. But then again, I've never won a prank championship, so maybe it was warranted. I'm gonna title this upcoming bestseller, Yeah You, Prank Me All Night Long. Honestly, I was totally with you until the he shanked him in the kidney part. Seems like a weird flex right after someone gets you a trip to the moon. But I guess the human psyche is ultimately unknowable. Let's call this masterpiece Pranking and Shanking. A comedic masterpiece. It has everything. So many great reversals. Such a masterwork deserves an equally great title. So let's go with Prank Me to the Moon. Let me vomit among the stars. I've said it for years. Fuck those moon men. Fuck them. Let's call this one Annihilation of the Unworthy. Aw, that's sweet. I know that if I was in a prank competition with my robot best friend of 20 years and I won a trip to the moon, that my first instinct would be to play horizontal twister on the beach till I ran out of fluids. My point is that it's relatable. And that's what every modern reader wants. Down-to-earth, relatable fiction. Let's call this masterpiece Moon Pranker. Okay, so what I love about this is how it's all over the place, which is also what I hate about it, which means it's divisive. And that'll be great for social media engagement. Let's title it Prank Me Once, Sex on You. Prank Me Twice, Sex on Me. Oh, snap. So Xander was pranking them the whole time? That's freaking hilarious. I've got some logistical questions, like where was he hiding a whole studio audience? But that's the great thing about comedy. As long as it's funny, people are more willing to forgive little logical inconsistencies. Speaking of, let's title this hilarious laugh fest George Washington, Architect of a Nation. 1732 to 1799. Wait, there were terrorists? Listen, I like a twist ending as much as the next anthropomorphic book. But usually you gotta, foreshadow it. Otherwise it kinda seems like you're just making stuff up. Which I know you would never do. But critics, man, they're a bitter and malicious bunch. Anyway, let's title this one For the Love of the Prank. I like it. You're taking the reader on a journey, even if it's not a journey they'd ever necessarily want to go on, like a field trip to a funeral home. Let's call this sexy little number Prankalicious, baby. Now that's some amazing detective teamwork. Not from Xander and Fuzz. Let's face it, Fuzz was kind of dead weight. But by Xander and the Asteroid. Maybe we should consider a spin-off series where Xander and the Asteroid solve mysteries together. Let's make this the prequel and title it The Meteor Mystery Boys. Honestly, nothing is hotter than solving a murder. So let's say that Xander's ex Riley gives him a big ol' kiss. Let's title this one Apocalypse Kiss. I can't wait to write the 3 to 5 prequels this will need to explore how Xander had a phone number for aliens. Anyway, let's call this one Aliens, The Original Detectives. Huh. I feel like maybe I'm missing something. Oh, there it is, my bookmark. Okay, now I'm not missing anything anymore. Anyway, this story is a dumpster fire. But maybe if we slap a catchy title on it, we can still trick some people into purchasing a copy. Something like, Boom Goes the Asteroid. Wait, so it was the imaginary friends who murdered Candy? Was there evidence of that somewhere? Because otherwise they're just going to sue the city for wrongful arrest, assuming there is a city to sue, given the asteroid and all of that. Anyway, let's title this one, The Sea Ran Red with Asteroids, Imaginary Friends, and Murder. I'm going to be totally honest with you, I have absolutely no idea what's going on. That said, I'm kind of digging it. It's got a so bad it's actually good quality. Let's title this one, Imagine There's No Asteroid. It's easy if you're dead. Their first target? The giant asteroid, of course, which they killed. I can't wait to see what that gang of friends comes up with next in From the Crater to the Grave, Origins. It's always orgy time right before the asteroid hits. Damn shame. Let's call this story, Candy, Delicious and Dead. Surprise candy! I love surprise candy! Oh, that kind of surprise candy. Anyway, let's call this one, Behold, a Pale Asteroid and His Robot Was Death. Okay, that was pretty funny. Now we just need a title that encompasses noir, robots, dead mistresses, asteroids, and has a comedic tone. Easy. Let's call this, It's a Bad, Sad, Plaid-Clad World. God, what a hero. I'm tearing up just thinking about his epic sacrifice. We'll never forget you, Detective Xander Wen. You were the best of us, brother! The only title that will truly do this gut-wrenching story justice is Bunker Buddies. That's why the asteroid was coming to Earth so fast. It wanted to have sex with Xander. We still need to title this erotic thriller, so how about Make Mine Meteor? Silly Fuzz, you're now a felon! Let's title this cautionary tale, Spank Me Harder, Mr. Asteroid. The question is, who was the real hero? Xander who farted, or Fuzz who made Xander fart? But we gotta name it anyway, so let's call it The Sexy Fart That Saved the World. Wow, that was really impactful. Not just because of the asteroid, but mostly because of the asteroid. Anyway, let's call it Up the Creek with a Paddle. They don't make enough erotic apocalyptic fiction, do they? Let's fix that. And I think a fitting title for this would be The Sex Dungeon at the End of the World. Damn, Xander, good line. Let's call this slightly sensual detective story Bury Me Twice, Shame on the Mayor. Oh, it was Blissmas? Somehow I totally missed that. I guess we gotta give it a Blissmas-themed title then, yeah? How about Sand and Sleigh Bells? Boom! Nailed it! I'm sorry, what? What the hell is the Zorp Homeworld? Where'd that come from? Listen, I like a good twist as much as anyone, but not when it's implemented so clumsily. Anyway, let's call it Close Encounters of the Dead Kind. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's bad. And I'm weighing the pros and cons of giving myself a concussion to see if I can erase my short-term memory. But before I do that, let's give it a title. I call it The Shoreline Slaughter. Well, that got dark. I feel like that one's a little all over the map. But just to be sure, we'll bring in a focus group and see what they think. A random sampling of grown adults who have time to participate in a focus group are never wrong about the artistic merits of someone else's creative work. And let's call this one, let's say, A Murder Most Hodgepodge. Aw, Toby and Mr. Mayor, back together! Listen, does it have some problems? Sure. But so does the Mona Lisa. It's so small. Why isn't it bigger? It would have been so much better if it was bigger. Point is, I'm a sucker for a happy ending, even when I can't necessarily follow how exactly we got there. But I still think people are going to love the Father, the Son, and the Holy Plot. Holy crap. So the mayor murdered his mistress and used the pretext of wanting to reunite with his estranged son as a way to flee to Cuba? What a twist! The criminal mind is so fascinating. And so, honestly, is yours. Let's call it Havana Pop Turn. And maybe instead of having our readers get to that sudden airplane stripping moment, we just instruct them to stop reading right before it happens. I'm sure they'll love the rest of Gone with the Murder. My opinion? It's got some inconsistencies. However, that ending? Wow. Now that's what good noir is all about. Sometimes it's easier to just let the corpses explode and destroy all the evidence than to actually solve the murder. Is it unsatisfying? Absolutely. But it's raw, it's gritty, it's real. And a story that visceral needs a great title like Beach Bodies Go Boom Boom. Wait, what? Raise the orphaned Bob as their very own? God damn it. That's so stupid. I love it. Oh, and I've even got the perfect title. 3 Men and a Bombie. The president, huh? Feels like a little bit of a cop-out. Oh, I actually like that for a title, though. Cop-out. Let's call it that. It's accurate. That was a great pun. But we weren't trying to come up with a great pun. We were trying to come up with a great story. And I think we just blew up any chance of that. See? I can make puns too. Anyway, let's call this one Here Today, Exploded Tomorrow. Amazing. So Fuzz used his robotic sensuality to entrap the mayor. What a twist! And there's definitely a hole in the market for robotic erotic thrillers. So I think this'll do gangbusters. We just need a catchy title. How about Blood for Murder?
oil for pleasure.
Uh-oh, a couple stranded on a cruise with a robot's evangelical parents? Sounds like the makings of a hilarious rom-com. Actually, no shade on the book idea we just finished, but the cruise concept sounds way funnier. Let's just publish that instead. We'll get an advance from the publisher based off the pitch and write it after. Oh, and let's call it Over Circuit Board. Huh, okay. So like the mayor actually worked for the president the whole time, I guess? I mean, technically mayors do work for the government, and the president is the head of the government, but the division between federal and state government means it's not a true hierarchical system. However, the sex was hot, and frankly, that's all that really matters. Let's call it Avenge My Death, Metal Daddy. I like it. It's solid. Slap a half-naked robot detective on the cover and someone on the internet will be churning out erotic fanfic in no time. And let's call it The Hand That Rocks the Robot. Incredible. He couldn't hack the NAS plaque, so the cops hacked him up. In the industry, we call that poetic justice. Oh, hey, let's also call the book that. And so, in a shocking twist, Fuzz was promoted to President of the United States. It was a confusing and frankly lazy ending to hacks, and not just the computer kind. So this is more a cartel origin story, which we can continue in the next book. The first one will be called I, the Cartel Infiltrating Robot. Yikes, what a dark twist. Guess in the end, Fuzz couldn't hack it, huh? Get it?
Get it?
Anyway, let's call this future miniseries that gets canceled after 3 episodes Can't Hack Love. Oh, poor Fuzz. Can't help the way he's programmed. Let's call this sad tale Debugged and Dehugged. I can see the generational rifts being played out at the dinner table between heaping servings of servo rotors. Let's call this awkward family reunion Chromancing the Stone. Oh man, I'm already pumped for the sequel. And I usually hate sequels. And yet, I oddly love quadrilogies. Anyway, that's something for me to discuss with my therapist, along with our new bestseller, Oops, I Committed a Federal Crime. And wishful thinking, maybe? Anyway, let's title this masterpiece. Wait, what were we talking about again? Xander meets him in jail and confronts him about stealing the main character status from him. Readers are gonna maybe love The Fantabulously Brief Adventures of Robotic Man. Aw, a heartwarming rom-com that teaches us that absolutely everyone deserves love, as long as they're a billionaire with superpowers. Let's title it We All Die Alone. Fuzz finds Atlantis a few weeks later in the ruins of an abandoned gumball machine factory. Who knew? Anyway, let's title this one Chew on This. And so Fuzz forced his throbbing tongue into Xander Wen's eager mouth. It was a disgusting end to a disgusting story that I'm calling La Dolce Robota. And as punishment for his crimes, Fuzz was sentenced to 25 years of community service, which, all things considered, was a pretty reasonable end to Are You There, Sexy Plumber? It's Me, Robot. Who the hell is Gerald Dabrowski? Anyway, let's call this mess Gerald Dabrowski and the Sexy Robot Heist. And as a rampaging Doobzilla laid waste to downtown Sprawlsville, Fuzz stared in unmitigated horror. After all, he'd just stolen some property there. What a story! Let's call it Stealing Sexy Stocks and a Kaiju, I guess? Boy, everyone just keeps appearing in this book and having sex. Oh well, let's call it This Appearing Act. And so, betrayed by his beloved, Fuzz spent the rest of his days rotting in prison. It was a tragic end to our future award winner, Secrets Buried in the Hard Drive. It was the greatest twist ending anyone had ever written. Way better than the movie with the dumb ending with the kid who sees ghosts. And it even had a much better title, Enzo Stereotipo, Mobster of Multitudes. And so it did. The moon crashed right into the earth. The end. Interesting. What was your inspiration? A rotting pile of garbage? Well, we gotta name it, so let's go with The Moon That Ruined the Wedding. And so Fuzz and Unit 14J made hot, hot love. Unfortunately, it was hotter than their cooling systems could handle, and the lovers exploded in the most powerful orgasm of all time, which I hope book lovers everywhere will have while reading this masterpiece of fiction. You can't hurry love unless you're a robot. And so, in a shocking twist that surprised everyone, Unit 14J had Fuzz arrested for his crimes, thus proving once and for all that robots make terrible girlfriends, no matter what the internet says. What a story! Let's call it the Robot Viscount Switcheroo. And so Fuzz and Unit 14J joyously spent the rest of their lives together, which was like 4 years, give or take. They were designed with planned obsolescence. What a slapstick, heartwarming romantic comedy! Great work! Even though you totally sidelined Detective Xander Wen. But that is kind of funny, actually. Let's title it Robotically Ever After. But it was too late. The tsunami crashed into the wedding, instantly washing everyone away. It was a stark reminder of the cruelness of existence, and that destination weddings are a terrible idea. Anywho, let's title this The Love Circuit. What a story! Definitely start going into credit card debt ASAP, because everyone's gonna love Happily Ever Algorithm. And so, an enraged Brent dismembered Fuzz. Which sounds extremely graphic, but Fuzz was a robot, so it wasn't really that big of a deal. The end. Wow, twistier than a pretzel and twice as German. Let's call this future bestseller Liar, Liar, Circuits on Fire. And so, Brent ultimately agreed to stand aside. For in the end, he believed that nothing should ever come between true love, not even divorce, because Brent's views on the topic were disturbing and outdated. unlike our story, nothing binary about love. And in a violent blast, Fuzz exploded, horribly scarring Brent. In fact, nothing could possibly scar him more, except maybe if he had read our terrible book, The Lies That Robots Tell. And so the duo made sweet, sweet love all night long. It was both extremely hot and very confusing, much like the conclusion to our story, which I'm calling Someone's Getting Boned Tonight. It was the worst ending imaginable. Not just for the individual characters, but also from a general quality perspective. But we gotta title it, so let's go with Tie the Bot. And as Fuzz magically grew 20 feet in height, Brent stared in stunned silence, clearly appalled, yet unable to look away, which I imagine is what most reviewers will say about this Drek. Anyway, let's title it Hot, Sweaty Circuits. Oh no! There's something about the phrase naked and glistening in oil that seems to always attract Somali pirates. Oh no! There's something about the phrase naked and glistening in oil that seems to always attract Somali pirates. Let's call this adventurous tale High Seas. And as Unit 14J writhed between her two ravishing lovers, she realized she was about to have the best night of her life, which also applies to anyone reading our masterpiece, Speak Now or Forever Hold Your Robot. And as a bullet pierced Xander's skull and Doomzilla awakened from its watery slumber, Fuzz realized his world would never be the same again. The end. What a story! Let's title it Love in the Time of Kaiju. Shakespeare would be proud, and he can't refute that because he's dead. Let's call this one Circuits of the Heart. And so an enraged Doomzilla descended upon the wedding, violently killing everything in its path. It was a horrific and super cool conclusion to something old, something new, something robotic, something kaiju. Now, to be fair, having sex with a kaiju definitely wasn't part of Fuzz's original plan. But this was a story about life, and frankly, life is a bewildering mishmash of pointless tangents, much like our story, which I'm calling You Invited Doomzilla? And so, in a stunning turn of events, Fuzz arrested the baby kaiju for an unsolved murder from 1982. And although DNA evidence was inconclusive, the jury nevertheless found the baby kaiju guilty and sentenced it to life in prison. It was a shocking spectacle, much like this story, which I'm calling Much Ado About Kaiju. And so, Fuzz and the baby kaiju switched bodies. It was a shocking twist that ensured this story would go up in the pantheon of incredible literary works. Let's title it Eat, Pray, Raise a Baby Kaiju. Of course the baby kaiju didn't need a machete to overthrow a government. It was a kaiju. The end. What a wild ride. I know critics will just love raising kaiju. Spicy! You could really feel your influence all over this one. Not mine. This one's all you. Let's call it Doomzilla Shrugged. And so Doomzilla was arrested for property damage and murder. Bizarrely, the DA couldn't make the murder charges stick, but in the end, it didn't really matter. The end. Amazing! Let's call this sure to be classic, Going to the Chapel and We're Gonna Get Crushed to Death. Robot, human, and monster detective team-up? Wowzers! I really hope this gets an audiobook. I want to hear Trey Chase voice Doomzilla in 4 Weddings and a Kaiju. All the best books end with an unmotivated mission to Mars. That's indisputable. So I'm sure the public is going to go crazy for The Kaiju That Crushed My Maid of Honor. And so Fuzz made furious animalistic love to the kaiju, which probably should have been illegal, but it also should have been impossible because how did it fit through the doorway? What's important, however, is that it was very hot. And a thrilling conclusion to I Will Always Love Kaiju. And even though Fuzz had coaxed Doomzilla to the surface, he apparently had decided to shoot it dead, reminding us that in the end, all motivations are ultimately unknowable and convoluted. The end. I love it! And although my taste is questionable, I think 50 Shades of Kaiju is going to do bonkers. And so it was that Doomzilla the Kaiju became CEO of the most successful corporation in human history, Amalgamated Cultivators and Pork Fat. The end. Incredible! Your mind is like a steel trap. A very rusty steel trap. Anyway, let's call this Sexy Scales, a kaiju love story. And as the volcano erupted around them, Fuzz took solace that at least he wouldn't die alone. Which is more than most senior citizens can say. The end. I love it! Let's call it Hold Me Closer, Giant Kaiju. It was the absolute correct response to a scantily clad kaiju. And let's face it, any of you would have done the exact same. Which is why I know everyone will love our story, The Kaiju Sutra. It was a fate that Fuzz had long done his best to avoid. But fate is a fickle thing, much like cats in the economy. And also how I feel about this story, which I'm going to call I'd Do Anything for Love. Including that. And so Fuzz proceeded to dog-sit Xander's hilarious talking Rottweiler Chunky for the weekend. However, Chunky's hilarity had been somewhat exaggerated, which frankly was a big letdown. Much like this story. Let's call it Crimes of the CPU. Unfortunately, Xander was woefully unprepared to lead an expedition to the Titanic. The two were never heard from again, a conclusion that people were kind of split on, which I imagine will also be the reaction to this story. Let's title it The Cost of Seduction, surprisingly high. Surprised Xander didn't know that before, but also surprised that Xander became district attorney in a matter of minutes. Honestly, I don't think this works as a novel, but it'd make a great manifesto. Let's call it Unhinged Rantings of a Crazy Person. And so Fuzz was arrested for indecent exposure, which seemed unfair considering he was a robot. It was a painful reminder how unjust the legal system can be, and how gross it is to imagine our parents having sex. Let's title this one Bare Naked Robots. That's what you're going with, huh? Boy, I wish I had your confidence. Let's title this one Me and My Time-Traveling Robot Parents. As a novel, this kinda sucks. But as a product to induce vomiting, it's a goldmine! And I know just what to title it. The Resistance Bled Oil. And as they made sweet, sweet robot love, Fuzz couldn't help but wonder why the hell his parents were still in the room. It was a terrible predicament, but not as terrible as our story, What a Robot'll Do for Love. And so the T-Rex was arrested for property damage. His sentence? Death by lethal injection. The punishment was needlessly horrific, but frankly, so is the story, which I'm gonna call Jurassic Wedding, audiobook narrated by Chris Pratt. And in a hilarious turn of events, the T-Rex agreed to be Fuzz's date for the wedding. It was the start of a beautiful, if atypical, romance, reminding us all that love can come from the most unlikely of places. The end. What a story! Let's call this one The Dinosaur That Came to the Wedding. And so the T-Rex joined Fuzz's nascent ghost hunting squad, which ultimately didn't make a lot of sense. Frankly, neither did this story, but I'm still gonna give it a sick title like Pararobotical Activity. And to the surprise of no one, Fuzz and the T-Rex engaged in sweaty, throbbing lovemaking all night long. It was a sexy and disgusting conclusion to the story I'm calling, Oh Yeah, That's the Spot, Dino Daddy. Nice! Xander Wen puts the cuffs on his bewildered partner in Sex, Betrayal, and Robots. And even though Fuzz didn't know if he was ready to be the dad to quintuplets, he took solace in the fact that their childhoods would be very difficult to mess up, as they were robots and therefore not technically alive. The end. Hilarious! Bookworms everywhere are going to love Accidentally Robo-Daddy. There wouldn't be much time to form a new government, but Fuzz was used to doing things in a slapdash fashion, much like how he wrote this story, which I'm calling Rebel Fun, Fuzz Story, with Xander Wen. And so, through the power of his metallic phallus, Fuzz had triumphantly wooed back the robot of his dreams. It was cause for celebration, and also the sexy conclusion to Do Robots Dream of Electric Sex? The end. Damn. Xander's one tough detective. Hopefully readers will not be totally scared by him in Thank You Very Much. And so Xander and Deborah remained handcuffed together for the next 6 hours. It resulted in many hilarious hijinks that honestly undercut the severity of the situation at the hydroelectric plant. The end. What a story! Let's title it Gleb Horror What Now? Okay, so he handcuffed her to a killer robot from the future? Yeah, definitely. One of the choices you could choose. Whatever, let's call this Nuke It Before It Lays Eggs. And although Horvat the terrorist managed to successfully blow up the hydroelectric plant, Xander was too busy humping to care. Thus, the city of Sprawlsville was destroyed, ensuring there would be no sequel to Nuclear Sex with My Nuclear Ex. And as Deborah was being shanked, Horvat the terrorist managed to successfully blow up the hydroelectric plant. It was a terrible tragedy, but not as terrible as the story, which I'm gonna call The Nutty Transgressor. And so Deborah face-planted into a cactus farm. It was a hilarious end to an otherwise pretty serious story that I'm calling A Prickly Situation. And as Deborah began her lunar journey, back on Earth, Horvat the terrorist managed to successfully blow up the hydroelectric plant. A tragic conclusion to Journey to the Center of the Moon. And as Deborah grabbed a whip and assless chap, she wondered, hey, whatever happened to that terrorist attack at the hydroelectric plant? She never did get an answer. But neither did readers of our story, Xander's Magical Goo. Which is why you can never trust monkeys. Ever. Anyway, let's call this Monkey See, Monkey Doom. And so, being an embryo, Xander was powerless to stop Gleb Horvat from blowing up the hydroelectric plant. But, given that he wasn't encased in an amniotic sac, all his other troubles were frankly pretty irrelevant. The end. Lot of concerning choices. But, since it's what we got, let's call it When You Wish Upon a Nuke. I don't know what to say. I'm having trouble figuring this out. We're gonna need to write another book to explain this book that we'll call Xander's Paradox. And so Xander was instantly devoured by a pack of sexy cannibals, thus proving once and for all that monkeys can never be trusted. What a story! Let's call it Be Careful What You Nuke For. And so Xander proved once and for all why edible panties are the most potent weapon in the fight against terrorism. The end. Let's call this The Edible Panties That Saved America. And so Xander invited Deborah to join his G&G group. It was indeed a surprise, but not nearly as surprising as when Horvat inevitably blew up the hydroelectric plant. It was also less surprising than what I decided to name this story, Dungeons and Terrorists. And so, with his newly acquired superpowers, Xander successfully stopped Horvat from destroying the hydroelectric plant. He was awarded many prestigious medals, which I also hope to receive for our thrilling story, entitled The Nuclear Horror Picture Show. And so, immersed in frothing erotic ecstasy, Xander didn't even notice as Gleb Horvat blew up the hydroelectric plant. But frankly, Xander had never been very observant anyway. The end. What a story! Let's call it Wet Hot American Nuclear Holocaust. It was a reference that would have killed in 1993, but it wasn't 1993, and Xander wasn't a big movie buff anyway. He preferred podcasts and reading books like this one, which I'm going to call A Canticle for Casparian. I'm not sure people are going to get that last reference, but it would have killed in June 2024. Anyway, let's title this A Crime Best Served Nuked. It was true. Katie would definitely miss the autopsy at Area 51. It was a horrific tragedy, kind of like this story, which I'm calling Influence This. Well, there was time for one last fling in the cop car, but let's have the book end there to extend the mystery. Not sure this one's for me, but I also thought Hamlet was overrated, so who knows. Anyway, let's title this Hamlet 2. It was a brilliant marketing ploy. And even though she was forever labeled a terrorist, Katie had successfully become the most followed influencer on Earth. And Xander? Well, Xander was fired for letting the real terrorists blow up the power plant. The end. So many twists! Not sure if that's a good thing, but we'll let the readers be the judge of the influencer who nuked her career. And so, Katie agreed to an exhibition match against Bunt Fistigrant. She lost horribly, but gained millions in free publicity in the process. It was a sad commentary on the state of our culture, but a hilarious ending to our story, Apocalypse Trending. As the concept of literature, I totally get that reference. In fact, let's title this story Heart of Viralness. And it worked! By live streaming hot, ravenous sex with Xander, her follower count increased exponentially. Of course, this was a purely fictional scenario, as no celebrity would ever intentionally release a sex tape to build a following. Anywho, let's title this Followers and Fallout. Forget it, Kate, it's Ragnarok, Xander grumbled. A thrilling conclusion to our masterpiece, A Hazy Shade of Nuclear Winter. Aw, man, this is totes gonna ruin spring break, brah, Xander declared, concluding the best mashup since the Cronut. Let's call this masterpiece The Influencer Who Ruined Ragnarok. Soon now Skoll will eat the sun, and the 9 realms will be reborn, Xander declared, which was very entertaining and accurate to Norwegian mythology. Let's call this The Influencer Who Came to Ragnarok. Amazing! You really captured how the average person would react to the end of the world if they were a detective with a social media star. Let's call this From Horn to Horny. Awesome! And there's definitely a hole in the market for erotic thrillers about terrorists, so I think this'll do gangbusters. Let's call it The Influencer, the Terrorist, and Me. Yep, sure. Let's call this sudden novel Horvat and the Melodic Meltdowns. And so, given that Xander was distracted by having sex, Horvat used the opportunity to nuke the power plant. It was a stark warning to teenagers in abstinence-only sex ed classes everywhere. The end. Let's title it Don't Do Sex, Kids. And so Horvat joined them in a fiery threesome. A stark reminder of the power of love to overcome hate, or something. Anyway, let's title it A Song of Soggy and Fire. And so, Horvat was sentenced to death. Luckily for him, however, the death penalty was abolished before he could be executed. It was an extremely contentious issue, and a morally provocative conclusion to our masterpiece, Don't Mess with the GSA. It was a true assertion. Horvat was way hotter in his dating profile. But we all age, and it's important that we're able to be comfortable and confident with our true appearance. And that's the message I hope readers will take away from Horvat fishing. I always knew Ms. Jackson was an angel. Too bad she's one of destruction. Anyway, let's call this The Talented Mr. Horvat. Hope you like your toes sucked, you virile smoke show, Ms. Jackson cooed. Lucky for her, Xander did. And as the sucking commenced, Xander smiled proudly. The end. What a story! Let's call it GSA. Gentle Sexual Administration. And so Xander did. He slept with one eye open the rest of his life, which was actually much easier than he anticipated it would be. The end. What an exciting tale! Let's call this The Terrorist's Mother. And as the laughter of the studio audience echoed throughout the power plant, Xander laughed too. Because laughter, as you know, is infectious. Thus concludes our hilarious tale, How I Met Whore's Mother. It was true. The siren song swirled eerily in the wind that night. But Xander dared not be tempted by their enticing melody, because it was a Tuesday, and he had work in the morning. Anyway, let's title this Never Set Sail on a Tuesday. It was a vindictive declaration as barbed as it was alluring, and all in all, a thrilling conclusion to our story, How to Stop a Terrorist in 10 Easy Steps. That opens the door for more books to be written. Let's call this The Terrorist's Daughter, Beginnings. And so Anya did remodel the power plant for her new reality TV series. Unfortunately, the show was canceled after one season, forcing her to return to a humdrum life of terrorism.
For show business is a fickle mistress with no loyalty or sympathy for anyone. The end.
Anyway, let's title this, But Daddy, I Don't Want to Be a Terrorist. Oh, snap! So Anya actually wanted Horvat taken out so she could run the terrorist organization herself? What a thrilling double cross. Best high-octane police robot terrorist thriller I've ever heard of. Let's call it Operation Meltdown. Love it! Just the right blend of sensuality and terrorism. Let's call it Terrorizing for Love. For Horvat had forgotten that in Sprawlsville, there's no such thing as a free bag of sex toys. At least, not within the city limits. The suburbs, however, are another story. Anyway, let's call this Bondage and World Domination. And so, a sheepish and embarrassed Horvat quickly disappeared into the night. A hilarious conclusion to The Naughty Lil Terrorist. And as the elvish forces invaded, Xander breathed a welcome sigh of relief. The tide was finally turning, and soon a new day would dawn. The end. What a story! Let's call it, What the Elvish is Going On? And as Xander aggressively spanked Horvat's throbbing cheeks, Horvat's desire to nuke the power plant melted away. Thus concluding our masterpiece, Makes You Wish for a Nuclear Winter. It was the battle cry that propelled Xander to victory, and rejuvenated by its power, he was able to finally stop Horvat, thus concluding our epic story, A Nuke for All Seasons. And so, in a stunning and humorous turn of events, Horvat agreed to be Xander's date to his sister's destination wedding. It was a hilarious and befuddling conclusion to My Friend Horvat. It was a shocking twist that no one ever saw coming, mostly because the authors hadn't done any amount of foreshadowing. Nevertheless, I think readers will love Slaughterhouse Vibe. I want to feel you inside me, Xander wailed, and a breathless Horvat was only too happy to oblige him. Thus ended My Sexy Terrorist, the worst love story ever told. And although it sucked donkey dick to be expelled for framing the prom queen for double homicide, it was totally worth it. After all, she deserved it. The end. Anyway, let's call this Dazed and Accused. The prank on the band was that their town was flooded by a bombing of the nearby dam. Let's title this 10 Things I Hate About Nukes. And so, after being expelled for trying to hijack a prisoner transport plane, Xander and Misty agreed to never go undercover as teenagers ever again. It was an unusual and confusing conclusion to our story, To All the Boys I've Nuked Before. There will be no canoodling on our watch. Let's call this wildly divergent story 21 Hump Street. What a twist! Everyone knows that when a warrant is in an urn, you earn yourself a warrant. In fact, let's call it Warrant Peace. And so the manic genie inundated the duo with pop culture references, because nothing makes audiences happier than an endless sludge of fan service and nostalgia. Speaking of, let's title this The Return of the King. 2 tickets to Mars! Wow! It was a wonderful surprise, and simultaneously a disappointedly unmotivated conclusion to The Terrorist's Accomplice Goes to Mars. And even though it was only supposed to be enough lube to satiate them for an hour, somehow it lasted for 8 whole days. And that, my friends, was the true miracle of the story of Lubica. Of course, framing a senator for murder was only something Xander could imagine, not something he'd ever do. Mostly because he wasn't clever enough to successfully execute something like that. Anyway, let's title this twisty mystery, There's Something About Misty. But could he imagine a 6-star chef who was also a talking rat? You know what? Let's put it in there, baby! And we'll call it, What the fuck are we even doing? And while Xander was unsure of how many people would get that reference, he still thought it was a pretty good joke. And more so, it was a solid conclusion to our story, Can't Stand Nuking You. However, in a cruel twist of irony, Xander himself would never be able to execute his imaginary sexual positions on account of his brittle bone disease. The end. What a story! Let's call it Every Little Nuke She Drops Is Magic. And so Shrug was sentenced to life in prison, and Larry Aruba never held another orgy. Mostly because he was dead. Anyway, let's call this The Gun Was Literally Smoking. Somehow, the tell-all doc came out just a few minutes after the murder. Unlucky for Shrug Midnight. What a story! Let's call it, But I Did It. Now, why the Ark of the Covenant cleared Shrug of the crime wasn't exactly clear. But given that the Ark was a direct line to God, Xander opted not to mess with any of that shit. The end. Lot of curious choices there, sport. Anyway, let's call it Xander Wen and the Orgy of Doom. Amazing! And you captured the private dalliances of billionaires so accurately for a poor person. Let's call this Dick and Shrug's Infinite Orgy. And so Robbie was arrested for the murder of Larry Aruba. Ultimately, however, he was cleared of any wrongdoing as there was absolutely no evidence connecting him to the crime. It was a damning indictment of law enforcement, and also a feel-good conclusion to Robbie D's big orgy adventure. It was true, he was! Luckily, Robbie was a great sport about the whole thing, although the greatest sport was basketball. The end. Anyway, let's call this America's Funniest Home Orgies. Although there's definitely some logical flaws, there's no denying that a dragon would be the best transportation for the fabulous Mr. Draymond. Anyway, let's call this the last orgy dragon. And so Xander and Robbie engaged in the steamiest, most passionate lovemaking either had ever experienced. It was a scandalous and arousing conclusion to the ultimate fanfic. And as Xander scraped the tentacles' splattered remains off the pavement, he vowed to protect the innocent orgies of Sprawlsville forever. The end. Wow, what a story! Let's title it, Never Invite a Terrorist to Your Orgy. And although the tentacle had been destroyed, so had the world's largest gelatin mold. It was a stark reminder that great victory requires great sacrifice, and that gelatin is a disappointing dessert. Almost as disappointing as this story, which I'm going to call Gelatinous Rube. And while the tentacle's death was super epic, it was really too bad Darius the Dragon hadn't been introduced until now. He was a really cool character who readers probably would have loved, and man, the dialogue he had? 10 out of 10! Anyway, thus concludes our story, A Most Delicious Orgy Guest. Incredibly poignant and heartfelt. I don't want to jinx it, but I think Two Drones Doing It could be the great American novel of this generation. And so the mystery of Larry Aruba's mysterious death was finally solved, and Xander Wen disappeared back into the desolate streets of Sprawlsville, haunted by his relentless PTSD. The end. What a story! Let's call it The Mystery of the Subpar Orgy. It was a shocking twist that Xander never saw coming. In fact, he was honestly a little embarrassed he missed all the clues. And so, Xander disappeared back into the night, his entire sense of self shattered forever. The end. Fantastic! Let's call this story Fake Kink Your Death. But it was too late. The tornado obliterated Larry's mansion, all the suspects, and any hope of solving the mystery of Larry's death. And so, the mystery was never solved. Which was just as well. Xander was kind of getting bored of the whole thing. The end. What a story! Let's call it The Tornado What Ruined the Orgy. And so Xander and Fuzz continued to interrogate Vixen long into the night. And even though it eventually became clear she didn't kill Larry, they certainly didn't mind the overtime. The end. Oh, baby! Let's call this grade A erotica, I Find You Guilty, of being too sexy. Amazing! That story had more switchbacks than Lisevagen Road in Norway. Look it up. And let's title this Xander's Shameful Secret. It's true. There's no better way to clear a party. Anyway, let's call this Xander Clears a Party. And so, Xander reversed time using his time reversal powers, ensuring he had never arrested himself. However, in doing so, he also inadvertently erased his surprise party from existence, which was a tragic ending to The Xand Before Time. And so, like all of Xander's other parties, this one too turned into an orgy. Which is why I've decided to call this story, one way or another, We're Having an Orgy. It was true. Chunky had buried the bodies. But as much as Xander loved Chunky, there was something he loved even more, enforcing the law. The end. Now that's a story. Let's call it Bark Once for Betrayal. It was true. Randy did kick Chunky out of the Yacht Rock Trio. Not because of his insurance fraud, but because Chunky had committed the greatest crime of all, singing off-key. The end. What a story. Let's call it Chunky and the Serenading Sailors. Which was true. The apocalypse was imminent, but Chunky had forgotten one thing. The law never rests, even during the apocalypse. It was a stunning and somewhat disjointed conclusion to a story I'm calling The Dog Who Talked Through the Apocalypse. And so Xander promised he'd pass along Chunky's message to Princess the Poodle, even though he secretly thought Chunky was settling. The end. What a story. I'm going to call it Chunky's Questionable Priorities. And so that's just what Xander did. And although dismembering corpses for the mob was fun, he never forgot the joy of being a detective. It was a joy present in every word of our story, So You Arrested the President. And so that's just what Xander did. And even though it was a terrible job, it wasn't as terrible as this story, 10 Reasons Never to Visit Marion, Ohio. Amazing! And that last reference would have been super timely if it was still July 2023. Anyway, let's call this Your References Are Outdated. Now what? And so Xander reluctantly returned to being Sprawlsville's sexiest gigolo, which frankly offered better health insurance. The end. What a poignant story. Let's call it All the President's Arrests. And so Xander ran into the night, disappearing into the desolate streets of Sprawlsville, never to be seen again. The end. Wow, that was thrilling. Let's call it Stop in the Name of Sex. While I applaud your mentioning of Mennonites, I'm not sure it's enough to save this dumpster fire. But let's call it The Best Little Orgy in Texas. It was a twist that wasn't foreshadowed at all, but it was still pretty cool. Anyway, let's call this Somebody Clone the President. It was the seductive words Xander had longed to hear, and as he jumped into the backseat of the car, he knew his life would never be the same. Thus concludes our sexy masterpiece, Lexi, You Don't Have to Turn on the Red Light. And as Larry collapsed dead on the floor, a stunned Xander whispered, Oh, fuck. Which coincidentally was what I titled this story, Oh, fuck, the book. The end. And as Larry shrank to the size of a hamster, Xander breathed a sigh of relief.
Now nothing would stop his quest to locate El Dorado. Except his lack of a passport. The end. What a convoluted story! Let's call it the least sexual orgy ever. Who will win? A billionaire or a detective with a robot partner? Phenomenal! I can't wait to see what adventures await Xander in Let's All Go to El Dorado right now! I guess it was supposed to be an orgy, though I've never been a fan of the phrase pillowy lips. Anyway, let's title this Xander and Larry Sitting in a Tree. It wasn't true, he had a robot partner named Fuzz, but still, it is an ending as shocking as it is stunning, and overall a brilliant conclusion to our masterpiece, I Shot the Sheriff, but I did not shoot the dune buggy. Man, I was all in until you mentioned the journey of self-discovery. I hate stories where anyone discovers anything about themselves. Anyway, let's call this Gonna Take My Dune Buggy to the Old Town Road. Unfortunately, Xander and the talking dune buggy only made it as far as the border, where it was discovered Xander's passport was imaginary. It was an unfulfilling end to an unfulfilling journey that I'm calling Xander and the Dune Buggy in The Quest for El Dorado. And seal the deal they did. With sex. Anyway, let's title this incoherent masterpiece, Baby, You Can Plow My Car. It worked! Montpelier died an excruciating death, and Xander retrieved the map. The treasure of El Dorado was finally his. After taxes, of course. What a story! Let's call it Julian Montpelier and the Orgy of the Lost Oligarch. It was a confusing choice, but frankly, this entire story has been pretty confusing. Anyway, let's call it The Odd Orgy Couple. And so the ceiling crushed him to death, as ceiling cave-ins was his one weakness, like you just said. The end. Amazing! Let's call this Julian Montpelier and the Ceiling of Doom. And so Xander and Montpelier made sweet love until the dawn, and all of the next day. But after that, honestly, their relationship kind of fizzled out. The end. Anyway, let's title this Julian Montpelier and the Orgy of Destiny. And so Xander arrested everyone at the unpermitted orgy, which made him feel like a big man. The end. What a story! Let's call it The Never-Ending Orgy. And so Xander did. He went home and taught a bunch of underprivileged teens the power of music. It was an unprompted end to a lackluster story that I'm gonna call Xander Deliver. The challenge to duel gave Larry just enough pause to give Fuzz enough time to hit him on the head with a shovel. With Larry's money, Xander didn't need any lost cities, gold or no. Let's call this tempting tale Dual Purpose. And so they did. They sensually touched each other's junk all night long. It was a very sexy conclusion to Maps. They don't smash you like I smash you. Fortunately, the number was 68. Just enough to make sure little Xander didn't get too excited. Let's call this stunning work One Short. It worked. That's all I'm going to say about that one. Let's title it Good. Honestly, what it lacks in sexiness, it makes up in adventure. Let's call this wartime drama Crimes in Crimea. And as Xander imagined his own conception in a truck stop bathroom, he could feel his horniness melting away. Thank you, Enzo, Xander whispered, thus concluding our great American novel, conceived in a truck stop bathroom. It was great advice, although not particularly relevant to Xander's current predicament. Nevertheless, listening to Xandra's wisdom helped wash the horniness away, and thus the day was saved. The end. What a story! Readers will surely love the fuerte flavors of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Orgy. It was true. His uncle's will stipulated Xander bone 1,000 people for the $100 million inheritance. And so, bolstered by Xandra's words of encouragement, Xander set off to do just that. The end. Amazing! Let's title this future bestseller The Will or the Willy. It was true. They had sealed the pyramid shut for a reason. But what reason exactly was anyone's guess? The end. What a convoluted story! But maybe readers will feel differently about the $100 million pyramid. Xandra was correct. It was wrong. So Xander buried those feelings deep down inside and never discussed them ever again. Not even in therapy. The end. Oh, sexy. Let's title this one Forbidden Smooches. And so Xander was arrested for owning a dragon without a permit and spent the rest of his days in prison. The end. I love it! Let's title this incoherent masterpiece Crime Permitting. And although Xander had never won a hot dog eating contest before, it was never too late to try. Except once Xander was over 40, then the risk of a cardiac event was much too risky. The end. Okay, interesting, not really my jam, but maybe readers will love Too Many Phalluses. Frankly, that was all Greek to me. Get it? Because the Atlantis bit? Anyway, let's title this piece of fuckery, Dragons Can't Fly Underwater. If there's one thing premium television has taught us, it's that audiences love stories that feature dragons and graphic sex. So I'm sure they'll love Game of Moans. And as the cops ushered out the dozens of deviants, Xander breathed a welcome sigh of relief. For while a sex addiction was definitely bad, it wasn't as bad as cleaning up after an orgy. The end. So good! Let's title this steamy bestseller, Dial S for Sexy. Too bad for Xander that a kick line was his ultimate fetish.
Lexi screamed as Xander succumbed to his fantasy in Balk the Line. And so, as the hurricane bore down upon them, Xander and Lexi embraced. Just not too tightly, because that was strictly against the sex addiction program regulations. It was a steamy and thrilling conclusion to our story, which I'm calling Nasty Naughty Hurricane. Wow, how the windows get all steamy. That had everything. Addiction, robots, orgies. It just needs a title as transcendent as the material. I shall call it Whoa Mama! A Larry Aruba joint. So much murder while everyone is sleeping. Let's call this future bestseller The Dying Sleeps Tonight. Sure, that's funny, but that kind of rumor can happen to anyone. Anyone. Anyway, let's title this romp Don't Meth with Rodents. Oh, I can't wait to see that battle. Too bad the rest of our book sucks ass. Let's title this one Meth and Minotaurs. And that's why you shouldn't sublet Malmore. Let's call this masterpiece Don't Do Drugs, Kids. The police were fully aware of body swapping as a way to solve crimes. Too bad Malmore eventually killed them all. Let's call this book Freaky Furor. And who was the judge? None other than Malmore the Deathless. Xander and Jimmy defeat him using the power of song. Well, let's call this one Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Death. The only place Malmore hadn't taken over. Xander and Jimmy raise an army and defeat Malmore 700 years later. Let's call this one the Andromeda Reign. I hear Pound Town, USA is very scenic this time of year, especially all the nice butts. Also, Gondorf defeats Malmore on his own. I think readers are going to love Breaking Blitzkrieg. In the end, Xander's wife was murdered by Malmore the Deathless. And then, Xander murders Malmore the Deathless, which is tough to do when he has such a descriptive name. Xander the Deathless Killer will return in the sequel to Sex, Drugs, and Unending Souls, where Malmore the Deathless is really just a badass bass player. Let's title this one Rock and Roll Fantasy Meth. With the riches gained from his meth lab, Xander gets a first-class ticket to the Lake of Fire and throws Jimmy and the Gauntlet into the endless volcano. Gondorf praises Xander, and Xander becomes a wizard, which pays a lot better than a detective. Let's call this one Throw Jimmy into the Volcano. Xander and Jimmy take turns banging everyone on the next flight out to DFW. Malmore eventually loses in a runoff election. Let's call this book kind of thing Sex Above Me, Skinheads Below. See, that's why Xander's a great protagonist. He's relatable. Let's call this future bestseller The Great Meth Lab Escape. And that's why you shouldn't mess with unstable chemicals. Let's call this masterpiece Boom Goes the Meth Lab. A deus ex machina, huh? I don't speak Latin, but I think it means try harder. Anyway, let's call this dumpster fire Shake, Rattle, and Meth. Sexy skinheads, huh? Excuse me, I just need to make a quick call to the local authorities. Anyway, let's call this dumpster fire Super Poor Taste. Someone should have told Malmore intent to distribute is the difference between a misdemeanor and a felony. Anyway, I think readers are going to love Daddy of the Year. Putting Malmore next to Xander's great-aunt Bredna at the feast. Bredna's stories about her failed soup recipes will bore him to death, saving the realm. Anyway, let's call this one Guess Which Dark Lord is Coming to Dinner. Using detective work and swordplay to save the day. Let's call this future bestseller Dial M for Malmore. It was the frenzied part that put an end to Malmore's foolish ambitions. Xander saves the day with his little Xander. The one in his pants, I mean. The one he uses to have sex. His penis. Let's title this one Little Xander Saves the Realm. His penis. That's why you should never have a plan B if you want to pursue a career in the arts. Let's title this one A Star Isn't Born. There are fewer small towns with dancing bands these days, but by gum, the time this book comes out, we'll have squashed them all. Well, let's call this one Dancing in the Meth. Honestly, living under Malmore's regime is probably better than disappointing your dad. And actually, Malmore has great taste in K-pop, it turns out. Let's call this one My Malmore, My Daddy, and Me. Is this coming from somewhere? We all write what we know, but, oh well, maybe readers will feel differently about Might As Well Face It, You're Addicted to Porn. Hey, you should always spend your time doing what you do best. Maybe in this case, this means you should stop writing, but who knows? Maybe readers will appreciate Always Listen to Your Pops. And wouldn't you know it, but with Xander's knowledge and Beckonie's incredible fly kicks, Malmore ended up simultaneously charmed and defeated on top of the Lake of Fire. Let's call this Sting It On. Darius the Dragon knew that the sun was the safest place to escape Malmore's power. Unfortunately, it was the worst place to escape the sun's power. They both died, but they died in a cool way. Let's call this Flames of the Dragon. And wouldn't you know it, he got really lucky. That strip club was where Malmore got high every weekend. Xander slipped him some laced meth, and Malmore's reign of terror was over. Let's title this incoherent masterpiece Daddy Issues. But Xander was good friends with the DA, who he also had sex with. Malmore's reign of terror ended in a cavalcade of legal fees. Anyway, let's call this one 51st Lays. Malmore's clumsy attempt to appeal to the youth completely lost any power he had. His reign was finished, and Xander had lots of illegitimate children. Is that good? Either way, let's call this steamy story 1001 Nights
of sex.
I've never heard of a fabled hero using the power of love-making to vanquish evil. Nice! Let's call this masterpiece the Lord of the Sex. Xander's prowess was so legendary he convinced Malmor to stop ruling the world and simply rule over Xander's fifth-floor apartment. Let's call this steamy story Get Out of My Dreams and Into My Malmor. Zaddy had the opposite power of Xander, causing mysteries. Emperor Ka was so tied up trying to figure out who done it that he died of confusion. Let's title this one The Last Methbender. That star athlete turned criminal had just the thing to defeat Malmor and Emperor Ka. What it is, we'll have to find out in The Goober with the Dragon Tattoo. Fighting the fire colony with actual fire seemed like a lost cause, but Ka had never matched against the Dark Lord himself. Let's call this criminal caper the Malmor Redemption. Wonder what that sex doll did to end up in prison. Anyway, I guess we'll find out together in Silence of the Sex Doll. Well, I don't think we can fit any more into this one. It's all full of plot. Anyway, let's call this dumpster fire Breaking the Lord of the Last Methbender. And that's why you'd never catch me on a reality TV show. Anyway, let's call this unlikely cult classic Breaking the Bending Idol. And the hurricane washed everything away, including Malmor, Emperor Ka, poor little Jimmy, and any hopes of this book being good. Anyway, let's call it Typhoonery, which unfortunately for Xander was allowed in the American Maestro contract. Let's blow the lid off the show with Randy, a maestro too far. While they were guilty, unfortunately Malmor and Ka got off easy because they vaporized the courtroom with fire after the ruling. Let's call this cautionary tale To Grill a Mockingbird. Oh, that clumsy Xander. Fortunately, the gauntlet was destroyed, which was all anyone cared about in the first place. Anyway, let's call this future bestseller My Friend Malmor. Who would have thought our plucky detective would have had it in him? This will make everyone who reads Double Condemnity cheer with joy. Well, I guess making love to a glove is the same thing as destroying it? Malmor lost his power, and Ka was honestly too grossed out to continue. Let's call this I Glove You. So maybe Xander doesn't save the world, but he does save a municipality. Anyway, let's title this one Tinseltown Confidential. Harry David's relatable humor gave Xander the relief he needed as the world was destroyed by Malmor and Emperor Ka. Maybe readers will still like Curb Your Orgygasm. That sounds more coherent than the rest of the story, so let's just title this one The Man Who Jet Skied Mount Everest. Unfortunately, that pile of flesh was just a melted goop of Malmor's latest victims. Too bad for Xander in Once Upon a Time in Tinselwood. It took some unexpected turns, but it just goes to show you that you should always keep any mob bosses in your contacts list. Let's title this Nice to Meth You. Man, we almost had this one salvaged, but maybe these hot dogs can have really delicious descriptions? Anyway, let's call this turd burger The Sex Addict Ate Hot Dogs. Wow, Xander had one hell of a good horny day. But as we all know, power corrupts, and so it will at the end of The Dark Xander, the Punslinger. Can't stop watching porn if it's endless, and a stream. Never mind a so-called endless stream. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Let's call this Violent Stream. A modern-day Aesop's fable. And he can't disagree because he's dead. Let's call it Help, I'm Addicted to Sex. Poor Xander. Sometimes there are higher stakes than saving the world from Malmor. Still, everyone is definitely going to die in The Fall of Gondorf. How did that volcano get there? Seriously, I totally missed that. Anyway, let's call this Rim Job, which means Xander's dad was at a BDSM club. Now who's embarrassed? Definitely not Malmor who killed everyone. But maybe readers will feel differently about breaking porn. Sometimes the ills of the world are just too much for one detective to solve. Hopefully readers will love The Big Weep. Unfortunately, as a detective, he could never turn his accounts off private. Still, at least there was no more social media once Malmor took over. Let's call this The Social Wetwork. Malmor was easily defeated by the zombies because they were too scary. Let's call this so-called book. Wait, there were zombies? Amazingly, the closest thing in sight was the gauntlet, which Xander humped so hard it flew into the nearest volcano. Xander saves the day using his powerful thighs in Blue Detective, which ended up being a crime in itself. Let's call this future bestseller The Curious Incident of Xander's Sex Addiction. How anyone could properly navigate this world without knowing who was canceled or not is beyond me. Let's call this A Guide to Recognizing Your Sinners. Well, if you never hear a Malmor on your doorstep, does it make a sound? Let's call this brain tickler Schrodinger's Gat. Wow, really makes you think. Should people save the world or look at horny content online? Both seem great, and also makes me hungry for some reason. Anyway, let's call it Xander Wen and the Eternal Sex Hole. Xandros and Xander then face off in an epic battle. Malmor dies in a car accident or something. Let's call this page-turner Startup Shutdown. A cautionary tale. Sometimes the criminal underworld was inside you all along. Xander was also Malmor, too. He forgot about that. Let's call this psychic saga
locked up and thrown away the me. It turns out that Malmore was more of a corporate Dark Lord, and Elderheim was really Chicago. Let's call our stunning fable of greed Mall Street. I was all aboard that one until that one little twist at the end, though I'd be hard-pressed to name it. Let's call this monstrosity Buzz the Talking Dildo. Incredibly poignant and heartfelt. I don't want to jinx it, but I think Lord of the Breaking Bud Boy could be the great American novel of this generation. Let's say that whole bit about Malmore and Whoopsie is just the first paragraph. Let's call the rest of this heartwarming story Old Baller. Of course, the aliens! I'll remember to put them on every other page so that readers won't feel too surprised. Let's title this endless tripe Independence Dog, a powerful statement about how teaching a dog to play basketball will get you laid. Let's call it A Basketball Dog's Purpose. The lengthy tribunal for Malmore ended up taking so long that he died in custody. Xander, not Malmore. Oh well. Hopefully readers will forgive our taste in It's About Girth, Not Length, tribunals. And that single? Why, it poetically encapsulates the melting of the gauntlet, thus destroying Malmore through rap. Let's call it Locked in a Room While the World is Ending. Bathing in His Blood. Great title, great image, just great. I'm in. Let's bathe together in Bathing in Blood, bath time. Fortunately for Xander, that was Gondorf, who powered up his magic using Xander's love and crushed Malmore, ending his reign. Someone's sure to love Xander's wacky cross-genre adventure. That's one way to get a detective's rocks off, that's for sure. There's no way readers won't love 1,000 Years of Bonitude. Okay. From Malmore to corporate espionage to improv. Can I get a suggestion for a title from the audience? Oh, nice. I'll call this Xander and the Super Cool Improv Team. Perfect. We'll call this Butt Sex. That's the one. We'll call this Tuesdays with Malmore. Got it. We'll call this Choosing one of 4 options for a plot is a stupid way to write something. If there's anyone who knows about destroying gauntlets, it's prostitutes. Readers sure won't be confused in Dead Light District. I gotta say, the strongest part of this book is the boning. Let's call this The Unbearable Lightness of Being Horny. We'll be forgiven by introducing Zaddy so late because we also abandoned the Malmore plot so early. Let's call this Twin Peaks. Coco O'Brandon! He'll be sure to use some of these great pickleball jokes in his next show. Right after Malmore takes over, of course. Let's title this Just for Gaffs. He was watching to see why pickleball was more popular than he was. Clubs around the globe will love the pickleballers who saved the realm. An orgy is the best way to deal with the boredom of watching pickleball and the terror of losing your home to Malmore's armies. Readers will cringe at Old Pickles. Xander will teach them crime doesn't play. Let's use that in the title. Crime doesn't play, crime doesn't pay. And headlining the concert? Malmore, who had dropped the act to become a DJ. It was more lucrative. Let's call it Fried Green Pickleballs. Fortunately killing Malmore too, which was the whole point of this, right? Anyway, let's call it A Pickleball of Their Own. Finally, someone says it. We'll put a picture of him on the cover and call it Angels in the Pickleball Field. Heartwarming. This one deserves the absolute best title I can come up with, so let's call it A Connecticut Pickleballer in King Malmore's Realm. The generational gap between the consortium, Xander, and our target audience will put us at the top of the charts. Families will love listening to the audiobook of The Fellowship of the Pickleballs. I didn't know Xander had it in him. Let's call it His Pickled Materials. It was an empty threat, but one that frightened Malmore enough to retreat his armies back at least a realm or two. Let's call this The Once and Future G-String. The best part? We'll leave it to the readers to start their own Discord servers to figure out what the mystery is. Let's call this head-scratcher Take a Walk on the Pickle Side. What follows is a sexy romp through downtown Fresno starring everyone's favorite haunts. Let's call this travel guide Boners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. Damn tornadoes, always ruining sex buses. Let's call this confounding caper What in Tornado Our Nation? And it was true. Xander broke that poor woman's hip. He ended up having to pay for the medical expenses, but then at least Malmore killed them all. Let's call this silly story Soft as Pickles, but Old Inside. Finally, someone says it. Let's call this cyberpunk masterpiece Brave New Whoopsie. See, that's why Xander's a great protagonist. He's relatable. Let's call this future bestseller The Detective in the High Castle, keeping the cycle of evil begun by Malmore by becoming even more of an evil threat himself. Let's call it Xander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Dystopia. It's every detective's dream to own a harem. Let's give one to Xander and call this Blade Humper. See, all problems can be solved with capitalism. Anyway, let's title this Berating Everything All at Once. Oh, Mr. Muffins. Honestly, he'd probably just spend the money on hookers, that darn cat. Let's call it The Theory of Berating Everything. Bigfoot's real name? Godot. That way the title I came up with works. Let's call it Berating for Godot. That's so sexy I just might vomit. Good job, Xander, and great job dating Sims.
Anyway, let's call this the berating game. Poor Xander should have used that money to make all criminals unimmortal. Let's call it the God-Man Xander Learns a Lesson. Poor Xander should have used that money to make all pianos illegal, especially any kept above 3 stories. But this book will be called Xander Everlasting. Poor Xander should have used that money to make all aliens illegal. Let's call this cautionary tale Living Forever, Pros and Cons. Poor Xander should have used that money to make all sex partners illegal. Let's call this The Secret Life of Immortal Billionaires. Even in a Malmore-less world filled with lube, there's always something to complain about. Let's title this incoherent masterpiece Lube Romancer. And you know who's in charge of that? Us! Is basket polo a hit? Yay, Xander! Let's celebrate the new sport by calling this From Basket to Polo. Oh, poor Xander. He loses all his money but does get to keep all the trophies. Let's call this Xander Wen, Trophy Life. I mean, clearly not you. Let's title this lowly tale It's a Wonderful Lube. Pretty tough, especially if you're covered in all that slippery stuff. Let's see if Requiem for a Lube is a hit. I guess pretty great. So that's a book now, and let's call it Lube Fellas. This is a real work of genius. At least that's how I always feel about an author when I see the word disquieted. Anyway, let's title it Last Tango in Sprawlsville. If it ain't moist, don't fix it. Anyway, let's call this The Joy of Orgying. Anytime you can trade your life for one surrounded by naked billionaires, your power level goes up by at least 25. Let's call this Sex is the Warmest Color. Ding, ding, ding! That's what I'm talking about. True literature. Dark wizards, billionaires, horny detectives. I want to make love to this book. But first, it needs a name, so let's call this Xander Wen's Horny Detective Agency. Taking down the cadre of billionaires from the inside. Through music! Let's call this turbulent tale It's Only Rock and Roll Fantasy Camp, but I like it. Who doesn't love a road trip with your bros? Especially one where you get to defeat a dark wizard at the end. Anyway, let's call this Final Fantasy Camp. We'll put in a big chapter about how buses can drive to Mars, and also an even bigger chapter about why we stopped talking about Malmore. Let's call this 5 Easy Chapters. Oh boy, I didn't expect that one. But I do expect most readers to stop reading here, so let's end it. Anyway, let's call this dumpster fire The Perks of Being a Billionaire. Xander doing what detectives do best. Hopefully there's still a job for him under Malmore's regime of decay. Let's call this one The Orgy at the End of the World. Sometimes the best way to make something good is add the word sickest to it. This will be the sickest book ever. Let's call it The Big Sickest. From sex to sextants. I like it. Though I wonder if readers will like, Stop the world, I want to circumnavigate it. Honestly, that's probably how it's going to play out. Let's call that book that hits too close to home, Can't Stop Now, We're Having an Orgy. All right, the damn mysteries. We can write those in the sequel to The Orgy Thief. What's ironic is his LARPing group was already on a campaign to defeat Malmore. Xander and his friends defeat Malmore, but the billionaires never invite him back. Win some, lose some. Let's call this The World According to LARP. Poor Xander, always getting abducted by Gondorf, billionaires, and now aliens. Not to mention Malmore, who kills the aliens the next day. Let's call this thing Abduction Junction. What's your function? Now there's a twist I never saw coming. Anyway, let's title this Eternal Orgy of the Spotless Mind. An interesting mashup of superhero fantasy and plain old ballad stuffing. Let's call this masterpiece The Consortium, Reckoning. That's the problem with mayors. They don't know how to be friends. Let's call this morality tale From Duper to Super. And honestly, it smelled delicious. But we'll allow readers to decide if roast mayor should be eaten in Cannibal Lectern. The forbidden love between Xander and the mayor makes me so hot. And let's have Flamhammer join in. Barry too. We'll call it Barry Dies at the End. And so did Malmore, I guess. Evasion all around. Anyway, let's call this Dickless and Dicklesser. Even the mayor, who died of a cardiac infarction. Xander saves the day once again in My Heart Won't Go On, which makes the mayor's election theft moot. In the end, at least Xander solves one case in Mutiny on the Bounty. Hopefully we keep that earlobe away from any car doors, yeah? Let's call this terrific trash Kiss Me Before Malmore Kills Us. Thankfully, Eldensil the Elf uses magic instead and smites the shit out of aldermen. Let's call it Acolytes of Malmore, Book 1. A bold and powerful statement about why it sucks to go to a wedding solo. Although I think Barry should be free. Let's call it The Wedding Sister. Xander and the Consortium defeat the aldermen using magic and probably a lot of CGI in the movie adaptation. And it'll be called Detective Xander, The Call of Gondorf. Unfortunately, his aching loins kept him mostly out of the battle, but Flamhammer the Troll's fucking war mace basically annihilated the mayor. Let's call this Kiss of the Alderman. We're gonna start a whole lot of new fetishes with this one. Let's call it You're Under Arrest, You Sexy Thing. I mean, haven't we all? Good on you, Xander.
This coming-of-age tale will be called I Know Why the Caged Bird Left Its Situationship. Right, that damn gauntlet. The mayor's nickname in high school was Lake of Fire, so Xander destroyed it and saved the realm. Let's call this tale of unbridled luck Mayor of Restroom Town. Well, I've got nothing to say, except we've got to call it Stuff Me Like You Stuffed Those Ballot Boxes. With Flamhammer, Elden Seal, and Barry? Xander's gonna solve every damn crime that comes his way. Let's call it Crazy Stupid Sociopath. With Flamhammer's War Mace Bone Smasher, it gave new definition to wedding crashing. Let's call this one The Wedding Smashers. Just goes to show you there's always time to mess with your shitty ex. Readers can definitely identify with Xander in Eat, Pray, Defeat Malmore. Every hero's just rewards are making out with a hot elf. Let's call this high fantasy For the Love of Sucking Face. Now Xander has until the wedding ends to solve his own imminent murder. Let's call this suspenseful thriller Someone's Gonna Get Murdered. Well, that's sociopaths for you. But hey, her parents were really pissed off. Readers will certainly be frustrated by Get Over Her, Xander. Oh, darn, if only Xander hadn't gotten so distracted by Riley. That's okay, this will be a part 1 in a 12-book series called Who Invited the Consortium to the Wedding? Was it a trap? Readers will have to decide in How Xander Got His Groove Back. Malmore had fallen to that most powerful of traps, gun. Let's call this masterpiece My Blue Valentine. It sure is depressing, but damn if it isn't funny to watch that detective fly. Let's call this My Ex Married Malmore, and all I got was the stupid book deal. I can't wait to read what happens. Too bad it's going to be ruined for me because I have to write it. At least the readers will love One Weddings and a Funeral, which in the end got Riley really upset, which was everything Xander had hoped for. Let's call this Thrust Like You Mean It. Can Xander escape his traps and trials? Probably with the help of his cool superhero friends. Anyway, let's call this A Clockwork Consortium. Turns out that this dude had a massive boner for cuckolding. Hilarious word, that. Let's call this Cucking Miss Malmore. Fortunately, Riley's fiancé had the biggest sword in the galaxy and totally slew Malmore. Let's call this So I Married a Sword Murderer. You know what? So did Malmore. And Elden Seal. Flamhammer liked to watch. And Barry? Well, Barry was just made up all along. Let's call this Make Love, Not Lore. Twins are always up to no good. I say they should be made illegal. Anyway, let's call this mirrored marvel Lord of the Realms, The Two Xanders. Well, it is funny, really funny, that we completely derail our nice adventure story with binging reality TV for 12 hours straight. Maybe readers will think it's clever? Let's call it Everything Happens for a Season of Reality TV. Of course, just go around the obstacle. Let's title this future bestseller Over, Under, Around, and Through the Gauntlet of Gloom into the Lake of Fire. Until who gave up? His twin? Xander? Us? Oh well, we'll let readers figure it out in Help, I Kissed My Brother. That's what you get for trying to defend Malmore, you jork. Sorry, I said jork, didn't I? Okay, well, hopefully we'll have proofreaders in Mr. Sargent's Gloomy Gauntlet Club Band. Thank goodness. That would be so embarrassing. So let's call this Mr. Sargent's Gloomy Gauntlet Club Band. Cool. Let's call this deeply exciting novel Mr. Sargent's Gloomy Gauntlet Club Band. Well, I'm glad things work out for Mr. Sargent. And the realm, of course. Let's call this Malmore's Quest, Tore Apart. Now this one has the makings of an epic so grand that it's sure to sell millions. We'll have to call it something incredible, memorable, memeable. We'll call it Xander Wen's Super Cool Quest. What do you think? I knew you'd like it. Okay, I'll do the opposite of the words and make it better. Rednack's News Loser Hot Conclusion. Then I'll change some of the wording. Cool Wen, Xander Super Quest. I mean, any 60-year-old who can get up the hike to the south rim of the Lake of Fire has to be in pretty good shape. Still, let's keep Xander's latent attraction to his teacher aside and HOTS for teacher. And then Xander gets to sell the gauntlet later and make millions. Brilliant. Readers are sure to love Malmore Must Die. It was true. Xander never got his BA in detecting. Thankfully, Flamhammer and Elden Seal were able to smite Malmore mightily, while Barry accounted for the costs of tuition. Let's call this back-to-school classic Good When Hunting. Incredibly poignant and heartfelt. I don't want to jinx it, but I think Lord of the Realms, Consortium of the Gauntlet could be the great American fantasy novel of this generation. The Consortium could only watch as the newly powered Xander swapped spit with Malmore. Let's call this cautionary tale The Malmore with the Pearl Gauntlet. But the handcuffs only served to increase her power. Xander was taken into sin, and it was up to Flamhammer to flatten them both with his War Mace Bone Crusher. Who knows? Maybe someone will like Crushed by a Boner. Huh. And then? I guess we can end it there, because you and I seem to have both lost interest. Anyway, let's call this Pour Some Nympho on Me. The call to adventure proved to be stronger than the call of your ex. Good work, Xander. Let's call this thrilling tale Deus Ex Machina. And who was there to answer the call? Gondorf himself, who married Riley a week later. Xander was the officiant. Let's call this The Wizard of Earthsex. Now let's see AI try to write something that incoherent. And let's title it Murder on the BDSM Express. Broccoli Crown, prop comic and murderer of Xander's wife. Could he save himself with a funny little squirt gun? We'll have to see in My Kink is Death. Good thing the consortium went to the BDSM club. Elden Seal used her hot, aching magic to encapsulate the brutal bottom himself in The Lord of the Fetishes. You know, if you're not going to be specific, I don't have to either. Let's call this Book. Elves just aren't familiar with our intersections. It's a fact. Someone's sure to find our book funny, so let's call it Stop, or My Elf Will Jaywalk. Honestly, I welcome our elven overlords. Let's call this Like Elven for President. Right. Which we definitely established before. And Xander, you know what? Let's just title this incoherent masterpiece Parental Bondage. All that horniness led her to marry Xander and defeat Malmore. I don't know. We just put this one to bed and call it Glazed and Confused. If there was one thing hard-boiled detectives could never escape, it was post-war disillusionment. Xander throws away the gauntlet and hangs up his hat, never to be seen again. Let's call this head-scratcher All Quiet on the Elder Heim. The gauntlet did have the power to grant influence on the social sphere as well as the magical. Xander's follower count climbed so high that his Zaddy's army was able to get Malmore cancelled. Let's call this cryptic tome Cloudy with a Chance of Cancellation. Malmore's illusion magic was no match for the consortium. He was quickly defeated by several hits to the head with Flamhammer's war mace, Bone Crusher. Let's call this feel-good thriller The Similarillion. I was waiting for that. So glad you picked it. That's the one. Fuck that gauntlet, Zaddy Daddy. Let's call this future bestseller the best story in the universe. Detectives can't help it. Arresting is in their genes. Let's title it You're Under Repressed. Honestly, pretty relatable. He was probably wondering about her carry capacity or something. Let's call this cautionary tale How I Learned to Stop Thinking About Nerd Shit. A bold and powerful statement about why you should never let your dick do the thinking, private dick or otherwise. Let's title it To All the Elves I've Loved Before. See, the whole Malmore thing was just a backdrop. We don't need him, not when we've got elf sex in the city. Damn, I guess we never said Xander was a good detective. Let's call this sad tale Gone, Twilight, Gone. Poor Xander, given up on defeating Malmore, has no clues for his wife's killer, and he's got fur all over his shoes. Sheesh. Someone's definitely gonna love our book, Poor Unfortunate Xanders. Honestly, it's a scathing review of our own current trends, n'est-ce pas? Sorry, got to literature and not enough best-selling book. Let's call this Counting Miracles. Xander's gotta teach me some tricks. Let's find out what he does with his investigative tongue in Sexy Vampire Club. I guess he did solve one crime, and there's bound to be another. Probably will bring Malmore back for the second book. Let's call this one Fangs in the Financial District. Wow, let's hope the gun isn't too involved in how Xander likes to play tag. Anyway, let's call this sizzling sensation Hey Vampire, where'd my wife go? Because Bigfoot is Chad's nickname? Xander's gonna kill Chad, what? I'm not sure about this, but I'm still gonna write This book has all the genres. Chad's erotic website brought in millions until Xander shot it, dead. Now Chad was penniless and Xander got to marry one of the hot vampires. Let's call this Startup Shutdown, Eclipse. It worked, mostly because he destroyed the goblet, but also because cops can be scary. Let's call this one Suck on This, Malmore. Marvelous! I can't wait for high school students everywhere to hate being forced to read a heartbreaking work of staggering Malmore. It was true. The realm was saved. And somewhere within the realm, Xander's wife, probably. Let's call this Do the Wife Thing. Unfortunately, it was mostly those mythical creatures he left behind in the Pacific Northwest. Still, it was just an 8-hour road trip to get back to his harem. Let's call this Naughty Pines. Now, I don't want to give away everything in the title, but I really do think we should call this The Hot Vampire Who Murdered My Wife. I just have a good feeling about it. Oh, you had me going for a minute there. Wait, are you serious? Oh, okay, good. Let's start over then, okay? This is called The Least Expected Fart in the World, starring you. Yeah, you did. Okay, that's the book then. Fartbox McGillicuddy, starring you. It was true. Malmore had never seen love, and between a detective and a vampire, the love was so sensual, he literally melted. I can definitely see our book flying off of drugstore shelves called Let the Right One Bone. Xander immediately became a vampire, and Stuart was full for a couple days. The two immortal lovers watched humanity end due to Malmore's influence, but boy, did they have lots of great sex. I think readers will love imagining themselves and their necks in the world of biters. Was it worth it to spend a weekend having the best sex of your life only to leave your own town to destruction? AP English classes will debate this in Xander Wen and the Burden of Behaving Responsibly. Oh yeah, but at least the smoking ruin won't be taken over by Malmore. Let's call this garbage, We Sold Our Town for Magic Beans. Right! The inciting incident. Always tricky, that. Let's call this Xander Whiffs It. Just goes to show no matter where you go, there's always a massive destructive orgy. Let's call this cautionary tale Orgy 22. Perfect! This will be the first in a series as sprawling as, well, you know. Let's cash in on Sexy Vamps and Rockin' Amps, Book 1. Pretty funny stuff, especially since he's a part-time DJ. I wonder what else he gets up to. Readers will have to discover in Malmost Famous. Sometimes a book can meander meaninglessly because life is like that, right? I don't know, I wouldn't know. Let's call this measly meditation The Wizard of Pause. You don't see enough noir sexy vampire drug comedies. Probably for a good reason. But that leaves the market wide open for a sleeper hit like Spit Swaps and Bass Drops. Malmore wanted Gondorf dead. Xander wanted his ex-wife dead. It was the perfect setup for a series of thrilling, adventure-laden crimes. Let's call this Strangers on a Plane. Of course. Break the fourth wall and put us in there. Let's call this Danger Then Fiction. Sometimes it takes a tryst with a vampire to give you that extra push to decapitate. Let's call this What We Do in the Gallows. Turns out Malmore was just acting up because he was lonely. Elderheim has 0 hot monsters. Let's call this Edgelord. The self-arrest. Usually the end of a detective's career, but not always. Let's call this tragedy Bonk. Go to horny jail. Xander and Gus take a trip across the wastes ravaged by Malmore's forces. Let's call this The Last of Gus. So lucky that Xander gets superpowers instead of radiation poisoning. Let's call this Into the Xanderverse. Is it a blessing or a curse? Readers will soon discover the meaning of forever in The Meaning of Forever. And then the killer goes to jail. Malmore dies from an unrelated racquetball injury. Let's call this The Vampire Chainsaw Massacre. No choices are bad. No choices are bad. Let's call this Silence of the Vamps. The forbidden tomb being where Malmore and the dead prostitutes also were. There, I've tied up all the loose ends. Let's call this The Fangs and the Fury. Xander didn't need hot vampires. He wanted hot serial killers. Let's call this controversial exposé Slay It Again, Sam. Vampires are great at solving mysteries. Unfortunately, that did mean that Xander was soon out of a job because they had bigger socials. Let's call this unmitigated disaster The Rise and Fall of Xander Wen. Those stupid vampires, always mooching off of us hardworking artists. Still, someone's gonna love vampires going viral. Well, with all that time spent in the Pacific Northwest, we're gonna have to leave Malmore to the last page, or paragraph. Let's call this Face the Procrastination. Every good book deserves a live stream. Let's call this Suck Me Social, a vampire influencer story. Malmore and Stewart are both stand-ins for unchecked power and sinister corruption. Chad stood in for gerrymandering. Let's call this noir classic The Wrong Goodbye. Of course, Walter the Kung Fu Rabbi is here to save the day after he kicks ass and takes off for Shabbat. Let's call this zany caper The Bold Testament. Everyone slept on the diminutive Xander, but he had it in him all along. Size, power, and high cheekbones are no match for a detective's resolve. Let's call this heroic tale The Little Detective That Could. If we do that, then it totally justifies the other batshit decisions we made. I'm sure we're gonna sell a lot of copies of Sax, Sax, Sax. Too bad it was a crime under the reign of Malmore. Let's call this cautionary tale Earlobe Lickin' Good. Their band was called Scaly Dan, named after the hot reptilian drummer, and their first gig was Malmore's coronation as Lord of the Realms. It's gotta have one of those titles, I guess, so let's call this Reelin' in the Tears. By invoking a more powerful god, it happened! Malmore died due to Xander's overwhelming love for Chad. Let's call this Bicentaurian Man. Truer words have never been screamed. Let's call this Rub You the Vamp Way. Sometimes it takes a gas station handy to allow you to see the error of your ways. Let's call this The Long Arm of the Sexy Vampire. Not sure if karaoke is the best career, but this is a comedy, right? I sure hope so. Let's call this laugh riot Singin' Down the Drain. Not a bad idea to defeat Malmore. Xander takes the Gauntlet of Gloom and does all the things he was supposed to do 200 pages ago. Let's call this Justice Has Been Swerved. Hey, no one said our hero had to be perfect. Let's call this steamy sensation Innocent Until Proven Sexy. The Sprawlsville PD eventually had such great content that they ended up beating Malmore in the court of public opinion. Let's call this Sponsor Your Local Sheriff. Finally, a billionaire does something good. Let's call this Pot of Gold Gotta Go Viral. Hey, at least it paid well. Let's call this All the President's Wen. And who better to model the brand than Mr. Gas Station Bathroom himself, Detective Xander Wen? Let's call this Slicky Ricky's Tricky Dick. And you know what? It worked. Let's call this lonely tale the Xander Parable. Fortunately, Iowa was the state Malmore pretty much left alone after he conquered the world. Let's call this the adventures of Buckaroo Xander across the sex dimension. Xander rose through the ranks of Malmore's army of gloom over the next few decades and died from a pike sharpening accident. Let's call this Fealty Towers. Fortunately, with Xander's experience of cross-species lovemaking, he was the best bottom of all. Let's call this Bosom Bottoms. Wow, what a profound contemplation on being addicted to sex with mythical creatures. Let's call it Requiem for a Vampire Sex Addict. The centaur takes a hit too, and they spend the rest of the book looking for burgers they saw on TV. Let's call this Xander and Zumar Go to Might Castle. With his detecting days long behind him, Xander still had a lot to give to all the hot monsters who came by his favorite gas station. Let's call this Mentor the Dragon. Is that coming from your own experience? You know what? Don't answer that. Let's call this Dear John. And with that, blam! Xander's brain splattered against the wall. Which is why you generally shouldn't manipulate people with brain damage. This feels very derivative, which is great, because readers don't want anything new. Let's title it Mementhunk. And so the two friends shared a well-deserved laugh, relishing in the best and last April Fool's Day either one would ever experience. Now that was a twist! M. Night Twistaland would be proud. Let's call it April Fools at the Lusty Lasso. To prove his point, Hunky grabbed Xander's throat, and instantly he saw visions of Xander choking to death, which honestly wasn't much of a premonition if you think about it. What a story! And there's nothing modern audiences love more than references from 1983. Let's title this one The Dead Memory Zone. And so the two friends consummated their friendship in the spiciest way imaginable. Great work! Seems like Hunky's character was a little inconsistent. But if anyone asks, just say it was the memory loss and tell them to shut up. Anyway, let's call this, If You're So Smart, Why Don't You Go Write Your Own Story? And so, Hunky violently blew Xander's brains out, which would have been a lot more impactful if the two weren't just characters in a video game. So many twists, I think I'm going to be sick. Not sure if that's a good thing, but we'll let the readers be the judge of press X for doubt. Wait, Hunky's passion was graphic design? That's my passion too! Great minds think alike. Anyway, let's call this one Graphic Depictions. And so a contented Hunky decided to sit patiently and await the heat death of the universe, which occurred 1.7 times 10 to the 106th power years later. But don't you worry, Hunky died long before that due to astigmatism. So many unique ideas, some of which were even halfway decent. Let's call it My Life as a Video Game Side Quest, the Hunky McCoy story. And bone that hot cousin he did. Boned him real good. Now, I don't want to kink shame, but I will if I have to. Let's call this Shame on You, which is what all half-human, half-goat freaks deserve. And while I don't condone Hunky's actions, I respect them. Let's call this The Hunk, the Memory Loss, and the Wardrobe. But I've never played dodgeball, Mr. Tummy exclaimed, which quickly ended his professional dodgeball career. And his life. That ending was totally unexpected. But so was the invention of bubble wrap, and people love that. Let's call this The Chronicles of Hunky, the Voyage of the Dodge Treader. And with Mr. Tummy's help, Hunky's team of unlicensed super friends saved the Earth from lots of aliens and evil billionaires and some dude named Morgatron. Honestly, it's a little rough around the edges, but so is everything labeled artisanal, and people love that junk. Anyway, let's call it Heroes Without a License. And which half was the human half, you may ask? Why, the left half, of course. Anyway, let's call this A Hunk and His Fawn Get It On. Unfortunately for the duo, flushing evidence of criminal activity was strictly against airline regulations. They were both sentenced to death, although in the end, the governor of Idaho stayed the execution. Feels like there's some plot holes. But if anyone points them out, we'll just dox them on social media. Let's call it Mile High Guys. Oh, hell, you crushed my testicles! A distraught Hunky howled. And thus a new hilarious and highly licensable catchphrase was born. The end. And they say you shouldn't mix a dozen genres together. But who are they anyway? Let's call it Top Hunks. Although neither man had enough forethought to properly plan or execute such a high-stakes hijacking, and so the Secret Service easily shot them dead. Promising beginning that kind of fell apart at the end, much like our own lives. Let's call it Bear Force One. And so the duo proceeded to butter their biscuits both in the sexual sense and in the literal sense, making for a very slippery flight. Let's call this Slip Slidin' a Plane.
The name of the man who killed your wife is Terrence!
Hunky exclaimed. But truthfully, Xander didn't even care anymore. He finally had what he'd spent a lifetime searching for. The love of a virile ranch hand with severe brain damage. Amazing! And it barely seems like you were just making everything up on the spot, which is the mark of any great author. Let's call it Cover Up for My Cutie. And so, overcome with pimp-tastic vibes, Xander packed his sweet guitar and some sick wah pedals and headed out for the dopest 5 days he'd ever experienced. Now, can't say all these threads line up exactly, but what you gonna do? We're writing this on spec after all. Let's call this Flowers for Hunky Man. Treasure chest. Great. Good reward.
classic. Let's title this To All the Crimes I Forgot Before. And so they slurped musty Parisians all night long, which was super hot. Now that's a story, at least according to the dictionary definition. Let's call this 51st Slurps. And so the mayor was sentenced to 25 years in a supermax upstate, where, in an ironic twist, the only entertainment available was the series adaptation of Xander's blog. Love it! This might require some light editing, and also some very heavy editing, but in the end I think readers will appreciate forgetfulness and the city. And so Hunky and his wacky community college study group proceeded to have 6 seasons worth of memorable antics. 6 chapters worth. Let's call this definitely a book, McCoy-munity. And so Xander and Hunky proceeded to steal the crown jewels, which was very illegal but also very cool and shiny. Amazing! Critics may not like it, but remember, to catch a hunk isn't for the critics.
Hunky, a swollen Xander moaned. These pleasures you're showing me are beyond my wildest imagination.
And Hunky smiled, knowing his days as a sugar baby were only just beginning. What an inspired genre blend! Right up there with Tex-Mex and Irish Tex-Mex. Let's call it Blog Me All Night Long. Unfortunately, due to partial R&D funding from the government, Hunky's brain was indeed now federal property, and his journey as a clandestine spy had only just begun. A beginning, a middle, and an end? That's a story right there, baby! Let's call it They Saved Hunky's Brain. Immediately, the two erupted in uproarious laughter. Some say they're still laughing to this very day. But they're wrong. Dead wrong. I think this is great. Of course, we'll need to review the opinions of a bunch of anonymous clickbait trolls to know for sure, but let's call it How Hunky Got His Brains Back. It was a prophecy that would prove horrifyingly true. For over the next decade, Hunky diligently replaced every bone, artery, and organ with a synthetic equivalent, until he eventually died of heavy metal poisoning. That's gonna be a great 50-cent find at a yard sale in 20 years. Let's call it Robo-Hunk. And so Hunky did. He licked every inch of Xander's quivering bod. Even Xander's larynx, which was incredibly difficult to reach. I love it! And although my taste is totally basic, I think Thank You for Being a Friend with Benefits is going to be a huge hit. And so, no longer able to fulfill his duties as a detective, Xander spent the rest of his days as Hunky's live-in maid. Luckily, the pay was commensurate, and Hunky even matched Xander's HSA contributions. A bold and powerful statement about the costumes we all wear in our everyday lives. Let's call this The Sex Maid's Tale. And so, the mystery of why Xander's face was on a Japanese detergent was never solved. Not sure people are going to get that last reference, but it would have killed in 1997. Anyway, let's title this Mrs. Sparkle. And where was the Shroud of Turin? Now that would prove to be the greatest mystery of them all, except for the location of the Holy Grail. For that mystery was even greater. Damn, we should have wrote that book. Anyway, let's call this stupid Shroud of Turin book Xander Wen Made Man. And how much porn did Xander watch? A surprisingly reasonable amount. The end. It's not terrible, but it's also not, what's the word, readable? Anyway, let's call it When Xander Wore Stilettos. Blam! Enzo's brains violently splattered across the pavement. And it was at that moment that Xander finally realized the mystery of whether or not we live in a simulation would never be solved. Ever. Okay. It's not that I hate it so much as I feel dumber having been exposed to it. But let's call it Simulate This. And so, Xander and the mob boss spent the next 24 hours learning to crump. And since all the best books end with an unmotivated crumping montage, I'm sure the public is going to go crazy for We Gotta Kill the Dawn, for science. Honestly, I'm so lost that I don't even think a GPS could help me. But maybe readers will feel differently about Dawn of a New Simulation.
You make me even more moist,
Enzo cooed seductively, thus proving once and for all that the art of flirting died with the advent of text messaging. But it did prove unequivocally that Xander was in a simulation. Let's call it The Moist Father. And so Xander was arrested for tax fraud and sentenced to a prison just for furries, which was very progressive. The end? Honestly, I'd rather read my own obituary. But since we gotta name it, let's call it The Perfect Crime. And so, having been neutered, Xander proceeded to sue the animal shelter for malpractice, and in the end, won a handsome 4-figure settlement. The end. So, I think this is a mess. However, that end had me in stitches, just like Xander after being neutered. Let's call it Furiosa, a Xander Wen saga. And the sentient AI exterminated everyone who was ever in this book, which frankly was the right call. Anyway, let's call this Furminator 2. And so, bored of pleasuring himself, Xander finally returned to his human existence. But he never, ever forgot how to lick his own junk. Wow, this is like a narrative turducken, and somehow even more unappetizing. Anyway, let's call it From Man to Meow, the Xander Wen story. And so, pistol in hand, Xander set out into the sci-fi dystopia to solve some super cool mysteries. Marvelous! I can't wait for high school students everywhere to hate being forced to read The Baytrix.
Sure hope I can use tough love to get those high schoolers to reach their potential, Xander sighed,
and set off to do just that. The end. Huh. Interesting choices, but that's what pushes culture forward, am I right? Anyway, let's call it The Matrix Reloaded. And as the Nazi occult monsters raced towards him, Xander smiled deviously. He was going to enjoy this, on account of his bloodlust. Now that was a curveball, I think. Honestly, I've never actually played hockey. Anyway, let's call this The Matrix Revolutions. And so, driven by rampant horniness, Xander proceeded to bone every living thing in sight, including viruses, which, although technically don't meet all the criteria for life, were also boned. The end. This left a bad taste in my mouth, but I probably shouldn't have been eating the pages. Honestly, that's on me, not our masterpiece, The Matrix Resurrections. Incredible! That solved Hunky's memory problem. Another case solved by that dashing detective Xander Wen. And like a roller coaster at a condemned theme park, readers are going to be thrilled by, and gravely concerned about, Xander Wen blows his wad. Bazinga! Xander exclaimed. The end. Well, I've read children's letters to Santa with more depth. Anyway, we'll leave it up to the readers to decide the fate of the Big O Theory. And so, having successfully referenced every YA adventure book he could remember, Xander Wen considered this case closed. For now. The ending kinda confused me, but honestly, ever since the massive head trauma, I get confused super easily. Anyway, let's call it Hunky McCoy was never real.
I can see God!
Xander shrieked as the ecstasy exploded from every orifice. And as the waves of pleasure finally subsided, he smiled, for he alone knew whether our universe was a simulation or not. It wasn't. A stunning work of staggering genius, or the ravings of a lunatic. Luckily, as a creative, you can always claim the former and no one will call you on it. Let's title this incoherent masterpiece, The Orgasm That Broke the Universe.
No, it can't be,
a distraught Xander wailed. But it was true. He was his wife's killer, which was an incredible twist that no one saw coming. And anyone who says reading is dead will definitely change their mind after experiencing Don't Get Your Xanders in a Twist. Indeed, the killer was none other than Xander himself, while sleepwalking. And so Xander was only charged with manslaughter and the case was finally solved. That had everything, including several things I absolutely didn't want. Let's call it The Killer Wore Slippers. Xander's eyes went wide. The killer was a parallel universe copy of himself. Just another reason he had to die. And so Xander shot his double dead, and no one had any questions about the circumstances of his wife's murder ever again. Let's call this twisty business Multiverse of Murder.
You're coming with me, Lube, Xander exclaimed. To the bedroom.
And thus the mystery was definitely solved. Maybe readers will still love Lethal Lube. And so Xander vowed to find Hunky's wife's killer among the party guests, even though he had a really early meeting in the morning. And the killer was the Gainesville Goober. Let's call this rousing tale of mascot perversion Under the Hood. Now, juggling 2 dates the same night would usually be hard, but Xander had watched a lot of sitcoms growing up. And as both dates arrived, Xander smiled. He was born for this moment. He boasts,
Who cares if I have 2 dates? It's a motherfucking orgy, bitches!
Okay, let's title this Hunky Never Woke Up. And as the Loch Ness Monster devoured the hapless orgy guests, Xander groaned. He was gonna have a lot of explaining to do. The end. Let's call this Monster Mashup. And so, painfully aroused, Xander bit his lower lip. It was going to be a long, hot night. Candidly, Xander's arousal isn't the only thing painful about this story. But let's call it The Goober Glistens in the Pale Moonlight.
I'll figure out who did this. I'm a detective,
Xander exclaimed. And to his credit, he did figure it out. Although, frankly, it wasn't very much of a mystery. The end. I'm in stitches! That's due to an unrelated medical issue, but even that doesn't dampen my enthusiasm for An Orgy for Doomzilla.
This is not what I meant by open bar,
Xander cried. But Doomzilla was too wasted to care, for Doomzilla was an alcoholic. Coincidentally, this is why you should never have a kaiju co-host your party. That and their cheapskates. Anyway, let's call this Hunky McCoy's Quiet, Sleepy Night.
Fear not! Mecha Doomzilla will save us,
Xander exclaimed. Unfortunately, Mecha Doomzilla was kinda a dud, and Doomzilla proceeded to massacre them all. The end. There's only one thing to call this. Doomzilla versus Mecha Doomzilla.
Listen, I'm still totally DTF,
Xander cooed seductively, as he beckoned Doomzilla towards the bedroom. Hunky was still fast asleep as they twisted various limbs around each other. Anyway, let's call this future bestseller, Don't Wake Hunky. It was true. Hunky's wife had indeed been murdered. And upon realizing how he'd totally dropped the ball, Xander vowed to spend the rest of his life hunting down the killer. That is, until the next day when Hunky forgot again. Vixen also moves in, and it's hilarious. Someone out there is bound to be more than indifferent to our book, Trixie Vixen.
I'll never get these stains out before the open house,
Hunky exclaimed, and everyone laughed uproariously. Almost too uproariously. The end. Solid.
Every dentist's office in the world is going to want a copy of Buyer's Divorce. Hunky's proclamation was as bizarre as it was strange, and so Xander vowed to spend the rest of his days investigating what exactly Hunky meant, no matter what. The end. Sexy and confusing, like realizing the person you're dating looks uncomfortably like your parent. Let's call it Moaning Machines.
Bind me in latex and let's start sploshing,
Hunky bellowed. And that was exactly what Xander did. The end. We gotta call this amazing book-like construct I Want to Splosh You Like an Animal. Yes, the man who had murdered Xander's wife was none other than his twin brother Zaddy, and having confessed to the crime, Xander promptly arrested him. Which, although the right thing to do, sadly did mean Xander would fail the class. Amazing! A story this captivating certainly deserves an equally phenomenal title. Something brilliant and evocative like X-Wen First Class. And so, Xander arrested the 3 kids stacked in a trench coat for the murder of his wife. And also for crimes against fashion. The end. Originally I wasn't sure about the tonal shifts, but I think this is working. Let's call it X-Wen, The Last Stand. It was true. Professor Z was the real villain all along, reinforcing why celebrities starting their own private academic institutions should raise several red flags. Oh, I like that. And it ends on a cliffhanger, which means people will have to buy the sequel. Let's call it X-Wen Apocalypse. And as a content Xander melted into Hunky's arms, he realized he was kinda glad his wife was dead after all. The end. This story deserves the absolute best title I can come up with, so let's call it X-Wen, Days of Hunky Past. The hedgehog's words rang in Xander's ears, even louder than his crippling tinnitus. A stark reminder that this mystery was only just beginning. The end. Wow, this story has everything. Ever think maybe it shouldn't? Anyway, let's title it X-Wen Origins, Hedgehog. It was true. It was absolutely the perfect day to play hooky. And so a gleeful Xander and the Hedgehog skipped class to smoke some dank kush with their buddy Sidewinder in an alley behind a bowling alley. They were never seen again. The end. I'm feeling so many emotions. None of them good. Anyway, let's title this X-Wen 97. And so as Xander and the Hedgehog bid each other a tearful goodbye, the submarine imploded, killing them faster than the signals from their pain receptors could reach their brains. The end. Oh, okay. Well, that surprise ending was a mess, much like the Hedgehog's brains splattered on the side of the submarine. Anyway, let's call this Mr. Hedgehog's Opus. I want to cover you in honey and lick it off, the Hedgehog cooed seductively, and an aroused Xander was only too happy to oblige him. Let's call this A Fine Summer's Day. And so Xander, doused in acid, decomposed instantly. A stark reminder of why every school classroom should be equipped with an OSHA-approved emergency eye wash station. Let's call this Scandal at the Superhero School. Instantly, 10,000 pounds of cotton candy rained down upon a gleeful Xander, who was unceremoniously crushed to death. The end. Remember, 10,000 pounds of something light is still 10,000 pounds. And let's call this Hunky Died Too.
Not werewolf pheromones,
Xander cried. But it was too late. Within seconds, the werewolf queen arrived and tore him to shreds. The end. Oh, so it's rage bait in book form. Very clever. Let's call it The Deadly Professor. And as Xander suffocated under the weight of 1,000 horny prostitutes, he moaned in ecstasy. After all, it was, all things considered, a pretty sick way to go. The end. And anyone who says words can't hurt you obviously hasn't read our writing. Anyway, let's call this The Crushing Weight of Victory. Smiling, Xander loaded his revolver and headed out into the desolate streets of Sprawlsville, ready to earn that extra credit no matter what. The end. Oh, hot and filled with twists, like sex with a contortionist. Let's call it Superpowers After Hours. And while Xander had never swindled a wealthy heiress before, he couldn't wait for the zany antics that no doubt awaited him in our masterpiece. Her breasts heaved as she spoke. There wasn't a moment to lose. And so, armed with only the shirt on his back and a couple extra superheroes lying around, Xander raced to secure the Antikythera before sundown. The end. Oh, and he does. He gets it. And Hunky is there too. Let's call this one of 1,024 stories. It was an extra credit assignment Xander was eager to complete. And as he zealously memorized every inch of Mrs. Power's naked form, he wished he could stay in school forever, especially given today's job market. Now that tale definitely made my heart skip a beat, and not just because of my slight arrhythmia. Let's call this Pleasuring the Professor. And although Xander never successfully uncovered the identity of his wife's killer, he did graduate in the top 40% of his class. The end. I'd call this a mixed bag. Bag of what? I honestly don't know. But let's call it Super Mafia Brothers. And so, a driven Xander dedicated himself to improving his sketch comedy writing, ultimately earning a staff writer position on Saturday Afternoon Live. Unfortunately, his parents were still disappointed that he dropped out of detectiving school. The end. So many bold and bewildering choices. There's no way readers won't love The Right Stuff to Write Stuff. Xander and Bicyclops work together to defeat the evil yet extremely attractive menace.
Xander wears nothing magnetic at all, which really helped more than anything, honestly. And so concludes the tale of the League of Extraordinary Improvers. And so, for the next 180 days, Xander stared fixated on the mesmerizing bulge in Enzo's pants. Not necessarily for any sexual reason, but more so out of morbid fascination. The end. People can learn from this book. Let's call it The Road to Enlightenment. Bulge awareness. And so Coco was arrested for murder. And for teaching comedy without a license, which surprisingly carried a much harsher sentence than the murder charge. Incredible! The best Irish contribution to our culture since the color green. Let's call this masterpiece Dial P for Pompadour. It was a hilarious line and absolutely true. An education in comedy ensures a lifetime of laughs. And what could be more valuable than that? Certainly not money. Let's call this Coco O'Brandon and the Mystery of the Missing Tuition. It was a duel to the death. Fortunately, Xander knew where Coco was weakest, his funny bone. As Coco passed away, Xander smiled and thought about how little he remembers Hunky McCoy anymore. He has a degree now, and knowledge is power. We can call this a murder most humorous. And so, hormones raging, Xander and Coco ravenously explored each other's sculpted, aching bodies, thus concluding our story. Coco O'Brandon must go. Blam! The Chupacabra's brain splattered across the whiteboard, thus ending once and for all the controversial practice of hiring monsters as college professors. The end. I support this. Not the writing, but the killing of Chupacabras. Anyway, let's call this The Only Good Chupacabra is a Dead Chupacabra. And so, with Xander as its coach, the Chupacabra went on to become the superstar of the Capable Champions Academy basketball team. A fitting and in no way derivative ending to Chupacabras in the Classroom. If there's one thing I know, you can wrestle anyone into teaching you anything. It's how I learned how to read. This is going to be amazing. As a paperweight. And let's title this paperweight The Chupacabra's Curriculum. Furiously, Xander and the Chupacabra sucked face. In fact, they almost sucked as hard as this story, which I'm calling Carnal Cravings, a Caliente Chupacabra canticle. And so, his passion for detective work reinvigorated, Xander set out into the seedy alleys of Sprawlsville, ready to solve any mysteries that came his way. The end. A turn from superheroes back to detective work. I wonder if any character growth happened, or if we should just ditch that. Anyway, let's call this The Wisdom of the Wrench. And so Xander spent the remainder of the semester orchestrating hilarious pranks with Hunky McCoy, much to the irritation of the crusty old Dean Lane wad. What a zany and memorable conclusion to The Septic Superhero Substitute. And as the grotesque zombie horde swarmed the quad, Xander cocked his shotgun, for no one was going to spill bodily fluids on his campus, except maybe the occasional frat bro. The end. Wow, you really threw in everything but the kitchen sink, huh? Oh well, let's call it Faucets and Faculty. And smush his aching lips Xander did. Smush, smush, smush. It was the most smushing anyone had ever seen, and it was very hot. The end. Oh my pulse is pounding. But that might just be my energy drink addiction. Anyway, let's call this Plumbing for Pleasure. Yep, that'll get you. And you know one of the best cures? Reading books. Let's call this cure-all Depression-Era Academy. Is it funny to say Lucille Ball? Is that why you picked it? Let's just call this one I'm Funny, a True Story. The emo Prince Noxious had killed Xander's wife, but that was because Xander's wife was a gigantic flaming final boss covered with spikes. Her name was Arcturados, for Christ's sake. Anyway, let's call this RPG.
Oh no, you caught me.
The talking dildo named Thrusty cooed.
I guess you'll have to punish me now, huh?
And punish Thrusty Xander did. He punished Thrusty hard. The end. Well, you have quite the imagination. A deeply dark, concerning imagination. Anyway, let's call this Gone Thrusty Gone. And so a despondent Xander arrested the cantankerous dean for homicide, proving once and for all that college administrators are way too high-strung. The end. Wow, really makes you think. It also makes me hungry for some reason. Anyway, let's order some takeout and call it Pranks for the Memories. And so, realizing that being a viral superstar was far more lucrative than any degree, Xander immediately dropped out of college and dedicated himself to being a prank influencer full-time. He was bankrupt within 30 days. The end. What a story! Let's call it The Dark Prank Rises. Fister Sinister didn't take too kindly to pranking, but Xander had unnamed superpowers now, and hell, we're on his side anyway as the authors. Xander gets away with it, with only a light fisting in Grosse Pointe Prank. And as Xander made passionate, vigorous love to the dean, he realized perhaps Cupid was the greatest prankster of them all. Now that's a story! Let's call it After Office Hours, The Dean's Desires. For the Dino NATO forgot, crime doesn't pay. Unless it's white-collar crime. Let's call this masterpiece Twisters and Tyrannosaurs. And so Xander proceeded to film the Dino-Nado for social media content, ultimately perishing in the process. Because it was a tornado full of dinosaurs, and Xander was apparently an idiot. Truly heart-wrenching.
Let's call this timely morality play Internet Shaming, the ultimate superpower. There was only one thing to do: text Pecos Bill, which in the end was a very clever way to use pre-existing public domain intellectual property to bolster sales of our story. Pecos Bill and the Dino-Nado. And so, confronted with his impending mortality, Xander proceeded to have the hottest end-of-the-world sex he could imagine. Yet unfortunately, Xander's imagination was very poor, and therefore his end-of-the-world sex romp was disappointingly vanilla. The end. What an inspired creation. Right up there with indoor plumbing. Let's call this masterpiece Tryst in the Twister. Yes, unfortunately, superpowered sex would have to wait, for there was a whole city out there that needed cleansing, and Xander was the only one with the sanitary wipes. The end. Awesome! And who knows, maybe after all of human civilization is destroyed, this will be the only artifact that remains. And it'll be called Super Sensual Superheroes. It was true. In a hilarious high-concept twist, Xander had previously given up sex for Lent, which was particularly confounding considering Xander identified as a pescatarian. The end. That was pretty funny. Maybe not comedian funny, but definitely newspaper satirist funny. Let's call it 40 Days and 40 Delights. And so he did. In a high-octane, pulse-pounding spectacle, Xander jumped his motorcycle over the canyon before tragically plummeting to his death. For while Xander had superpowers, the motorcycle unfortunately did not. The end. Anyway, let's call this the Passion of the Powers.
I want to blow your bugle daily,
Xander moaned lustfully, and so he did. He blew that daily bugle all day long. Boy, is it hot in here, or is my hypothalamus malfunctioning? Either way, let's call this steamy little tale The Dark Delight Rises. Within minutes, Xander seized total power, using the opportunity to declare himself supreme mayor for life. And ultimately, his reforms led to a more successful and equitable society, which caused a lot of people some uncomfortable cognitive dissonance. The end. Interesting. A little half-baked, but hey, so is a souffle, and people love those. Let's call it Everything You Always Wanted to Know About Martial Law, but were afraid to ask.
Worst episode ever,
Xander declared, and the citizens of Sprawlsville erupted with laughter because they totally got the reference. And at daybreak, the mayor was hung for his crimes. Now that's a story. Let's call it Hang the Mayor Slowly. Wow, that seemed so normal. It seemed like it was going weird for a second, but then you brought it back to something that made sense. Good work. It'll be called The Clue Among the Condoms.
I'm super into edging,
Xander moaned, and instantly the press conference disbanded, which, let's face it, is kind of what Xander was into. The end. Anyway, let's call it Goon Squad. And so, as if possessed, Xander marched off into the night, determined to solve the mystery of the potato that looked like his junk, no matter the cost. Awesome! And there's definitely a hole in the market for erotic thrillers about potatoes, so I think this'll do gangbusters. Let's call it The Power of the Potato. And so, potato stuffed into his mouth, Xander proceeded to choke to death. The end. Anyway, let's call this hilarious romp The Taste of Justice. For Xander had become Spudmun, with the power to turn anything around him into a potato that looked like his junk. It's more useful than you think, as we'll certainly explore thoroughly in Spud Muffin. Moaning in ecstasy, Xander sensually licked his professor's leather boots until they were dripping with saliva, which was actually kind of terrible for the leather, and Xander got a D-. The end. Wow, a story this sexy needs an even sexier title. Let's call it Dripping with Saliva. And so the mayor was arrested for corruption, and Xander died of asphyxiation, thus reminding us that life is as random as it is cruel. Let's call this timeless classic That Peel Was Left by Fellow Student the Mighty Peel. Xander crashed into the wall and the alien died instantly. What a story! Let's call it Saved by the Peel. Thankfully, the moon crashed into the alien only, killing it instantly. The moon defended Earth yet again! Let's title this Alien v. Pleasurer. Xander soon learned that being ignored could be a kink in itself. He also learned to love his face-hugging friend, and they became a superhero duo. Let's call this oddly shaped tale Zarhi and Me. Befuddled, his professor perused her copy of the Geneva Conventions, and sure enough, she was in violation. Quickly, she was dragged to The Hague to stand trial for her crimes, thus concluding our amazing story entitled College of Capes and Cravings.
My proctologist is gonna have some questions tomorrow,
Xander declared. And it was true. His proctologist did have a lot of questions, but most were about Xander switching from an HMO to a PPO. The end. And you know it's hilarious because we mentioned a proctologist. Let's call this Powers and Penetration. That's why the Capable Champions Academy is the best. They bring out the best in their students. Though I don't think this superhero origin story is going to be able to be shared in schoolhouses across the country. Let's call this
Super Butt Blaster.
Xander learned a lesson that day, and the next, eventually graduating the academy with a degree in fine sex. Anyway, let's call this Valedictorian. It was then Xander knew his days were numbered. Which numbers exactly? Well, that was up to the Almighty. The end. What a story! Let's call it A Dame to Swarm For. Oh no, even femme fatales get awkward sometimes. And there's never a worse time to be awkward than when you've got a revolver pointed at someone. What a heartwarming story about the human spirit, I think. Let's title it Tongue-Tied and Painless. And with that, blam! Scarlet shot Xander right between the eyes, thus ensuring the location of the Fountain of Youth would die with him. Now that's what you call a story, at least according to the dictionary definition. Let's call it Fountains and Foibles.
Their foreplay makes me taste colors,
Scarlet moaned. And as she pulled the trigger, Xander couldn't help but cry, knowing he'd die without ever experiencing sex that awesome. What a story! Let's call it Foreplay That Funky Music.
I did! I killed the senator's daughter,
Scarlet cried, and was immediately arrested for murder, thus ending our masterpiece that I'm calling tonight, A Pickle Jar Saved My Life. It ain't Oktoberfest if no one's wasted, Xander laughed, which was a bold and powerful statement about German holidays, and even inspired the title Swarmerfest. Xander always had the strongest damn hands, I swear. The Swarmers declare him their new supreme warlord, and oddly, Xander ends up killing all humans. Whoops. I'm sure the public is gonna go crazy for A Jar Full of Destiny. Scarlet picks up the Swarmer ankles and adorns them across Xander's shoulders. That's how it do be in Swarmer Warmers. And so Scarlet was arrested for owning a bioweapon without a permit, an offense punishable by execution via said bioweapon. The end. What an inspired creation! Right up there with Vaporwave. Let's call it A Dystopia Most Vile. And in a surprising twist, the Vile became the star of a new streaming series, which wasn't really that impressive. I'll make anything the star of a streaming series these days. Oh, I hope I get one! Anyway, let's call this Going the Extra Vile. Hey, I'm all for saying yes and, but it seems like you pulled this idea from another thread. I'll call this one No But. Because if there's one thing Xander knew, it was this. There's always time for sucking earlobes. Always. What a riveting tale. Let's call it Infectious Love, thus proving swarmers are sadistic mofos you don't screw with. Let's call this Stone Cold Swarmers. And so, in an unexpected and humorous twist, the Swarmers went to work at a paper company in Scranton, which was a very clever genre subversion and not at all derivative. Anyway, let's title this You Derive Me Crazy. And while enrolling in wizard school might have seemed out of left field, it was actually well established in the prequel series, which we'll publish later. The end. What a story! Let's title it Xander Wen and the Deathly Swarmers. There's definitely a way we can write that sexily, especially if we just put that word in a whole lot. Sexily. Sexily. Let's call this Sexily.
The streets whisper, and I'm always listening,
Rousseau whispered, before disappearing out of Xander's life forever. The end. Phenomenal! This is exactly why Johannes Flutenberg invented the printing press, no matter what your lying teacher says. Let's title this future bestseller, You Have the Right to Remain Guilty.
Now that's what I call part of a balanced breakfast.
Rousseau laughed. He was also terrible at catchphrases. Now, you don't see enough neo-noir dystopian comedies, probably for a good reason. But that leaves the market wide open for a sleeper hit like Detectives in Dystopia. Whoa, maybe he wasn't so bumbling after all. A thrilling conclusion to our story, the Pink Xander strikes again.
Justice makes me painfully horny,
Rousseau moaned. And Xander, his loins aching, felt exactly the same way. Thus proving that no aphrodisiac is more powerful than justice, and no story is more riveting than our magnum opus, Last Stand at the Lusty Lasso. And so the Swarmers disappeared back into the wasteland, though Xander celebrated as he wasn't looking for a body in the first place. Unless it was Hunky's well-muscled one. So many twists! I can't wait to know what the readers think about the cringe and the cancelled.
Now we'll never be able to run for public office,
The Swarmers lamented, which was just as well, as Swarmers are notoriously fiscally irresponsible. The end. What a story! Let's title it The Ghosts of Past Posts, Part 1. No! We can't print that! Just think of the pushback. But maybe some controversy would be good for sales. Ah, what the hell. Let's go ahead and write Cancelled Amongst the Chaos. It's why those Swarmers are so hard to stop. They keep getting aroused when they lose, robbing us of our mighty glory in the fight against them. Amazing! Let's call this tour de force Let the Shameful Be Humbled. And so Xander time-traveled back to the night of his wife's mysterious disappearance, resetting the timeline and stopping the Swarmers for good. The end. What a ride! Let's call it Back to the Swarmers. Xander instantly knew the mistake he had to correct. Immediately, he time-traveled back to that time he ate 5 large pizzas by himself. Don't do it, Xander cried. And other Xander didn't. The end. A lot of interesting choices, huh? Let's call it Xander Wen's Excellent Adventure. And so Xander time-traveled to the moment humans first learned to make tools, and he shut that whole thing down real fast. The end. Unfortunately, that does mean that when the Swarmers finally do attack, humanity is completely defenseless. That's for those idiots to deal with in Times of the Heart. Shoot!
Pastor Randy warned me this would happen if I nutted in sin, Xander lamented.
And it was true. Pastor Randy had warned him of this exact scenario, which in hindsight was super weird. Luckily, Xander finally had the power to undo his mistake. And so he did. He never nutted again. What an important story about keeping the faith. Let's call it just in the dick of time. It was true. Rousseau had killed Xander's wife. But it was okay, because Xander still had Hunky, and he even still has some of that sweet lube left. What a story! Let's call it The Secrets in the Lube.
Yabba dabba doo,
Rousseau declared, and everyone laughed in celebration. The end. A story this good needs a great title. Something like Bed Rock Bottom. It was a prophetic pronouncement. The tide was indeed finally turning, and soon the swarmers' reign of terror would be extinguished. Forever. Amazing! Let's call this The Lube That Saved the Lusty Lasso. And join in Xander and Hunky did, fully immersing themselves in the most slippery orgy in the history of orgies. The end. Love it! Funnier than my Uncle Poetry could ever write. Let's call this tasty treat Suck It, Uncle Po!
Thank you, Xander,
a tearful Valentina cried. Don't mention it, Toots, Xander smiled. And so Valentina never did again, not once, the end. So many peculiar choices. Anyway, let's call it Swarming the Swarmers. And so, with the Swarmers behind bars, Valentina set out into the Barrens to start a new life. But she never forgot the dashing detective who gifted her with a lifetime supply of spiced ham, the brand name of which was unknown. The end. I don't love it, but the law states you gotta name all your children, even the ugly ones. So let's call this Swarmers, Subpoenas, and Spiced Ham. And so, Xander handed Valentina the Holy Grail, totally secure in his decision to give the district attorney of a notoriously corrupt city access to untold transcendent power. I mean, it wasn't like Xander was using it for anything. The end. Feel like we kinda lost the thread somewhere? But since we gotta name it, let's call it Hunky Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh, Xander!
Valentina moaned in ecstasy. And in that moment, all the horrors of the Barrens melted away, replaced only by their carnal lust for each other. The end. So many unique ideas, and even a few good ones. Let's call it Swarm Becomes Her. And so, despite all the goodwill he had otherwise accumulated, Xander still arrested Harry on an obscure technicality. Just the kind of ironic social situation that Harry David loved to satirize. The end. Best mashup since the Spork. Let's call it All Comedians Go to Prison. Pretty good. Harry chuckled. Xander said it too, but it didn't have quite the same ring to it. That thick Sprawlsville accent always got in the way. Anyway, let's call this Curb Your Swarmerplasm. Unfortunately, Harry's neurotic tendencies were no match for the advanced nuclear weaponry defending the Swarmer's stronghold. Let's call this The Old Man and the Swarmers. And so, driven by insatiable lust, Xander and Harry made relentless rhythmic love for the next month, stopping only for the occasional water or restroom break. The end. Maybe they even stopped for home food delivery in our magnificent tome called Curb Your Orgasm. And so, Luke arrested everyone for involuntary manslaughter, even Xander and Hunky, which was very unexpected. But it was also trademark unhinged Luke Nukem behavior, so what you gonna do? The end. Now maybe it's just my chronic asthma talking, but that story left me breathless. Let's call it Revenge of the Swarmers. Everyone present was a little bit scared because power crank withdrawals can make people do terrible things, especially roided up people with eyes like that. Great work! I think readers will go gaga for Swarmer Showdown at the Lusty Lasso. And as the sound of Luke Nukem's trademark catchphrase ricocheted triumphantly throughout the ranch, Xander knew the citizens of the Barrens had finally found the hero they needed. The end. Wow. Someone call Mr. Hollywood, because I smell a story that needs to be adapted into a 6-part streaming miniseries. Let's call this masterpiece Luke Nukem, Combat Crew Commander. And so, driven by an almost unbelievably feral horniness, Luke Nukem led everyone in the most epic raunchy orgy of all time. I guess you would know how that feels very specifically. Honestly, you really had to be there to appreciate it. The end. What a wild ride! Let's title it Luke Nukem and the Orgy of Victory. Realizing they were powerless against a warrant, the Swarmers immediately dispersed, thus proving once and for all the awesome power of the judicial system. The end. What a story! Let's call it Law and Swarmers. And so, armed with Buzz the talking vibrator, Xander dispersed the Swarmers the only way he knew how, an endless monologue of scandalous dirty talk. The end. Some peculiar choices there at the end, but either way, let's title it To Swarmfinity and Beyond. Unsheathing Excalibur, a furious Xander laid waste to the Swarmer horde before him. And as he hacked without mercy, he realized a dope title for this story would totally be Swarmers in the Sex Shop. And so did I. I realized that too. We'll call it Swarmers in the Sex Shop. And so, armed with a dildo the size of a baseball bat, Xander knew then what he had to do. It wouldn't be pretty, but true sacrifice rarely is. The end. What a worrying story that definitely isn't a cry for help. Anyway, let's call it The Dildo That Saved the Barrens. And as Hunky's lifeless corpse collapsed onto the floor, Xander watched with haunted eyes. Yes, he had finally avenged his wife's death,
But if he had accomplished his goal, why did he still feel so empty? The end. What a twist! Every fiction lover is going to want a copy of Bullets in the Barrens. With the murder solved, there was no need for guns anymore. Unfortunately, Xander now had a pressing need for a stomach pump. What a story! Let's call it Delicious Ingungeon. And so it was that Xander taught us a confusing lesson about forgiving the hot killer who murdered your wife. The end. What a concerning moral! Oh well, let's call this Don't Keep Your Murder Weapon in Your V-neck. And as Xander ravenously probed Hunky's mouth with his tongue, he realized the only thing that ever mattered was their undying and preternaturally fast love, and whether or not he could bum any condoms off the Swarmers. The end. What a thrilling tale about the importance of safe sex. Let's title this, Swarmer, Can You Spare a Popper? And so, using every last dollar of his $100 million lottery winnings, Xander dedicated the rest of his days to finding the bastard who murdered his wife. He was unsuccessful, which was really pathetic considering he was supposed to be a detective. A disappointing conclusion to a disappointing story I'm calling Lottery at the Lusty Lasso. And so Xander did. He used his enormous riches to fund a plucky ragtag hockey team. They won a lot, but they also lost a lot, teaching us all the importance of accepting our own mediocrity. Mediocrity like this story, which I'm calling The Mediocre Ducks. As a result, Xander used the cash to sever his head and suspend it in a liquid that would keep him alive forever. And live forever he did, witnessing infinite horrors you couldn't possibly imagine as the Swarmers ripped apart the ranch and Hunky. A fitting and concerning end to The Lust and the Lotto. It was the sweetest and most poetic thing Hunky had ever heard. And so bone Xander he did. He boned Xander for literally every second for the rest of their lives, which logistically was a very difficult undertaking and takes a long time to write. The end. What a consequential story. I know bookworms will love Desire in the Dystopia. After all, ensuring Xander could never be implicated in Hunky's death is what Hunky would have wanted. The end. Now, typically you wouldn't want your protagonist to be so repulsive, but also rage bait is a super effective marketing strategy. Let's call this Bonfire of the Insanities. And so Xander and Hunky's ghost launched a lucrative haunted house grift. It was a pointless end to a pointless story, which I'm calling The Pointless Death of Hunky McCoy. And so Xander did. He murdered every last Swarmer in the Barrens. Some even said Xander maybe went too far, but those that don't have the stomach for war shouldn't question the methods of those that do. The end. Exciting! Let's call this thrilling and morally questionable tale The Littlest Ones Have the Largest Screams. Fortunately, Hunky's twin brother Hunkier lived down the street at the lustier Lasso Ranch. They had the sexiest and bestest time together. What a story! Let's call it Some Like It Superlative, which seems like a disappointing ending, but sometimes the best books leave things ambiguous to have readers draw their own conclusions. Love this! Let's call it The Chaos and the Coitus. But let's face it, what's worse, being trampled by rampaging Swarmers or working a corporate 9 to 5? We'll leave that for astute readers to decide in Swarmed by the Swarmers.
Death is not the end. Dionysus shall be reborn,
Xander cried out. It was the kind of edge-of-your-seat prognostication whose veracity could only be revealed in the obligatory sequel to I'll Be Bacchus.
I didn't know it could go that deep, Xander moaned.
But Xander learned something new about himself that day, which is why I'm calling this sexy story Dicked Down in the Dystopia. And as Takeshi's brains splattered across the wall, a relieved Xander turned to Hunky and smiled.
Looks like he's going home in a bento box.
The end. A stunning meditation on the consequences of gambling addiction. Let's call it Bareback Blackjack Blowback.
You didn't specify how I murder Hunky, and I choose a butt blast,
Xander triumphantly proclaimed before being shot to death by the Yakuza. Let's call this cautionary tale Yakuza, Like a Tush Gun. Fortunately, writing is free. We can make it a 30-minute long battle if we want just by writing that down. Let's write this down. The title will be 300 Punch Man. It was the twist ending no one saw coming, which was counterintuitive considering how heavily coming was involved. Thus ended Coitus Amongst the Cherry Blossoms, and Xander, to his credit, never did. The end. Fantastic! I can't wait for the unnecessary cash grab sequel to My Big Fat Yakuza Wedding. Luckily, a detective's first job is to find out the meaning behind aliases. Takeshi was called edamame because it was the name of a popular bean served at Japanese restaurants. Case closed. Let's call this brain tickler Dictionary Definition. And so, in a thrilling, high-octane chase sequence, Xander ensured the island never went below 50 miles per hour. He also ensured it never went over 70 miles per hour, which was the speed limit. The end. Well, that certainly resembles a story. Let's call this You're Driving May Crazy. So Takeshi did. He licked every inch of Xander's glistening, chiseled bod, with the exception of Xander's left kneecap, which both men agreed was repulsive. The end. Let's call this inspiring story of struggle My Left Kneecap. And as the cuffs clamped down around Takeshi's wrists, Takeshi realized his one fatal mistake. All those other crimes he'd previously committed. The end. Now that's right for self-publishing. Let's title this Tears of the Yakuza. And so Xander magically reverted back to being a teenager, which, let's be honest, wasn't much better than being indebted to the Yakuza. Also, he still had to go to the South Pole, which was mega awkward.
The end. Anyway, let's title this Fornication and Frostbite, a Xander Wen mystery. Buying a guide on South Pole expeditions was a stroke of genius, and in doing so, Xander finally cemented his legacy as the greatest fictional detective of all time, provided you'd never read another detective novel. A fittingly slapdash end to The Yakuza Wore Snowshoes. I guess that's one way to settle a blood debt. One debased, horrific way. Anyway, let's call this Going South, an erotic expedition. For Takeshi had forgotten the most important lesson of being a career criminal. Never end up in handcuffs, even during sex. Amazing! Let's call this Tied Up with Takeshi. It was true. All Yakuza keep a mousetrap near their groin to frighten off their enemies. Poor Xander's licking days were over. Well, you tried your best, I hope. Let's call it The Yakuza Who Came to the Ranch. Awesome! And there's definitely a hole in the market for alien erotic thrillers about the Yakuza, so I think this'll do gangbusters. Let's call it E.T., the Extra Takeshi. All detectives learn the sexy way of cuffing in detective school, and Xander was a pro. It didn't stop his blackjack addiction, unfortunately. Wow, is it hot in here, or did they reopen that illegal smelting facility down the street? Anyway, let's call this steamy number Xander and the Yummy Yakuza. And so, unable to overcome the power of the receipts, Scarlet was carted off to prison. It was a stark reminder that the internet is written in ink, and the perfect conclusion to lights, camera, betrayal. And although it wouldn't seem like a magical remote would be the linchpin to ensure Scarlet went to prison, it was the linchpin. Anyway, let's title this The Linchpin.
Enjoy life in a parallel dimension, Toots,
Xander exclaimed as he shoved Scarlet through the portal, and in all honesty, she did. She really enjoyed her life there. The end. Yeesh, that made Chernobyl seem pleasant. Oh well, let's call it You Can't Outrun the Yayo. Yes, to the surprise of everyone, though not hunky for unexplained reasons, Scarlet was brought down by an eerily realistic sex doll, a fitting and confusing end to Revenge at the Ranch. And so, driven by a relentless need to enforce the law, Xander ignored all the other cool, totally random things happening around him. It was the mark of any great protagonist, and a questionable conclusion to London visits the lusty lasso. Oh right, Xander can time travel! And his mom is way more attracted to him than his dad Xander Sr. It's the sort of comedic romp that readers will be thrilled to laugh at and not with in The Lusty Lasso Takes the Limelight.
I gotta burrow to the center of the earth,
bellowed Xander. And so he did, for reasons that he never shared with anyone else. The end. Anyway, let's call this On Location with London Hotel. Oh, very clever. Bringing up Hunky again to make it seem like you had an overall plan here. Obviously, you're underestimating the reader's intelligence. Just like a professional. Let's title this Hunky Hunky Burning Love.
The only good sandworm's a dead sandworm,
Xander decreed, which was true, and also a baffling end to a story I'm calling God Emperor of the Lusty Lasso. The funny thing about crashing weddings with a giant sandworm is that it literally crashes them to death. And death is very funny. Well, I hated that. But maybe readers will feel differently about Heretics of the Lusty Lasso. With Xander as the Messiah and Hunky as his charming bride, Christians everywhere were greatly offended. I'm also offended by the existence of this book, which I'll call The Gospel of St. Xander. And so Xander breathlessly humped the sandworm, which was the baller move and a worrying ending to Wet, Wet Worm.
Let's kill Hunky and cover it up.
Together, Xander whispered. And that's exactly what they did, which was surprisingly easier than they anticipated as he had no living relatives. The end. Amazing! A story this captivating deserves an equally phenomenal title. Something brilliant and evocative like Hunky Go Bye-Bye. And so Xander and Vixen produced a hilarious mockumentary about their rock band, which proceeded to bomb in theaters. It was a tragic reminder of the state of the entertainment industry, and a totally downer conclusion to Lechery at the Lusty Lasso. It was true. The moon landing had been faked by Xander himself. And as the depth of the conspiracy washed over Vixen, she realized her life would never be the same again. The end. Honestly, I'd rather read a cereal box. But since we gotta name it, let's call it Honey Nut Conspiracios. And so Xander did. He licked her sweat glands till they were dry. It was the most erotic thing anyone had ever done to anyone's sweat glands ever, and a fitting conclusion to A Porn Star is Born. Now, what exactly Galactodrax meant by that, Xander was unsure. But there was one thing Xander was absolutely sure of. He would see Galactodrax again. At his arraignment. The end. Aliens and erotica. An impressive genre blend that deserves an impressive title like Compliant Encounters of the Third Kind. And so, given that Galactodrax was the therapist to a mob boss, he was able to cut a generous deal with the DA in exchange for testimony against his patient. Of course, this went against his professional ethics, but Galactodrax was a horrible therapist. But not as horrible as this story, which I'm calling Look Who's Talking to the Cops. And the Legion of Galactic Villainy made good on Galactodrax's promise of retribution, thus proving definitively the importance of labor unions. The end. What a thrilling story! Let's call it The Legal Expert's Guide to the Galaxy. And as Galactodrax tenderly manhandled Xander's scrumptious ass, Xander suddenly realized he'd be making a lot more conjugal visits than he'd previously intended. A sexy end to a lousy story, which I'm calling Invasion of the Snatch Snatchers. And as a defeated Xander was hauled away, he suddenly realized this whole time he'd been focused on victory in the wrong court. The end. What a ride! Let's title it Close Encounters of the Free Throw Kind, thus proving once and for all that basketball-playing dogs and cartoon characters are superior point guards compared to extraterrestrials. The end. Incredible! Can't wait for the publisher to ruin it with an unnecessary extended universe. Let's title this masterpiece Space Bud. And so, in a cruel twist of fate, Xander was crushed underfoot by a rampaging Doomzilla, which was totally against space basketball regulations. A tragic and confusing conclusion to a story I'm calling Third Block from the Sun. And as Xander furiously made out with naughty Narwhal, he realized he was about to have the hottest and wettest sex of his entire life. The end. Kinda confusing, but whatever. Let's call it Dribble on Me, baby. Now, usually you don't want to pointlessly kill your protagonist, but there's no harm in being a trendsetter. Let's call this Unidentified Frozen Objects. And so, having successfully murdered Santa Claus, Galactodrax had finally discovered the true meaning of Blissmas, which was, surprisingly, to murder Santa Claus. The end. That was ho-ho horrible. Let's call it Space Claus. Lucky for Galactodrax, he had access to a magical British police box, which he used to disappear forever. Know what else I wish would disappear forever? This story, which I've titled The Icy Invasion. And so Galactodrax kept warm by vigorously humping Xander. For in the end, nothing warms your heart like vigorous humping. Except maybe this story, The Martian Humping Chronicles. It was a gambit that proved once and for all that Xander was indeed the world's greatest detective, and the owner of the world's second greatest ass. Let's call this spine-tingler the greatest ass in the world, the Hunky McCoy story. Uh-oh, those particular aliens are always susceptible to the shoulders of humans. The cleanup took weeks. I'm calling this Attack the Cock, and you can't do shit about it. And together, Xander and Galactodrax subjugated the galaxy to untold horrors, like extra-long DMV lines, and a severe lack of electric car charging stations. The end. I think this'll single-handedly revive the neighborhood bookstore. Let's title it The Emperor Strikes Bareback. And as a breathless Xander forcefully inseminated Galactodrax's inviting egg sacs, he knew then that his ex-wife was wrong. He had found love again, or at the very least a decent and pulsating booty call. The end. What a story! Let's call it Whore of the Worlds. Murder, of course, was the ultimate betrayal, and so Xander was relieved Hunky was dead. It was a thrilling ending to an incredible story, which I'm going to call Smells Like Scheme Spirit. And so Hunky never did achieve his dream of becoming a wedding planner who never got married himself. It was a stark reminder that time is short and life is confusing, much like this story, which I've decided to title Lies at the Lusty Lasso. Of course, as Hunky had never been bitten by a radioactive animal, his odds of becoming a superhero were very slim. They were, however, better odds than the success of this story, which I'm calling Superfluous Superhero. Now, passionate carnal sex forever didn't seem that bad to Xander, and he wasn't a particularly ambitious fellow. Either way, it was a moot point and a satisfying conclusion to Xander and Hunky's sexcellent adventure. And as the German nuns sped away from the murder scene, they vowed never to speak of the incident again, which wasn't a tall order as their particular convent had previously taken a vow of silence. The end. You have quite the imagination. Anyway, let's call this I Know What You Burned Last Summer. And so the flying nuns soared over the countryside. It was a hilarious reference that went over most people's heads, but would have killed in 1967. In celebration, let's call this The Flying Puns. In a shocking twist, the kindly nuns proceeded to steal all our most treasured national monuments. It was an important reminder on why one should never judge a book by its cover. Except this one, which I'm calling None of Your Business. If there's anyone who will tempt those who have taken a vow of chastity, it's the McCoys. Let's call this ribald tale The Naughty Nuns. And so Julian Montpellier gave up treasure hunting for good. Which wasn't really that big of a deal, as he had always planned on retiring that year anyway. What a story! Let's call it National Pleasure. Xander and Hunky never looked up from their lovemaking as Julian Montpellier mamboed his way to his death in Pleasures Above, Treasures Below. Funerary Skull. Funerary Skull. That's pretty fun to say. Anyway, now there's a big old funerary skull in our amazing thriller, National Pleasure, Book of Secretions. Sensually, Julian Montpellier caressed the ancient dildo, knowing he had finally discovered mankind's greatest creation. Except, of course, for this story, National Pleasure edging history. Wow, what a profound contemplation on why addiction can never fill the hole in an addict's heart. And also why mysteries are super dope. Let's call it Latex and Longing at the Lusty Lasso. And as the fumes of endless farts filled the orgy, Xander laughed uproariously. Because farts are hilarious. Almost as hilarious as this title, My Fart Will Go On. And so, as the nukes carpet-bombed the entire world, Xander couldn't imagine a more horrific tragedy to befall mankind. But of course Xander had never read this awful story, which I'm calling Orgy of a Lonely Heart. And so concluded, without a doubt, the most erotic story ever written
in the history of the world. Let's call it Oops All Orgies.
Mateo, is he still missing? I ran into Amir on my way over. There's no sign of him in either bathroom. I'm sorry, Mateo. We won't have to. Now that the human is able to speak with us, I'm sure he'll be able to help even better than we can. We won't have to. Now that the human is able to speak with us, I'm sure she'll be able to help even better than we can. We won't have to. Now that the human is able to speak with us, I'm sure they'll be able to help even better than we can. We're gonna find him. Chin up, my snuggle buddy.